to better the district, as the district has recently been facing a string of illnesses, almost like a plague that is starting to spread through the district. People are becoming sick, and as part of his campaign promise, he said that he would help fix it. So he has partnered with House Jarasco, the healing house, to provide cheap healing services as well as healing potions and tonics to hopefully help the somewhat lower class citizens of Underlook help to combat whatever this unknown plague is. Throughout the rest of the evening, drinks were had, games were played inside the tavern, and a odd conversation was had with a patron of the bar, a patron who went by the name of Shandi de Markeith. As she approached and discussed with you all, you discovered that she is the former mayor of the neighborhood of Underlook. And she just expressed some concern about Alder Ames. She said something seemed different. And she just implored you all as adventurers to put a closer eye on him and make sure that everything's above board. Because at the end of the day, her concern lies with the citizens and residents of the District of Underlook.
And not wanting to stay in office.
Yes.
I can't remember. Didn't we do an inside check to make sure she wasn't like
vying for power?
Yeah.
Yes. And it did. The inside check did show that she truly is just genuinely concerned about the people of her district. We proceeded to the next morning. You all awoke, you had breakfast, and you began to gather yourselves to proceed towards the Colosseum where the fight would be had. But before we get to that point, we are going to backtrack to the night before. And we are going to focus on you. Before we do anything, I'd like you to roll a d20 for me, please.
all of us?
Just him.
Gunther.
20.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow!
Natural 20.
Are you kidding
First
me?
roll in how long right now?
It's the Gunther effect. What do you want?
Hey, Percy, calm down over there a little bit, please.
I
gonna
wrote
say save those for the
everything for
fight.
this session, and when I got to the point where I was like, okay, what should I write if Gunther gets a 20 at his early game roll? I was like, he won't get one. I don't need to write for that.
See, and that's why you got it.
I don't need to write for that.
So there you were. Three-way.
No, so
Four-way.
it's early in the night.
Choice.
The sun is still up. It is beginning to set. It is the golden hours of the evening. As you break away from the party before they enter the district of Underlook, you start to begin your long walk to Platinum Heights in Upper Central Plateau, where you know your patron resides, typically at this time of day, within Sunid's restaurant.
Where?
Sunid's restaurant.
Okay.
Sunid's restroom?
Mm-hmm. Restaurant.
Restaurant.
Restaurant. Got
And
you.
for you specifically, Sunid's is known for its extensive wine collection. Sunid's is one of Sharn's finest restaurants. Cuisine is mostly spicy relish fare, with selected entrees representing the best of Corvair's other cuisines, including Carnathy sausage, Ondarian veal with tomato gravy, and Marorian stroganoff. Its wines come from all over the world, not just within Corvair. And Sunid's proudly offers Arenal spirits to some of its most selective customers.
I don't use it very.
But you begin your long journey towards the restaurant.
I don't use it very. I'm not talking about
Do you go by foot? Do you hire a sky coach?
Well, I remember I was in a sky coach. That's kind of
You
more
You did step away and hail a sky coach. Okay, so you would have skipped past quite a bit of the long walk and having to catch different bridges and elevators and all that to get to the upper district. But you eventually make your way onto the Central Plateau, into Platinum Heights. Nestled on the outer edge of one of the core towers of the Central Plateau lies some of the most well-known culinary establishments in the City of Towers. Some of these businesses specialize in exotic foreign cuisines, like Silver's Harvest, which is best known for its classic Thranish fare. And many of the Thranish that live in Sharn swear that their three thrackle fish stew is the best this side of the Black Caps. But further down the gently curving road lies a dark red and brown stone brick building. Built against the exterior wall of this tower, the large 3-story building has exterior balconies overlooking the road, framed with dark wood awnings that protect diners from the sun as it begins to cast the colorful shades of sunset across the tops of the city. From the balcony stream many different vines and hanging flowers, all of which are in the early stages of blooming as the warmer spring days begin to come by. The smells of spicy Brelish fare fill the street as the dull roar of many conversations emanates from within the establishment. The front door is a wide stone arch built into the face of the building. 2 dark red wooden doors are propped open with a red velvet curtain pinned on each side with a golden sash. Above the door hangs a well-painted and carved sign reading, Sunny's Restaurant. As you enter the building, you pass a small desk with a human man standing behind it. He lightly nods his head in greeting, and as you walk in, you show him the emblem of Kelbrist on your wrist. The maitre d' says, "The Lord's at his private table, upstairs." And he beckons you inside with a gesture of the hand. You proceed farther into the central chamber, and you can see there are tables scattered all around. Almost all of them are occupied at this time. And there is, at the center of the chamber, a large circular bar that just dominates the space. It's built around a large central pillar that stretches all the way up through 2 floors inside the central chamber. Suspended on the pillar are massive, massive kegs, each of them probably containing some different form of imbibement. Sunny's, after all, is most well known for their massive selection of wine and spirits from all over Corvair and Eberron. A small stage rests in the back left corner from where you're at, and you can see there is a violin and a cello, each playing music, with no musician. The animated floating instruments are playing a soft, comfortable tune that fills the space, but doesn't overpower conversation amongst those seated at the tables together. But beyond the stage, you see why Sunny's is so popular among the elite of Sharn. Besides the expertly crafted and cooked food, beyond the impeccably curated selection of alcohol from around the world, nothing can stand against the view. Where the back wall of the restaurant should be, instead there is a massive open balcony, extending maybe 30 to 40 feet out from the wall of the tower itself. The balcony doors are 3 large stone pillars, each with a curved arched top. And each of these doorways sports the same deep red velvet curtains that you saw at the front door. The view itself looks out over the rest of the city. There is no other tower that really reaches higher than where you are at right now. This is the top of the top. This is where the only thing that is higher than this is the skyway itself, which floats on the clouds above Sharn. But as you pull yourself back inside the restaurant, in the opposite corner from the stage, in the back right corner, there's a spiral staircase leading up to what would be at the upper level of the restaurant. This area itself is blocked off, monitored by an employee of the business. The rope blocking the way, a small little sachet in front, has a sign hanging from it that says "Esteemed Clients Only." As you approach and show the sign of insignia of your patron again, the employee unhooks the rope with a small bow and allows you to pass. As you proceed up to the top of the stairs, you emerge into a hallway with 4 arched doorways. You pass down the hallway, approaching the closest door, and next to the door is a placard reading "Private Balcony, permanently reserved for Kelbrist de Cannith, benefactor, patron, and friend for over 20 years.
Permanently reserved.
You open the door, and you step inside. You step into the private room. The room is oval in shape, and you can see that the back half extends out onto a covered balcony. A private balcony, similar to the one downstairs, but reserved only for Kelbrist. The center of the room is occupied by a long rectangular table, one that could probably seat 12 people comfortably. Once into the room, you immediately are approached by the massive Warforged bodyguard, Gorge.
You said gorge?
Gorge. Gorge is well known amongst the sellswords that service the upper class of Sharn. Mainly because Gorge sports an altered head, different from most Warforged. Where you're accustomed to traveling with V or seeing other Warforged in your time, especially in the military, instead of the rather humanoid head, Gorge sports a head in the shape of a Gorgon, the symbol of House Cannith. So where there would be a humanoid head, instead there rests a bull's head. protruding snout, 2 curved horns coming off the top. And instead of the glowing blue eyes that you're accustomed to with most Warforged, his are glowing green. And as you walk in, he approaches you and he extends his hand, expecting you to hand over your weapon as is common. So I'm assuming you pass it off?
No.
You don't.
No. So Gorge asks for my weapon, and I pretend like I'm gonna hand it to him, but instead I act like I'm gonna arm wrestle him, like pretend like I'm just gonna mess with him for a second, and then just slap him like, Gunther kidding only, and go ahead and give him his.
I would say when you start to joke, he just sort of looks at you and he sort of like snorts a little bit, and there's just very cartoony, almost like a little bit of steam comes out of the nostrils, and just doesn't say anything, just sort of grunts and takes the weapon from you. So
the fight starts now.
yeah, I was like, okay, it looks like we're going now. Once you pass over your weapon, your eyes sort of follow down to the end of the table. You see the person you've traveled all this way for. Seated in a large, overstuffed chair is a very, very rotund human man. Middle-aged, with a meticulously shined bald head. Draped in dark red and purple robes, accented with golden filigree and deep black threading, he is surrounded by plates of food. As you approach, he picks up a large roasted turkey leg, bites into it, and noisily tears away a chunk of meat, before his eyes finally meet yours. He chuckles to himself as he sets the turkey leg down and grabs a cloth napkin from nearby, and gently wipes his hands and face, all while still chewing incredibly loud. And he looks at you. You've returned! I was beginning to think you were going to skip out on your fight. On my fight. That's a shame. Gorge over there was so looking forward to hunting you down. So tell me, what kept you outside the city for so long? Out of my reach?
Gunther ran into a situation with a group of new friends. Needed help. Would have got themselves killed without me. Gunther did service. Got paid.
You got paid.
Yes.
So you're looking for work elsewhere? You're doing work elsewhere?
Gunther saw opportunity. Already out. No big deal. Don't worry.
Do you not enjoy the work that I provide?
This guy's a dick.
Do I not pay you enough?
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Using your guy dice.
Yep. Yes, please.
Gunther
Because certainly the life that I have given you out of the goodness of my heart should be recompense enough. I lifted you out of those refugee camps. I provide you with a modest home, plenty of food to fill your belly, a living wage, access to the best armorers and weaponsmiths in the city, and opportunities to become a celebrity, vast wealth and fortune. And yet you tell me that you would rather spend your time gallivanting through the wilderness, making pennies with new friends, instead of here doing what I hired you to do.
Some sort of light here.
Do I not do enough? Am I failing you?
Gunther appreciate everything you do for me. Sometimes have to mix it up. Not only pit fight.
Well, don't let your mix-ups cause you to be this late for a fight again. And don't fuck up this fight either, Gunther. You're on thin ice now. First, you're almost miss a fight. Then I find out through other connections that you're taking contracts with House Thrash. And now you're seeking employment with these new friends. Who are these new friends? Who do they work for?
Gunther's friends are travelers. Band of misfits. Took care of a couple issues.
Where were these issues?
Hold on. Pause.
Predominantly within
yeah.
the country of Onder.
Yeah, it would be within. Okay, so that's what I thought. What was the major city that we were in for the last
Fairhaven.
Okay. Gunther did work in Fairhaven.
He said pale.
Lot and
I
not
thought it was
there.
light.
Oh, you got a gnaw bone.
It was that
He said
Guinness or cider.
he said give you a light beer. Joe saw pale and thought light.
Nice.
I'm
That's
not.
up there with Nick.
Fuck you.
Is it lit? Yeah, I can see. Continue, sorry.
Hey, you could have had the Guinness, but you chose that one.
You're on
Guinness.
your dealings with not only the other houses
Next is gonna
were
bring
bothering
Asian
me,
beer.
but now I find that you are doing work for another city, let alone the city that houses one of the fools that thinks she is in control of House Kenneth, when we all know that Merrick's is the true leader of the house.
Super light.
What were you thinking?
So who's the person you're
That's
referring to
yours,
as the
Nick.
fool?
Oh my god.
Or do I know? Or would I?
It's pretty widely known. So, House Cannith, who your patron obviously is a lord for, who is a dragon marked Cannith heir. Your House Cannith used to be based in Metrol in the nation of Sire.
Okay.
During the morning, Sire was completely wiped out, right? So House
Yeah.
Cannith's leadership and their home base was wiped out.
You could
Since then, House Cannith has been split into 3 factions, but 2 of them are major. Cannith North and Cannith South. House Cannith South is widely considered to be the home operation because they're based in Sharn. And that is run by Merrick's de Cannith. The Cannix North is run by Jorlana de Cannith, who is in the leadership of House Cannith, considered a young upstart. Not super well liked, but she has power, she has control, she has influence. And so she's been, from Fairhaven, has been making a play for power within House Cannith. She's, from Cannith heirs in Sharn, she is not very well liked. So him just hearing that you worked in Fairhaven, he's making a connection.
Couldn't you also just tell him that you were technically in Sire? I mean, I'm not here. I'm just saying.
He knows that Gunther's from Sire.
No. We were in Sire. He asked where we've been.
Yeah. Oh no. I
Sire.
don't care, yeah. So.
So his last question to you was, what were you thinking?
I was at home, bitch.
Gunther.
See,
No.
I don't even want you to answer that. Because the answer is you weren't thinking.
Yeah.
It would not do you well to anger me any more than you already have. We both know what happens to those that end up in ill favor. Although I'm sure Gorge would quite enjoy reminding you. Wouldn't you, you fucking bucket of rust? No response from Gorge. Don't fuck up this fight.
Gunther understands.
How do you proceed?
In character, I'm annoyed but holding my tongue. Does he seem like he has anything else to tell me or say to me? per se.
He sits there for, he lets the threat sort of hang in the air for 5 seconds, and then he looks up and sees that you're still there because he had sort of started grabbing food again, and he looks up like turkey leg almost to the mouth and looks at you and goes, "Did I not make it obvious enough? This conversation's over. You can leave now. I don't wish to spend any more time than I have to with the rabble. Please leave."
Let Kevin
Right,
fucking
I just-
knife this guy.
I just about face and just get out of there. Then, yeah.
As you walk to the door, Gorge already has the door open and is just holding the hammer. And so you walk by, grab it, out the door.
Yeah.
How do you proceed with the rest of your evening?
That was with a natural 20.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
That
Is it-
entire
yeah.
conversation was based
No,
off
it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
Jesus Christ, what's a 1?
No,
Just
no,
kills
no.
you.
Yeah, okay.
Butthole. His fist.
Oh, Lord.
That's right.
Brings you into a gorge.
So what were
With his fist.
they doing?
They went to the district of Underlook to
Okay.
meet up with some old friends of Jet's.
Okay.
We were
But
getting drunk.
the night is yours.
Yeah.
You are welcome to do what you want. As far as the party has roleplayed, I didn't roleplay you coming home to the tavern. I figured that maybe I would leave that up to you whether you wanted to rejoin them at the tavern or whether you wanted to go to your apartment and sleep there for the night to prepare for the fight, or whether you wanted to
Okay. Yeah.
go about and do your own thing. I just sort of left it open-ended.
I don't. Quick reminder: I don't have a way to contact the party away from them, do I?
Not directly on your person, but Sharn is a metropolis with nearly 1 million people. Rapid message delivery services are
Okay, yeah.
plentiful and easy to find. So
Wait,
Okay.
you don't have sending? I thought you did.
he's a
No, I
fighter.
don't.
I mean,
He's
He's an
he's
Eldritch
an Eldritch
Knight.
Knight, but sending doesn't come till later.
Oh, it isn't that.
Okay. So I want to find one of those message services. That's one of the things I'm gonna do as I'm leaving.
Yeah, it's easy to find one of the House Civis messaging services. They're all throughout the city, as House Civis maintains the largest communications network in the country.
Operator, I'd like to leave a
It,
message, please.
really, it is. Except it's all the entire service is run by gnomes.
How do I
So
get around really quick?
it's a bunch of gnomes working sending stones and physical, actual correspondence. And it's super simple. Within the city is just a 1 silver payment, and they'll deliver it to you to wherever within the city within an hour. And so, what would you?
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna give them 2 packages, two letters or whatever.
Crazy?
One is to be delivered now. One is to be delivered under conditions foreseen later.
Okay.
As far as yeah.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and send one now. Basically, the extent of that is I am fine. I talked to my patron. I'm going back to sleep at my apartment and get ready for the fight in the morning.
Okay. And then providing locations of where,
Yes, and
Where-
then telling them where to go. With
where the fight
instructions.
is.
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, you'll make your way back to your apartment. Your apartment resides in the neighborhood of Oakbridge in Middle North Edge. Small 1-bedroom style apartment. Very much that 1-bedroom apartment in New York City that has barely enough space for you to stick your arms out side to side, but costs you like $3,500 a month in rent.
Yeah. Location.
It's free. You don't pay for it. It's surrounded by other apartments of similar quality, predominantly like a middle class neighborhood. Really quiet, not a lot of activity. By the time you get there after having the encounter with your patron, it's 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and the neighborhood's quiet. So you make your way into your apartment, you hunker down for the night, you get your long rest, and you wake up in the morning refreshed and ready to go. There's nothing really to roleplay for you getting to the arena. You've done this before. You know where to go. You know how to get there. You know how to get into the employee entrance, get into your waiting area, and you are basically you've gone from Gunther to working Gunther. You are in that mindset. You are prepared and ready. Rest of the party.
That's us.
Yes. So, the morning arrives. You all wake up, make your way down to the common room of Thelanis spirits. Breakfast is served. Breakfast is 8. You all gather yourselves and you begin to proceed. You begin to get ready to proceed towards wherever this fight is located. And about that time, Yelvalor catches you and just sort of swings by the table as they are, they have a large tray above their arm and they are sort of gathering dirty dishes from the breakfast rush. And as they sort of do, they're gathering from tables nearby, and as they just sort of spin by your table, sets a letter down and just slides it across the table to you. And it's just like, this came during the evening for you. And then just carries on. Moves on to the next table, starts grabbing dirty dishes.
Do I need to roll to see if I'm drunk or hungover? His
No.
cabin was shit-faced.
No.
You were pretty shit-faced.
I was.
Do I have any adverse effects from my previous night?
Negative.
Finally.
Negative. It's...
Yeah, did you actually get to sleep?
You've had a couple of these encounters, and a lot of them left you with
I bought a whole thing.
sort of that, like,
Don't want?
I don't know.
Thank you.
that lingering sense of dread?
Anyone else want anything?
Apprehension.
Apprehension? Yeah, that's a better word for it. Apprehension. But for once, this time, you wake up and you still vividly remember the vision, but that sense of apprehension is not there. There's just, it's almost more accepted.
Good to know.
Let's do. We're gonna switch to music.
I'm so fancy tonight.
Letter?
Yep, you open it up. It is a simple handwritten letter from Gunther. The letter itself is sealed with the stamp of House Civis. And as you crack it open, you can see the faint swirls of the arcane enchantment that they put in all of their stamps on closed correspondence. That means if it is opened by someone other than it is entitled to, the message itself is blank. But since it is addressed to the party,
That is actually.
Yeah.
as it opens,
Jet will lean over to Ren actually and go, hey, what's... And then...
and as he breaks the wax seal, you see that faint little sparkle of arcane energy. And as the letter unfolds, you watch as almost in, like, as someone is writing it, you see the letter itself right across the page.
Ronald Weasley.
Very much the inspiration.
How dare you steal that car?
But no, the letter itself just says,
It's L'Oreal's.
I am fine. I spoke with my patron. I am returning to my apartment to sleep and prepare for the fight in the morning. Here is the location of where the arena is. Follow these directions. They will get you there. I look forward to seeing you in the morning.
Is Jet familiar with that area and also the
It's-
arena itself?
With the exact location, no. But the name of the arena rings a bell, and it's one of the more exotic arenas. You're like, huh, I've heard about it, but you've never actually been to it.
Look over Jet.
Bucket list.
Is it child friendly?
But
All that you know is that it's called the Trial of the Towers.
the fight?
The whole arena? The show? Is there something you want to bring me to, or?
I assumed you wanted to see Gunther
Of
fight,
course I want
so...
to see it, but the question is, will you let me see it?
I've learned that Jet's not very good about hiding stuff from kids.
Just smacks you on the head with the letter.
Now let us go.
Yes. You can comment if there's anything that's not child friendly. I'll be very honest.
His eyes, he's younger than me.
Am I?
No.
Oh, so I think I'm too
But yeah.
Oh, it's you. Okay.
You're still the youngest, bud. Sorry.
Yeah, Jet just
Well,
looks
we
at
got a
you
lucky
and goes,
break
no,
there.
he's older.
You say that and I just look over and go,
And so
Push up my face.
it says the Trial of the Towers, and the address it gives you is right on the border between what would be the Central Plateau and Memphis Plateau.
The Omen song starts.
You said Trial of the Tower, right?
Yes,
Or
Trial of the
Towers?
Towers.
Okay.
Were there two of them?
There's multiple of them because you're in the city of towers.
Yep.
I didn't know
So two
if Plan
towers.
did them and like they weren't there anymore. Oh, okay.
The Twin Towers?
No,
Oh, God.
They got
There's a lot of tree people.
Lots of off-color jokes.
Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams.
Lots of
Sand.
off-color.
It doesn't. So explain that how that happened.
Jet fuel doesn't melt
Arcane
arcanically
fuel doesn't.
enhanced stone.
Arcane fuel does not, or fire does not.
Eldritch Blast.
Steel.
Heat metal.
But yeah, you have the
I've got
directions,
that.
and you have a general idea of where it's at. But at the same time, you could probably, as you get near the area, you could probably nudge a couple locals and be like, "Hey, I'm looking for this place," and they'll probably guide you in the right direction. Is there anything else you wish to do before setting off for the day?
When does school start for Ren?
2 days from now.
Right.
Today,
That
right?
would be on the approaching
I thought it was
Saturday.
7th or 8th?
Oh
Yes. So today is
Are you gonna get school right?
today is the 5th of
Maybe.
Ire. Her
So-
first session is the 7th.
7th, okay.
Let
That's
me
what I
beat
thought.
up a bully. I'll fucking knife
Are
him.
you gonna be like, do you
No,
want me to
no.
kill them sign in the window
Oh yeah.
from, was it Waterboy, where she
Oh.
where else the sign, want me to kill them?
I just wanted to make sure. I thought it was about 2 days away, so we're
Yeah.
good.
About 2 days.
I don't think there's anything Jet's inclined to do at this point.
What time is the fight starting?
The letter says about midday. You
So
assume
that's
with
Gunther's fight. There's probably like a warm up.
there's probably there's a couple card matches, couple exhibition matches
Yeah, yeah.
beforehand leading up to it. It's
Card
like
match.
it's not just a day. It's not like a single fight. It's a
Poker.
this is a day of fights. Card match is when you see a UFC fight, right? And it's UFC 259 McGregor versus St. Pierre. McGregor versus St. Pierre is the card fight.
That's
That-
the main
that's-
event.
That's the main event.
Yeah,
But then there's before that fight at 11:30. There's fights from 5 o'clock on. There's
Gotcha.
fights all throughout the night,
Top
and then
bill.
there's the card fight. Yeah. Who's on the playbill?
Copy.
And then there's halftime where Instinct's gonna show up.
Yeah, so that way they can look at all the losers and just say.
Can Rynny and the
Yeah.
Jet
Except it's the off-brand.
Halftime?
It's the off-brand Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, and so
Oh,
it's a bunch
God.
of Warforged on stage.
It's the
And then they go
Warforged
crazy and start
Jamboree.
murdering
It's a
each other.
Warforged jamboree.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
Oh no.
Did we spend 5 nights?
Happy,
after this,
happy
arena?
birthday from all of
It does
us
make
to
sense.
you.
Pretty
We
much.
wish it was our
No,
birthday, so we could party too.
That'd be an awesome.
So
like,
that's what the
one
letter
shot
states.
for you.
Is there
Just
anything
like
else you guys wish to do before proceeding on?
I was going to ask, Jet, what kind of disposable gold do we have? I was thinking maybe we could place a bet on Guta. Because, yeah,
I
that's
I
like
haven't
out
met
really
Gunther
long.
yet, have I?
Mm.
That is a dangerous question to ask.
Oh, we're
Huh?
on green
Have I
phone,
met
right? We
Gunther
might as
yet?
well.
Negative,
Yeah.
Captain.
Oh no,
Okay,
I
I was
planned
gonna say.
I planned a bet, but disposable income. That's a given dangerous question to ask.
There's not enough time. I didn't even think about it. Never.
What? What's wrong?
I was
Make
just
words.
saying I could sneaky ring of protection to Gunther, give him an extra +1 to his AC, but he has to attune to it. We don't have 30 minutes from the point in time that we meet Gunther to the point in time of the fight, so it's all good to go. Never mind.
You don't know that.
Let's certainly try. Although, DM could rule that fight starts in 58 minutes and he's the full hour.
They have to fight naked. You have to have it up fast.
Oh, wow.
Good thing he has this
This
vial
fight
of
just
oil.
got interesting. My loot, Gord.
Anything else?
I have a very nice amount of gold.
I mean, nothing says showing off support for Gunta like making some coin on the side.
Oh no, I agree. I definitely planned a bet.
Is this Gunther gonna win, or is he gonna get his ass kicked?
I planned to bet on him winning.
Oh, right.
Okay,
Um,
so that's what I should bet on.
Maybe with a
You know,
little bit of help.
You've never really met Gunta, have you? He's never lost a fight.
Oh, so that's what I'm betting on.
In
At
this
least-
universe.
At least not in this plane of existence.
Wait, what's your
Hold on.
Good callback.
Wait, has
Not
he
on
lost
this
on
plane of
other planes of
existence.
existence?
What other plane of existence did you lose a fight in?
Right with the frostbite.
Mhm.
Oh,
great.
Boom.
that's right.
Because your cloud kind of, you know.
That was not canon for this universe, though.
No,
Because your cloud
not
kind
canon
of
for this
treats it-
universe, unfortunately.
Sorry. That was a good fight,
That
though.
was Gunther 1.5, wasn't 2.0.
And,
Excuses.
No.
and clerics.
So the morning proceeds. You all gather yourselves, gather the things you need for the day.
Jet was hoping
You
to
set
do
off
this.
on your
It's
about 30 to 45 minute walk to get to the address on the letter.
You're still on camera. T-Bone says hi.
It's a nice day. Even from the depths of the District of Underlook, you can still see bits of sunlight peeking through. And where you can occasionally look up between a couple towers and bridges and see a glimpse of sky, it is pristine sky blue. There's no clouds blocking the sky. It is a nice day. You progress out, and as you're walking through the District of Underlook, there is just a... You couldn't quite put your thumb on it when you were here last night, but there is a sense of illness just in the air. There is that feeling of sickness, of general unwell, and it is pervasive. Despite the buzz of excitement that you have for seeing Gunther fight, especially in a major city in front of a large crowd, besides that buzz of excitement, it's almost oppressive how it weighs on you as you walk through the city. The city itself feels alive, but this district feels like it's dying. And you sort of just shake it off as you walk through. You progress to one of the bridges, and you make your way out of the district. And from where you're at, you have to progress to the central plateau, and from the central plateau up to one of the bridges that connects it to the Memphis plateau. You begin walking through the city. You see the city in the early stages of the morning. You see people out and about running their errands, people scuttling to and from work in their houses. You see merchants setting up their stalls and kiosks on the sides of the road. But the city seems alive.
Sorry, I didn't want to
No,
interrupt.
go ahead.
You said the sky is like really blue. Is it like bright out?
Oh yeah, it's
Like
it's early morning. It's 9 o'clock.
Okay. You'll see. So, Kevin's gonna throw up his hood and just be like, I don't like the sun. I'm too exposed out here. And then like kind of like get closer to you.
Vampire.
I'm a rogue. I want to stick to the
Alert,
shadows.
alert.
of the
I'm just
fucking
fucking with you.
Vampire
Is that-
alert.
Yeah, is that newer or is that something that?
No, you go with that.
Okay,
I'm a
So-
sneaky rogue. I don't like being out where everyone sees me.
right. Just stick close. You're small after all.
As you proceed through the district, you begin to cross one of the major bridges that's going to take you to one of the core towers that has an elevator in it that's going to take you up to the level of the city that you need to be. And clustered around the front of this core elevator for the entirety of the city, you can see that there is, similar to that group you saw the other day on your way through the city, you find another group of people protesting against the Warforged. You see
Against a warforged?
the Warforged.
Yeah, they
You see an assortment of different ages, races, backgrounds. You see humans, dwarves, half elves, gnomes. Vale, you even can peek sort of inside the crowd. You can see the horns of a tiefling
Yeah.
sticking out.
Well, yeah, approaching, seeing these individuals again, kind of just
Tucks the hood up and over. Okay. And again, you see multiple of them are carrying signs that say "No war, no war forged." Just a general expression of unwelcomeness to Warforged.
Jet will move more towards the outside of the group too.
Well, you have to go through a central door to get to the elevator, and they're mostly like around both sides of the door. They're just sort of gathered in this area that's obviously a very high traffic location within the city.
I was gonna say we'd probably move V more in towards the middle
The
of the
center,
group,
yeah, with, like, red.
and then just kind of us being kind of surrounding.
For the most part, no one seems to notice. You get a couple people like sort of heckling, but you're able to quickly scurry through and past this group of dissenting individuals, and nothing untoward happens. You step on the elevator, you rise to the level that you need to
Only
get to.
because I held my tongue. Vicious
And then
mockery, you know.
as you begin to near the location that is on the letter, you ask a few people, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna want just down here, take a left. 2/4 of a mile, take a left, and you'll be there." And so you start to follow the directions, asking a few more people along the way, and eventually you emerge out onto one of the massive bridges that spans from the. Let me actually pull up a picture.
Yeah, take one, pass it down. If you want to try it, it's Russian.
No, you're just supposed to look at it.
Link the
Well, I was
whole
trying to read
thing.
what was
Oh,
on
is that the Alyonka?
It's fresh.
Make sure you brought a water in the raid. That'll dehydrate you.
Have a second one too if we run out.
Oh, that was good.
Isn't it that?
That was
European
really
chocolate's
good.
great.
I have a weird question. Is that another full bar?
Yeah.
Can I take a picture of that?
Yeah.
I thought someone would think it was interesting.
Tarkatov.
Where'd you get it from?
Amazon?
Thank you, Sa.
I mean, it's in Charkov. And I just
Yeah.
found
Is
it
it?
on a whim, and I was just like,
Oh,
oh!
I don't need too much.
How much was it?
More people can have more. I don't care.
That's
How much
tasty,
is
buddy.
You,
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah,
Four
never
bars.
made a-
Four bars. It was like $12. It's like $3 a bar.
No, that's not that bad.
It's not bad for as good as it is.
I know.
European chocolate's great.
Kaylee got me Merci for like Christmas, and we compared it to like that. Like, that's way better.
Mercy's more expensive.
Yeah.
Can I get one that's
Oh, it's like it's really, really
fuck?
creamy and sweet.
So that's the thing about European
Oh.
chocolate, though.
They use full fat.
Well,
Hold on.
it's not just that.
Read it.
So,
I saw that come through, and the way like the preview was, I was like,
And,
"What the fuck?" And I didn't realize it was.
So, just to give you guys the idea, you were over here in Dura. That's where Underlook is.
Yeah.
It's one of the middle districts of Dura.
Okay.
You have made your way across to Central Plateau. While you were in the Central Plateau, you took the elevator up to what would be Upper Central Plateau, and then you need to get to a bridge that connects Central Plateau to Memphis Plateau. And again, the way Sharn is designed is it's like this giant U, right? And then there's middle plateaus where there's other core towers.
Those are literally the towers, though, right?
Pretty much.
Like the blocks of towers.
Yeah. Now it's not just like one giant tower that makes up
Right,
the whole district. It's a cluster of
The
core
caverns
towers.
in between.
Exactly, and
Yeah,
like these are big ravines nearby, and that's where a lot of the sky coaches and mass transit goes through to get.
Those are the highways.
Pretty much. I mean, pretty much. That's 465 around Indianapolis.
Bet.
But you emerge out onto one of these massive bridges connecting Central Plateau to Memphis Plateau, and when I say massive, I'm talking the bridge itself is probably about a 1/4 mile wide, probably in the realm of half a mile long. I mean, it's a massive bridge. There is entire neighborhoods built on the bridge. Like there are people that live their lives on this bridge. There are towers and buildings, ascending out of the bridge, stretching out into the ravine. And you can see as you sort of step out onto this bridge, what you can see above you, which is pure sky. There's nothing blocking your view at this point. You can see sky coaches and airships as they fly over. Hippogriff riders as they move from place to place within the city. You even see, like animated delivery crates from House Civis. You can see like these large wooden crates that are seemingly carried by nothing except two little like Mario Kart wings out of the side, and you can see each side of the crate is stamped with the House Civis logo. And you watch as these crates fly, like rockets, just connecting different, going from tower to tower and place to place. And you actually watch as one sort of swoops down to a house nearby in front of you. On the roof, the bottom of it just opens up, and you see a delivery poof onto the roof. The bottom closes, and the box shoots off.
Amazon
Amazon
delivery drone.
Yep.
Amazon delivery drones.
Sorry, Joe wanted to say
I
something.
gotta tell you this just because Wayne just made the greatest text ever. He said as we're walking by, one of the people holding a sign, it's an anti-Warforged sign, and it says the gods made Adam and Eve, not 01100101 and 8100100101.
Boo.
Come on, that is gold.
Boo.
That was the best
Um,
I've seen.
But as you progress
Thank
sort of
you,
about
Joe, for appreciating that.
halfway
I
across
appreciate
this bridge to the other district, you can see that it opens up into like a
Time
large
goes right
circular,
Bound to be somewhere.
like a large circular platform, almost like a giant courtyard in the middle of this bridge. And you can see there's no buildings built on the side. There's like large railings on the edges to keep people from falling off. But it is a large open air courtyard spanning about a half mile in width. There's like a small park built in the middle with some trees and some benches. But you can see off to what would be the north side of this bridge, the east side of this bridge. You can see there's actually quite a large group gathered, just a large group of people, and you can see a small like roped off area with like stanchions, and you can see just little signs everywhere that says "Trial of the Towers Departure Area."
I'm gonna walk that way
Okay,
because I assume that's
that's
where
you
they
need-
told me to go.
That's where you need to be. You walk over, and it's odd because there's a group of people. This is obviously for the Trial of the Towers, but there's no arena. There's nothing.
Up, down, nothing. Is there a poke key?
Is there a more?
Is there someone nearby that?
Oh, I mean, there's a group of probably, I'd say in the neighborhood of 150, 200 people. An assortment of races. You see human, elf, dwarf, gnome,
Where we were told to go.
halfling.
Is that what you said?
Seems to be. You even see a couple monstrous races in there. You see a minotaur. You see a goblin.
Do I see Brad Pitt or Edward Norton?
No.
We're not at the Fight Club.
You see.
some reason I
You
thought
see
Hulk.
quite a few warforged, but they are predominantly sticking to themselves. Like they almost have a small little.
Side group.
Yeah, like it
Are
seems
they
like.
decked out too, like clearly in armor, like dog?
I mean,
dog
they're
armor?
warforged, but they're not carrying weapons. None of them have arm blades. All of them have like hands. A couple of them are wearing just like simple commoners' clothes. 2 or 3 of them have like satchels over their backs.
So they look more like commoners,
yeah.
not like combatants.
No, yeah, they definitely look like commoners.
Okay.
But as you like, the group of warforged is sticking with the warforged. They aren't mingling amongst the crowd. Basically, you see another warforged walk into the departure area, and they immediately gravitate right towards the other warforged. But it is a assortment of races. You see every race, height, color. It's there. This is the melting pot of Sharn. But everyone seems to be hanging out. People are discussing and talking amongst themselves. There is an air of excitement. But yeah, it's weird. There's no arena.
It's
They-
gonna pop up around us.
Vale, do you happen to see anything that can get us to an arena of sorts? Because certainly it's not.
You're not with us, right?
No.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Yeah. I'll do a perception check.
I mean, I can go talk to people too. If there's plenty.
I'll use my keen eyes.
I can find out if they know what that
My
is.
special eyes!
What do your elven eyes see?
I prefer not to do it that way yet.
My brain!
My bro.
People get upset
God,
when
I
you look
hate
in their
that
head.
commercial.
People get upset very easy.
Perception
They do.
check 17.
People suck, B.
No, it doesn't really seem to be. You don't see anything around that looks like an arena, but you sort of like look at the group and you see that it's like it's like cattle corrals, like you would at an amusement park, right?
Yeah.
You can see like the zigzag lines where people have sort of formed up, and it seems to lead right to the edge of this large circular courtyard.
Being as how I've been to Sharn before, what I have heard about like
It
stuff like this.
at first you were you didn't
make the connection.
you didn't make the connection, and then you start to sort of like, and it clicks for you where you're going, and about that time you hear excitement from what would be the edge of the courtyard, and you hear everyone's general demeanor just start to accelerate. And about the time that you make the connection and you're like, no way, your attention pivots and you see just sort of like rising out of the air, you see a massive Colosseum in the design of the Roman Colosseum on a large central rock that seems to float in this ravine between towers.
Oh, fuck me. Alright.
No, thank you.
I mean,
Whatchamacallit,
later when we actually have time, maybe. But right now we need to get
So
on it.
very in the vein of
Oh.
that.
Holy fuck.
Oh.
Nice.
Except instead of the stands being separated and broken apart, it is like a large coliseum that is all continuous, but you can see, sort of from your angle, you can see that the central arena itself floats and is separated from the rock that the coliseum floats on.
That's badass.
And so it just sort of like, it emerges into view, and then you feel the very faint as it appears to dock against the courtyard. And
Space docking.
Nice.
within
Anybody else want
within
to
a
do some
few
docking?
moments, you can hear commotion at the front, and you see the line begin to start to filter into this coliseum. Over the course of about 10 minutes, everyone boards. As you get to the edge of the courtyard, you can see that there are two...
Does it cost money to get in?
about to find out. As you approach the edge of the courtyard, where they have laid like a couple wooden walkways to create a stable surface to board, you can see a human and a halfling, both in robes, seeming to be collecting entrance fees as people board onto this floating island. While standing sort of off in the distance, but not too far away, you can see two tall ogres. Both of them wearing armor with a large, like, war maul just situated at their side that appear to be not hostile by any means, but definitely are constantly surveilling the crowd. Probably the hired muscle. As you make your way to the edge of the courtyard, and it is now your turn, you begin to step on, and the halfling gentleman looks at all you and goes, how many?
Let's see, Jet will count real quick, because not used to Gunther not being there, so 5 of us, so
Okay.
5.
Are you looking for front row, middle tier, nosebleeds?
Oh, definitely somewhere
In your
close,
head,
yeah.
you just hear V just kind of looks like, do they work for them? Are we supposed to give them money?
Jet will kind of give a nod. Somewhere closer, of course. Let's see all the action.
Making sure they weren't like scammers just out front.
And
Little
you see it
rascals.
immediately, just sort of the back sort of straightens a little bit and goes, okay. Are you looking for stand seating? Are you looking for a private box? We only have 2 left. Most of the others have been reserved for the day, but we have 2 that are still available.
2 what that are still
How much?
Boxes, private boxes.
And how much do those run?
A private box for the day is 200 gold. Comes with catered meal and drink service throughout the entirety of the fights. If you're looking for just simple stand seating, general admission style, you would be on one of the closest tiers to the actual arena, but you're looking at 5 gold per person.
You see, I have a friend that's fighting, so Jet will lay down 200 gold.
Okay. My friends.
Let's have some fun.
Well, we are honored to have you. Who is your friend, if you don't mind me asking?
Ah, Gunther.
Fan favorite. We're excited to see him fight again. If you would like to proceed this way, follow the crowd. At your first left, you will go down the hallway. You will take a right up the stairs, and you will be entered into the box district. Here is a slip that will grant you access to box number 7.
Perfect.
Lucky numbers 11.
And so you proceed into following the crowd. You follow the gentleman's directions. You go up to what would be like the top of the first tier,
All sarcastic.
down the hallway, and you show the associates working in the area your ticket. You are escorted into your box, and it is actually pretty nice. Probably about the size of this room. Has comfortable seating for about 20.
Perfect.
It's just us.
Comfortable seating. It is a covered roof. to protect from the sun. But as you sort of emerge out onto the balcony, you see pretty much that. You see a large circular arena that is beginning to fill up. It's already probably about 2/3 full, but you can see a lot of the crowd that this arena has just picked up from your location starting to filter into their seats. And you can see that there's a mixture. Some people are going towards the lower tiers, the closer, more expensive seats, and then there's still an assortment of people going to the upper nosebleeds. And again,
Those are the poor
Hey,
people.
Cal, would you have out loud expressed your interest in giving Gunther the ring of protection? Or would that have been just been like an inner...
He didn't have his thumb on his forehead. That means it was character.
Because you were asking if there was anything else we wanted to do in character, right?
No, I think that was God asking us.
Well, no, but I mean, like, in character, you said you guys don't have anything else you were wanting to do. I thought.
I don't think I actually. That's necessarily in character, but
what are we trying to do?
I was saying if there's times for Vale or one of our more stealth-aligned characters to slip underneath to the waiting area, if you will, and slip Gunther the ring of protection.
I
know
mean,
who
you
that.
can certainly try.
Oh my god, that's never a good idea.
There's nothing saying you can't. I was just going to say, if you guys are trying to give the ring before the fight, like the night prior, then I was going to say that time had passed.
Oh,
If you're
No,
trying
no.
to get, if you're trying to right now before the fight starts, negotiate your way back to the waiting area and give Gunther the ring, you can try.
We can try that, but then he's going to have to attune to it, which would take at least
Right.
30 minutes.
right.
There's other fights
there's
before.
fights before.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I'm down for trying.
oh, Jed at the moment is very focused on private suite,
I will say
And-
private suite. First thing
and-
is
looking for drinks.
like
So on that, as you
Yeah.
all enter in
Refreshments.
and you're sort of getting yourself getting situated and sort of examining the space, you notice along. So like the seating itself is at the front of the balcony, and it's like tiered, right? So the balcony itself almost descends a little bit from the entry level where you were at, and it's like tiered seating, but behind that is like I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever been inside suite seating at like Baker's Life or Lucas Oil or anything like that. It's very much like a lounge space in the rear. There's a large central table. You can see along the back wall. There's a couple like chests and cupboards. Alongside the right wall is like what looks like a long buffet table, but it appears to be like locked up at the moment. But as you're all sort of getting yourself situated, an employee enters, and you see a young goblin female, and she sort of enters and just sort of pokes her head in and goes, "Hi, how you doing?
Doing well. Yourself?
I'm just gonna get everything set up for you."
Perfect. Thank you.
And so sort of like scoots in and scurries around, and as she walks around, she walks up and she just starts like, she walks up into that central table and just sort of like reaches underneath, and you hear a click, and as she does that, the square table itself unfolds into like a large circular table, and as it unfolds, it's already got place settings, plates, silverware, napkins, cups, goblets. Everything is already arranged for you. And she goes from that table to the long buffet along the right wall, and she presses like 3 or 4 buttons along the buffet as she goes, and the buffet itself unfolds, and as it does, plates rise out of the buffet, and you see them shimmer, and then food just appears on the plates. You can see a veritable spread of appetizers and hors d'oeuvres all spread out and ready for you. She walks over to the what looks like a bar on the left side of the room. Same thing, sort of touches a couple different locations, and these items begin to expand and unfold, and you watch as a panel slides away from the back wall, and you can see an assortment of bottles of different colored liquids,
That's an
wines,
poetry.
liquors, alcohols, spirits. 2 kegs pop out from the side of the back bar. You can see each of them is each of them is labeled with an individual insignia of different breweries. And then it's weird. There's like an animated wine glass almost, and like an animated towel that just go into the eternal glass polishing. And she's like, okay, you all set up? Nico here is going to be your bartender. If you need anything else, just ring the bell by the door.
Perfect.
Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
And just disappears. And you can see there's a bell with a string on it right by the door that you entered in.
Is this fully indoors?
It's like an overhang shade.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys are basically.
So
imagine-
we're technically like outdoors. We just have like
It's
a
an
roof
it's
over our
an,
head.
it's an open air suite.
Got it.
You have 3 walls, a door on the back wall, bar to your left, buffet to your right, central circular dining table, and then at the far end, like where Drake and Shannon are sitting, basically is 3 rows of tiered seating that descend, each one with like 7 or 8 seats.
Cool.
So when we see the table and everything just like start like doing its shit, I'm gonna look over at you and be like, dude, when I rebuild the bear and the bird, I'm getting some of this stuff.
You fucking done it.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So you all were discussing getting a
We need to make bets. We're gonna bet.
ring
Yeah.
to
If there's other fights, I think we got enough time. I've got an amulet for ring of protection.
I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, but you would know this. I probably wouldn't accept that as something I would use.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. He's too honorable to accept that in a fair fight.
You know I've done, like, it'd be different if...
I didn't even think about that.
I was really hoping we were going to get to roleplay them trying to sneak back.
I'm just throwing that out there. You would know that. You would know that. Like, in this,
So-
we're not fighting a
So what
creature
you're
that's trying to
saying
murder
is
us.
if we go through all the trouble of getting down there,
He'd probably be insulted though that you guys would think he needed it.
Yeah, that's because this is.
I didn't
And I
think about that.
suggest you fucking wear it because it's useful and it's a magic
Oh, he
item
suggests
just like
you.
your fucking hammer.
That's up to you. You can do what you want.
I just am staring at the giant fucking pull rope that's a bell, and I just want to pull it.
My god, if you swing on it, I will smack you.
I'm so tiny though.
fool of a took. Next time, throw yourself down there and save us the trouble.
Did anyone else think that Gollum looks really just like not great?
Oh, the game?
Yeah, like visually.
I'm
I can't wait for it, but like I saw the visuals on that game, I was like, yeah, this is not great.
What game?
The new
Gollum.
Lord of the Rings Gollum.
Yes,
I think
it's
you guys
a
should maybe
game
go
called
watch it.
Gollum.
Yeah,
Yes.
literally you
I
play
think
as
just
Gollum.
in general,
It's-
Gollum doesn't look great.
Yeah,
That's the point.
Dude, that's
but,
my
like,
point.
it's
Andy
not like-
Serkis-
Like, that's
It,
intentional.
no, like
Hey, Andy
Yeah.
Serkis is not attractive, but he
It
probably
looks like-
still pulls.
it
Yeah.
looks like it
He
looks like
he probably calls it my precious.
it looks like they were like, hey, we're gonna make a game that's beautiful, like really high res, just gorgeous looking game, and
Except
then
for
use like
this character.
this character is a PS2 model. Like he just doesn't look great.
I mean, it's called. At best, he's a hand model. What?
At best.
Holy shit, they should make like a Little Big Planet, but it's just Gollum.
Sure, say give beer a chance.
Just because this might come up, I was just telling everybody I'm just staring at the rope with the giant bell on it, like I want to swing from it.
So
I haven't decided if that's happening or
I was
not.
gonna say, if everyone have we even decided to start talking about sneaking a ring down there?
Yeah, that's up to them.
No, I don't think so, because
No,
they would have
no.
to want to bring it up.
If Vale knows Gunter's honor system, then
Yeah.
I think he probably would not.
Well, because he in other, not even like fights, but in other stuff before, he's expressed that he wanted it to be like one-on-one. So
And fair.
yeah.
But to be honest,
Well,
again, it's a magic item. It's no different than a +1 hammer.
Yeah, but he'd also have to sneak it in, I feel, because there's no way they're just going to let magic items just walk through the door.
No,
He
because
has a magic maul.
yeah,
I
his,
guess.
his,
Well, it's-
he has a
it's
magical
also-
weapon.
it's
He's
more.
already gonna. He's also gonna be going in with armor, which is a magical armor.
So
+1 though.
V's
Right, but
assuming
not
that you guys are sitting there
It's plus one
discussing
because-
about
Yeah.
about sending it over,
That's true.
It doesn't,
and V
it
just
doesn't-
kind
it
of
doesn't
straightens up and
bypass
starts
resistance.
glowing for a second. And now I don't know if he's in some sort of anti-magic field or something, but in your head you're just gonna hear, "Hello, we have a magic ring that might protect you. Would you want it?" As V casts sending directly to you.
That's adorable.
Does that go through?
That's up to him.
What did you cast?
Sending.
Like full sending.
Yeah.
I just use a spell slot. I mean, we're gonna be here all day. I figured I could just use a rest.
So real quick, none of us
Fuck, I
know that
forgot
you're
he's a
using
warlock.
second
Yeah, everyone literally just sees me start glowing in the middle of the thing while everyone's discussing the ring, and V just kind of sits up and goes.
You have a 25 word limit, and it goes to any person.
Yeah,
So
no,
there is no
It
range
goes to
limit.
Gunther. It just goes, "Hello, we have a ring of protection. Do you want it?"
I just look at you and I'm like, is this light bright always
And
lit up
you're,
like this?
You have
you
13
are
more
very,
words. I need you to use them.
You are very accustomed to having sending cast on you because
Are you
that's,
pooping?
that's how that's how Kelbrist has
doing an OS
contacted you in the
update.
past. So you get that familiar. It's just like that, almost like an itch at the back of your, like the base of your skull, and you just get that like
Stronger than V's normal talking directly.
you get that like, oh, here it comes, and you're expecting Kelbrist's voice, and you're expecting a bit of a lashing, and then you hear V just like, hello, and the message is received. How do you respond? You have 25 words.
So I do get the message.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just simply know.
Alright, knowing that obviously I've done many fights, do I know if I would even be allowed to walk out of where I'm at and meet anybody or no?
If you are on the card to fight during the day, you have to be at the location where this Coliseum docks and like spends the night basically. You have to be there before they set out in the morning, and you are not allowed to leave the combatants area. It's their way sort of attempting to maintain some sense of above board. Once the fighters are on for the day, and there's no way that the fighters can be manipulated from the outside. So there are ways for people to get back there, but it's typically very frowned upon if fighters leave the waiting area prior to their fight.
It seems suspicious.
So I mean, realistically, I'm assuming I think there's no way I can meet up with them.
Meeting up with them? Probably not.
But you also know Vale.
We also met a nice goblin lady.
Hey, he still has 11 words left.
No, that's just in general. Like that's.
Oh, I thought you were like.
You did the message. We also met an nice goblin.
Yeah.
lady.
You know what?
That sounds like someone would do that.
He
we
was
also
in it.
met a nice goblin lady.
All right. So I'm just gonna.
Are you
Like,
pooping?
what?
Say what 25 times?
No.
Say what again, motherfucker?
Gunther has no way to meet you. Appreciate help. Gunther will win fight on own.
So V just stops glowing and nods. He's fine. You guys, by the way, are still discussing.
Yeah. So all we've heard you say is he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
Who's
Who's
fine?
fine?
What the fuck is he doing?
At this point, like
glowing.
you guys sort of break your concentration from your discussion you were having, and you look over as basically you see V like stop glowing, like you recognize that he cast a spell and you're seeing it fade.
He's okay. He said he will win without it.
Okay.
But we haven't seen him use sending, right?
Nope.
How did you?
And in your head, you share like normal.
I hate that. Okay. All right.
So apparently, no
Magic.
matter how far away you are, you can still do that.
I mean, that's kind of nice, actually. Kind of comforting.
Always
God,
missed
this
that.
music's
I'm just
fucking
never
badass.
use it.
Yeah.
This music got like deep.
Well, I vote drinks, and then we figure out where we can place a bet.
He could do it on his own. Oh no, he's gonna die.
Do we need drinks?
There's drinks over there, yeah.
Oh shit, there are drinks. Damn.
Yeah.
What?
I
It's
just want
right.
to swing from this goddamn rope.
No, it's right over there. Like, go. Don't swing from the rope, please. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Did we use all of our
You're gonna
money?
hurt yourself.
Did you
Don't.
use my money?
No.
How do we make bets?
That's what I need to figure out because I've not actually been here. This is sounds gigantic, and while I know my way around pretty well, I still have no clue what the fuck we're doing here.
So he's gonna look over Vale. How do we make bets?
It's about
Oh,
this. It's about this time. You guys feel a very faint like shudder in the floor, and you just feel that little bit of G-force put onto you as
Dane's here.
it begins to move.
Jet's immediately going to reach
What?
towards Ren.
Yeah. It's a couple thrusters. Don't worry.
That's it.
VTOLs are still engaged.
So wait, I see you reach towards Ren.
Oh yeah,
You hear
Jet's
the
instinctively
very
when
faint
things
landing
move
gear.
and
Retracted.
things happen, he's just like,
No, Jet, I'm
Nice.
fine. Thank you.
Quantum drive.
I'll go get a drink.
I'm glad you're fine.
The whole thing.
It's better here, man.
Are we drifting up or
don't know if
towards
Tyler heard any
the
of that.
center arena?
There's a slight altitude gain, but it seems as though you're going to be following like a path around those central plateaus because that's going to touch every district, basically.
Did you hear any of that?
And I did not.
When we took off, he immediately was like instinctively reached out for Ren to like try and like help like protect her. I looked over and I said, "No, it's fine, Jet. I'm good." And I walked away to go get a drink, and he went, "Fuck, I forgot. It's been a year, man."
What do you guys do?
I pushed Ren down.
No.
I'm kidding.
Dick.
Get out of here, new baby.
On this refreshment cart, are there
Stab her in the mouth.
are there mixers? Just some juices.
So, I mean, it's a full bar.
disappear.
Like, it's an actual bar top with like 3 seats around it, and you can just see there's the floating goblet and the floating rag that are just in that eternal polish.
I was gonna, probably jump up to the bar.
You do, and as you do, it stops polishing, and
I-
there's no eyes or face or anything like that, but you get that distinct feeling of you have something's attention.
Juice.
V walks over, and this is a full bar, right? And everything.
Yeah, appears to be.
And
Just
he-
minus a bartender.
He's gonna look over at Jet, and then point at the obvious bottle of wine and go, "Juice."
That is
Kind of juice.
adult juice? I don't.
That's
Wine,
not-
alcoholic.
He's gonna point over at Rin.
Not.
Juice.
While
No,
they're
last
having
time
this
we got shit-faced,
conversation,
that was not
you
a good
say
idea.
juice, and there's
This
a
is called
distinct
Jesus juice.
nod from the glass and rag,
Remember that shit?
and you watch as a Collins glass just sort of like floats up from behind, sets itself on the table, and then one of the jugs from behind floats down and just sort of hovers above the bar, and then another one from behind on the left sort of floats down, and you can see on the sides of the jugs as they just lightly float above the bar top behind the glass, you can see one has an apple on it, another has an orange on it.
I'm gonna jump at the bar and just be like, "Do you know any other tricks?"
And like you sort of jump at it, and as you sort of jump towards it, the jugs in the air just shift over to the side, out of your way.
That's cool.
I'm gonna say both.
And it just sort of, both of them pour at the same time
This is totally worth 200 gold.
into it, fills the glass, and both of the bottles return to their place on the shelves. And the glass while the goblet and rag are still polishing behind, the glass just sort of like across the bar to you.
Take it, hop off. I'm just gonna sip on my juice.
It is fresh.
He's gonna point. V's gonna continue pointing at the wine and just go, "Juice."
No, wine. Wine, that's wine.
But he's gonna point.
Very crisp and refreshing.
Yeah, it like a wine goblet sort of floats up, very similar to the one that's being polished
Oh,
eternally.
do you want some?
I do.
Floats up and sets down on the bar in front of you, and
I'm
the
getting
bottle you had pointed at lifts, floats over, uncorks itself with, and then fills, recorks itself, and floats back up onto the shelf. And the glass just sort of slides over to you.
V will grab glass and go, "Thank you," and he walks over and he just sets it in front of Vale.
I'm gonna jump up and be
I'll
like,
take
"I
it."
want what she had."
As you say thank you, the glass and the rag, even though there's no body attached, you sense the motion of a bow, and then right back to polishing.
Respectable type thing.
I want what she has.
Glass, juice, slid over to you.
This is
V
good.
can't drink, so he knows you will.
Is your name Mr. Grady?
Most expensive you've got, please.
Small rocks glass in front of you. 2 ice cubes just sort of apparate. And then a bottle, dark green glass, wrapped in like wicker, almost, as it like sort of wraps around the bottle. It's got a bulbous bottom with like a tall, skinny neck. If you've ever seen a bottle of Galliano, Very much that same
Isn't that what I
design of
just saw the other
Galliano. Long neck,
Oh, it was with you. I was with Jeff.
stoppered up
I think I
top
saw
with
a bottle of it.
like a very bulbous cork that has like 3 or 4 gems inlaid in the cork.
The neck.
And it just sort of
this long.
it just
The
sort
bottle
of
was, like,
floats
this big.
there.
It was like,
Doom.
and then like
And as soon as that cork
something
emerges, there is a scent of very strong alcohol from within, and it pours out like a
like way up. Like I'm talking like this big of a mouth.
like it looks like a semi-cloudy bourbon,
You're a cloudy bourbon.
and it pours, and it starts to taper off, and it stops, but the bottle is still tilted, and it stops at like a 2-finger pour, and it's almost like it's waiting for
I
you
think so.
to acknowledge or ask
Hot
for
Sun
more.
Reserve.
Nice. Good job.
Perfect. We'll start with them.
And it sets the bottle down, corks, and the bottle slides underneath.
Jet will nod. Take the drink.
V wishes he was a real boy.
You it's like a cloudy bourbon, and upon
got
smell,
strings
it is
to
like
hold
it almost burns your nostrils. Like
Oh, I imagine it does.
it's
being a
like
shifter.
it could peel paint,
Yep.
right?
That's the good stuff then.
But then you take a sip of it, and it is so smooth. It is
So badass.
sweet and smoky, with
A little bit of salt.
like
Oh, what are we talking?
it's definitely old. It's been aged.
And we're surprised that
This
it's being
is-
served for in a 200
Good
gold.
shit.
I was gonna say, as I see all that happen, I'm gonna take my wine and go.
Yeah.
One of those.
And like the bottle is just starting to go away, and it just starts to come right back. You basically repeat the motion,
Guys,
Oh,
how many drinks do you
make
think
this a
we
double.
can make this thing pour?
and so it pours, and it was just
We're not
just
gonna get
starting to
this
stop,
fight. We're
and then it
just
just
gonna be
continues to
ordering
pour.
ordering magic.
4 fingers in a rocks
This
glass.
is as fancy as it is.
4 hours.
It doesn't cost anything extra.
Hey, give me 4 fingers of milk, Mom.
We'll find out.
Guess we will.
Jet is under the assumption that nope, I paid for the fucking room.
I was gonna say we're under the assumption of all
Yeah,
inclusive
sure,
at this
how would
point.
you pay for this? Well, you guys have been adventuring a while.
Yeah.
I was like, I had like no fucking gold.
Well, yeah.
I'll kind of talk to the apparating bartender. Can you talk?
I'm gonna go running. I'm gonna jump and grab the bell and swing on it and wait for the goblin lady to show
Oh
up.
my god.
So
That is so loud.
you just sort of you voice this question in the direction of this apparition behind the bar, and there is no response, but there is sort of like you ask the question, and the focus of the goblet and rag sort of shifts to you, and then back to what it was doing.
Take that as a no.
You feel the sense of attention, and then it goes back to what it was doing.
Was not a question I could answer.
Well, as he's pulling on the thing, like at that point in time, we have somebody coming, I guess. So
So there's just a faint roar of a crowd behind it as the arena continues to fill.
He rang the bell.
Let's see, does anyone show up?
A few minutes pass, and again, the same small, short goblin lady just sort of pokes her head in. You rang?
Yeah. Does the bartender have a name? I want to thank him, but like he won't talk to us.
I told you his name. His name's Nico.
Nico.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nico.
hey,
And I just
Nico,
put
my
a gold, I
cousin.
put a gold on the counter.
You put the gold on the counter, and you watch as the gold just sort of slides back, and then a little hatch opens in the middle of the bar. It drops in, and the hatch closes.
That's so cool.
Oh shit.
Is there like a cool
I feel like
window on
dick.
the front of the thing where it was
I haven't been tipping.
where the
It's like one of the penny crushers.
I'll fix that.
While you're here,
What can I do for you?
where can we go to, place bets on the fights?
You looking to bet?
Yeah.
I can.
Makes it a more interesting fight.
These are my boxes. I handle the books. How many fights are you looking to bet on?
Gunther's
No.
We've got 4 fights and then the title card.
title.
Title card.
Is Gunther the title card?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he wasn't. I thought that's what we were saying earlier. that it
Oh
wasn't.
no, he
He
is.
is the card.
Gotcha.
You're looking to bet on the card fight.
Yeah.
Gotta look
Yes.
at the odds and spread.
Well, who are you betting in favor of? Gunther or Esmond?
20 for Gunther, 20 gold.
I imagine Jet has bet on fights before, right? So he would know. to
The
give
the odds are about 1 to 5 favoring Gunther.
1-5 favoring Gunther. So
I don't know what that means.
Put in 1
He
gold.
doesn't
If
either.
Gunther wins, you get 5 back.
Oh, no, Wayne knows what that means.
Copy.
Right.
Wayne doesn't know
I
what
was
that
gonna, B
means.
doesn't either.
I was just verifying with Wayne
Well,
that yeah, that's
It sounds like Gunther's going to win. It's a lot of. I believe that's good odds.
What's the odds the other way?
5 to 1.
Oh, duh. I'm fucking dumb.
Sorry, I said that wrong with you. It's 1 to 5 favoring Gunther. If you bet 5 gold on Gunther, you're gonna get your 5 gold plus 1. If you put 1 gold on the opponent, you will and the opponent wins, you will get 5 gold.
Got you.
Voting against Gunther is multiplied by 5.
Voting for Gunther is divided by 5, but you
So,
still
yeah.
get your initial bet.
I'm betting 20 for Gunther. And then I'm gonna like walk up and whisper
So
and
you
be
get
like,
24.
and then I'm gonna bet 10 for the other guy.
You gotta,
I don't know
you
Gunther.
gotta even your spread, right?
That's fair.
So that's what, 30 gold?
Well, what about some of the lesser fights? Perhaps we could just bet blindly on them.
We offer bets on all the fights. We also offer parlays if you're interested in increasing your odds.
Isn't that parlay where you go through and like get to speak to the pirate captain?
Different parlay.
Oh,
That's parsnip.
And you see the goblin about to correct you, and then there's that moment of, no, is it? And then just sort of disregards the conversation. I heard someone mention the exhibition fights.
yes.
The earlier
we're
fights.
looking to bet on them as well for shits and giggles, as they say.
Well, our first fight is 2 human competitors, both of them trained gladiators, trained fighters by their own right. The odds on that are pretty tight, just 1 to 2, favoring the older gentleman. The second fight of the day is to entice more of our monstrous patrons, those of us that hail from the distant shores of Drome. It's going to be an orc barbarian versus a ogre fighter. Should be a good one. Those odds are 3 to 1 in favor of the ogre. The third fight is more along the lines for our fancy, smart, arcane folk, with 2 sorcerers fighting off. Those odds are also pretty tight. 1 to 2 in favor of the elf over the human. And then the fourth fight before your the card is another sorcerer. This one a human, a young human, fresh out of I'm forgetting the college.
Winterhold.
I was just about to say that.
I'm forgetting the college.
Strixhaven. No, I'm just kidding.
No, Morgrave University. A young human girl, freshly graduated from Morgrave University, going up against, in an interesting
is that where you're going?
combination, going up against a orc fighter. Should be an interesting bout. That one is pretty heavily favored in terms of the orc fighter, just based off of experience, and that one is 10 to 1.
Always bet on waifu.
10 to 1 against the young human woman.
Do we bet on her?
I haven't heard a salty bet reference in for fucking ever.
What was it?
Salty bet.
Going to the salt
Oh my
mines.
god, I forgot about that.
Going to the salt mines.
And then, like I said, your friend's fight is 1 to 5 in favor of your friend. Any other bets you wish to make?
Out of character, definitely thinking I want to see this little girl fuck shit up, so definitely want to vote on her, bet on her. What kind of pointage are we wanting to throw?
I mean, if you put 20 down, we win. We recoup our losses for the room.
True.
So,
I was thinking 50 for shits and giggles.
How much?
how
gold
much
do we
play
have?
money do we have?
I mean,
Do we
have
have
1,000
this
gold
jet
right now.
It's a combination. It's like all. It's
Look
it's
on
the,
me,
it's
look
the,
on
it's
me.
the Jet
25.
Trust. It's the Ryn and Jet. Ryn and
Are
Jet
you guys
Trust.
watching our money?
Rynny and the Jets.
So I mean, yeah, 50 gold.
I was gonna say, yeah,
Let's make some of that half your money. I'm all about it.
yeah, I was gonna say I've got about 1,057.
That's what I'm saying. Is that jet money or is that party funds?
Party funds.
No, that's Ryn and Jet money.
Oh, how
That's
much
why
money-
not
how
party
much
funds.
money
That's
do
what
I
Ren
have?
and Jet
You have
have
like
made from their
45.
performances.
Okay, I was gonna say because I don't have it written down in mine because you have it.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
Literally, you've
so-
got like 45.
Jet is a bard. Ren is a little girl that sings.
pockets.
And they call themselves Rynny and the Jets.
Yep.
Rynny and the Jets.
Included now.
I have to say that every
And
time you
because
do
I am a small
Oh, yeah.
child, he's my like financier. You know, he's
He's
controls.
the manager.
Here's your
The
daddy
man, yeah.
Warbucks.
Yeah.
Hashtag free Ryn.
that. Jesus.
That was great.
Well done.
Good.
So,
That was great.
how much are you putting on the fourth fight, the human girl versus the orc fighter?
So I was thinking for shits and giggles, 50.
All about that action.
Okay.
Do you want to throw any money at the orc, barbarian, ogre fighter?
I kind of do.
What if we just say?
I literally lean towards the half orc the
for
orc
sure.
barbarian.
I throw
I
20
wonder
gold at
why.
that. I throw 20 gold at that action.
20.
So the orc barbarian versus the ogre fighter.
What are the names?
How much are you throwing at that?
20.
20.
In favor of?
Orc barbarian.
What are the names of the two sorcerers?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What are the names of the two sorcerers?
I'm
Beavis and Butter.
I'm not sure. We're not really briefed on names for the
Aren't
for
they
the,
both
for,
the same race?
Mm,
I thought you said they were two human sorcerers.
The third.
Yeah.
No, it's an elf sorcerer and a human sorcerer. For the lower tier fights, we don't really know names. The only names we care about are the card fights. Those are the ones that draw the crowds.
I will vote on the elf sorcerer.
How much?
He looks over. Wait,
Hello.
which one is?
Who's got the favorite odds?
Yeah.
It's
Elf, right?
it's 1 to 2 favoring the elf. So if you bet on the human, you'll double your cash. If you bet on the elf, it'll be your result and
Lose it
half.
all.
I will vote on the
Charles Barkley Financial.
underdog, the human, and I will give 5 gold.
That's
Oh, that's to pick our favorite color. He said green.
He looks
said
over
no
at
doubt
Jet.
between black and red.
Can I have 5 gold?
Then he called us back 5 minutes later
Five
and
gold.
said you lost it all.
Jed will give it to you.
It just immediately gives it to the little goblin.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an L sketch.
Any other bets? Any other bets? Books are open until 5 minutes before the fights begin.
Have we?
Sorry, before each individual fight.
Have we placed anything on Gunther's fight?
Not yet.
Kevin has placed a total of 30 gold, 20 for Gunther, 10 for the opponent.
But we don't know that,
But
right?
you guys don't know that.
Oh yeah, you guys know that I bet 20 for Gunther. You guys didn't hear the other part.
I don't know. He might have.
Are you trying to be quiet about it?
I was, yeah.
Then roll a stealth check.
Because they're friends with Gunther. I'm not. I don't really give a
I was
shit.
You
just
don't
gonna
need to
say
roll
that.
perception, it'll be against your passive.
No.
What am I rolling?
Stealth, please.
Stealth?
Oh.
I think I'm.
that's
Yeah,
actually
hold on.
Pretty good.
I think I'm still good.
Yeah, I think you are.
So, and then
Jesus Christ.
you've got a good stealth.
22.
That is his passive perception, so he catches it.
Eh.
Right on the dot.
So yeah, during all of this going on, you see Kevin walk over and drop
He
20
sets the
gold
DC. I have to.
into the hand of the goblin and say, 20 gold on Gunther.
I
And
thought
then-
because you hit the number exactly, you would have succeeded.
No.
It's like a DC in that
He
room.
sets the
he is
DC.
high.
Mine is
High.
right on the DC.
Because
So
he's trying to
I
hide
didn't
it.
realize
Vale
I
is
set the
perceiving
DC.
it.
I
Correct.
thought it was he sets the DC. I
My
said.
bad.
You're
So
setting.
I misspoke to him.
Yes, you are setting the DC.
What is it like? Meets defeats, something like
Yes.
yes.
Yep. As a group, Gunther's fight. How
Yep.
much are we looking to? Or I guess
V looks over at Jed and goes, 5 gold.
Oh, you want to put 5 as well? Hand you 5 more.
He takes 5. Please, on my friend, Gunther.
On my friend, the guy fighting.
The entire time she's doing this, she's got like a
character.
scroll of parchment in front of her,
100.
and attached to the outside of the scroll is like a bag, and it looks like a bag of holding. Because every time you drop coins in it, they just descend, and you never hear the jingle jingle jingle. They just sort of
The odds are
you never hear that. You just hear you just watch as the coin just sort of passes through,
clean house.
and then it's gone. And she's writing down everybody's bet.
But I also have tuition coming up, and we don't want to be losing the house on. Don't want to be betting the house on the coins.
Any other bets? Any other bets?
100 on Gunther. Care to play the odds?
Quick question. So we have this room. Anything we get from the bar is included, right?
You already paid for the room, yeah?
Yeah.
Then yeah, it's all included. Benefits of being VIP, honey.
Like the way you think.
If
Match their bets for me and throw an additional 200 in favor of Gunther.
You want to match everyone's bet.
Theirs, yes.
So you're matching his $100 bet, 100 gold bet, and an extra 200 on top.
No. 200 all day.
200 all day
on the Gunther.
on Gunther.
But the other
But on the other fights, match their bets.
So double basically what all of us bet on the other stuff.
No, the same amount, just out of his purse.
Correct.
Double.
Out of my separate purse.
Right. Party wise,
Yes.
it would be double.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Deep Pockets. I'm a rich family.
And then I'm gonna go back over to the bar and say
Hey, it's-
another round of the expensive shit.
My name is Vale L. Trump.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Drinks are poured as you asked for them.
Yep. And I'll bring one of the glasses back over to Jet.
Okay. After everyone has finished placing their bets, she excuses herself with a mention of interested in making any more bets. Books close 5 minutes before their respective fights. Just ring the bell. I'll be around.
Ding ding.
And just sort of nods and disappears out the door onto another suite. Is there anything you all would like to do in the time while you're waiting for the fights to start?
No, just help myself to the charcuterie board of food.
It's cool because every time you pull a handful of food onto a plate, you like move on to the next platter of food, and by the time you can even grab another handful of food, the handful that you already grabbed just magically replenishes.
And see, this annoys me, so I'm going to try to out-eat.
Good luck.
Out eat the replenishment.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say Kevin's probably gonna be looking at all this and be like,
Rich
we
people.
need this.
No, Gavin's pants are gonna look like MC Hammer.
Well, when Calvin returns.
As he stealthily dodges everything. Just
Just as if he does like a rogue evasion, just salami's gonna come flying out.
pockets salami.
Is there anything you want to do with me before the fight starts? Just once these people are.
Is there anything you would like to do before the fight starts?
100 push-ups.
Also,
I assume
beating the hell out of a dummy right now.
I assume Gunther has a routine of practice to get warmed up, but if there's anything out of the ordinary you would like to do, we can roleplay that. If not, if you're just trying to...
I don't know. Do you want to accept the magic ring or not?
He said he did. I brought you another expensive drink.
Oh, wonderful.
So good.
I gotta go easy on him.
It's included. Why are we going easy?
So I can watch the fight and then I can get shit faced up then.
Valid. This doesn't end as soon as the final fight's over, right?
What if I want to
I'll start getting drinks and then filling my flask up with what's like what remaining air is a bit like. I'm
real classy.
No.
Yeah, nothing says.
I'm doing the whole. I'm doing the whole. Wait, this PDR is paid for. Please give me 3 bottles of wine and put it on his tab, like kind of shit.
You like your second time going back to the bar. The bartender refills the glass, but there is a distinct like as it slides across the bar to you. Like there's the bartender knows what you're up to, but can't do anything about it, but is definitely clearly aware of what you're pulling.
Good man, and I'll slide a gold across.
You slide it over, and as your finger removes from it, it just lowers into the bar, and then it seals off.
That's good.
Someone's unseen servant's getting tipped out.
Sorry, waiting for Joe to come back. Anything else you guys want to do? Or are we going to roll into the fights?
I think we roll
Let's
into
do the
fights.
fighting!
Alright.
Jet is gonna give 5 gold to the unseen servant.
You do, and as you drop them on the table, they just fall through the wood.
Still
Like they don't, like the wood doesn't even open; they just fall through, and then you hear a faint ding, 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 ding inside. And you go to push the bar where it was, and it's solid.
Okay, so that's different.
Cool.
You drop the coins in, and as they pass through, and you hear the ding, 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 ding inside, the bartender does the same thing that it's done every single time that someone's tipped, and there's just that faint bow, and then right back to polishing the glass.
I like you.
Kevin, you would notice, as you are all just sort of spending time in the area, the bar, the central table, and the buffet where all the food is at, you notice that each and every one of them is marked with the golden dragon of House Kalanda. And there is that faint, you just get that little bit of a tingle. When you're like, as soon as it clicks, you're like,
you're Peter Tingle.
You're like, oh,
This doesn't work for bread.
and you start to like. There's just that innate sense of understanding, of okay, I get it now.
This makes more sense.
So, about an hour or two passes as the Colosseum floats its way through the city, docking at different bridges, picking up more and more patrons. And about an hour and a half after you all boarded, you see that like the Colosseum is packed. It is full all the way around. No real empty seats to be found. And about this time, there is a assortment of trumpeting horns, and the crowd cheers and roars, and you watch as the first 2 combatants enter onto the field, and just 2 simple human fighters. They duke it out. The older human man wins. Everyone cheers and yells and screams. A couple people are upset that they lost their bets. It is a fight to unconsciousness. The younger human is knocked out. The older human does his victory lap around the arena, thanking the crowd, while 2 House Jarasco healers run out onto the field, grab the unconscious person, quick healing spell. Person is up, and they're helped off the field, obviously injured.
I wanted the change to be like, kill them.
We proceed to the second fight, which is the Orc Barbarian versus the Ogre Fighter, of which 2 people have placed bets. So we'll go ahead and roll this one out in the open for everyone to see. It's going to be rolling on a d20, 1 for each fighter, 1 for each combatant, I should say. Whoever gets the highest on the d20 is the winner of the fight.
What is it?
So I'm rolling a d20,
Oh, yeah.
once for
Gotcha.
each fighter. Whoever gets the highest is the winner of the fight. So for the Orc Barbarian, that is an 8.
Damn.
And for the Ogre Fighter, that is a 5.
Yes!
Woohoo! In
It's really
favor,
crazy. That's how Gunther's fight's about to go.
in
He
favor of the
dies.
Orc Barbarian. Next up is the 2 casters, and as the 2 casters like walk out onto the field, you see an assortment of probably 8 other mage rights in very obvious like blue and purple cloaks that mage rights wear. You watch as they sort of come out from the stands down near the arena, and they walk up, and all of them begin chanting together. And you watch as a protective blue dome sort of encircles the arena itself,
It's needed.
and it protects some form of protective shield that is going to prevent any wayward spells from impacting the audience.
John Cena.
Withers?
John Cena.
Okay.
It sounds like he just possibly got cast in Has-Been Hotel.
You watch as the 2 casters walk out into the center of the field. They begin their
In the fight, the bet.
Wizard duel.
wizard duel, basically. Back and forth. It's actually
Does one of them say scared Potter?
no, but one of them. We'll actually roll first. For the elf,
Is it
I can't
Sarah?
see it. For the elf, that is a 16,
Ooh, no elf.
and for the
On
human,
the human, right? We put money on the elf.
3. That
3.
motherfucker dead.
So if you'll pass the dice back to me, the
bet
elf's
on the
the
elf.
elf's final words.
Sorcerer.
The final spell they cast is very much the.
And then he dies?
No,
Aw.
just unconscious.
Holds his wand all feminine like.
For the 4th fight, you see the they leave up the same the same protective arcane shroud, and you see what looks to be a young human girl, probably all of 19, maybe 20, not even legally allowed to drink yet.
Nah.
And then you see
We're all getting fucked up.
you see
Yeah, Sophia played ball.
What the fuck?
a large orc fighter step out onto the field who is in very battle-worn armor. You can see scars on the arms of, for those of you that have played World of Warcraft, very much like a Thrall or Garrosh style figure.
Oh,
Like
fuck.
barrel chest, big muscles, big burly armor with horns and spikes on it, tusks coming out, a large double-sided great axe. Like, you're like, who the fuck paired these people together? But
I kind of want to like minor illusion or prestidigitation. A sign just says girls do it better.
so floating right above your balcony, looking out onto the
Bright
like,
neon pink flashing.
yeah, you can, and that pops up, and you get a couple like hushed conversations near your balcony of people being like, "Look at that shit." So for the human girl, natural one.
Oh my god, that bitch dead.
If I can have that, please, thank you.
Sorry,
So now
she's
you-
not a halfling.
So now he rolls a natural 1.
Natural 20.
5.
5.
Oh,
If you'll pass that back to me again.
tough beat.
That sucks.
The fight itself actually goes on for quite a while. The orc fighter tries to just use like overwhelming force in the beginning, but because of the young girl's size and speed, she's actually able to consistently dodge and shield and deflect a lot of the blows. And while she's doing that, she's actually getting solid hits in. You can see she occasionally fires off like an arcane missile that, as she's dodging a blow, sort of goes like up and under the armor, and you can watch as the orc sort of recoils a couple times. But then,
So she's Jinx, basically.
pretty much,
That's exactly
you,
how
s-
I'm imagining
you start to notice the orc getting angry, and you can see that he's agitated that the fight wasn't over as quickly as he thought, and that he's actually starting to take some blows.
That'll do it.
And there's a moment where you think, oh my god, she might actually win. And then in an instant, the tide of the battle shifts as this orc just starts non-stop, just constant overhead blows, sweeping strikes, and just pushes. And is constantly pushing this girl back and back and back away from the center of the arena. And she gets to the point where she's standing right on the edge of this rock. And the only thing basically keeping her on the rock from falling down below is this arcane shroud, this wall of force that was put in place. And she's just dodging every attack she can, and you can see she's trying to throw spells and gain space, but she can't. And finally, the orc takes his axe, and he goes for a large overhead swing, but at the last second converts and basically stabs through the caster with the spear, the tip on the end of the great axe, and basically pins her against the wall of force. And you can hear the whole crowd roar in celebration. And then he
Teenage slaughter!
he pulls the axe out, and you watch as her body just slumps down. And there's a
The sun just dissolves.
Just as the
there's a quiet that comes across the battlefield, and then there's a roar of applause and cheers from the predominantly monstrous attendees of the fights. So before we get to Gunther's fight, I just want to total up bets.
The only thing that was won was the very first one.
Yeah. So you guys lost the second one, or the third one. You lost the fourth fight. Vale, you get 27 gold.
I get 27 gold back out of my 60 put in.
The 20 you put in
20 I put in, I get back 27.
for this fight. You put in 20 for this fight,
Yes.
so you get back 27
Because you picked the favorite.
because you picked the orc barbarian.
Oh, I'm
Because you
following.
matched bets.
I'm following. Yeah. So I got 27.
Jet,
Okay.
you also get 27 gold.
Gotcha.
So now we move on to Gunther's
I
fight.
thought the ogre was the favorite.
For the card fight, basically, you watch as these combatants leave for their respective fights, and you can hear the dull roar of the crowd from within the Coliseum where your waiting area is, and you hear the fourth fight, and it's just you remaining inside the waiting room, which is odd. Normally, all contestants hang out here, but it's just you. The time comes, one of the employees comes and grabs you and goes, "It's time, big man."
Gunther's ready.
They follow you, except you don't go out the same door as all the other contestants. You actually go out to one of the side doors, and waiting off to the side is one of the small sky coaches that they use to transit from tower to tower to tower and around. And you board the sky coach, and as you get on, the little goblin man that was escorting you sort of slaps you on the ass and goes, "Go get him, Tiger." It's like, "I got money on you." And then just, like, before you can even turn around and be like, "Yo," he just shuts the door behind you. And the sky coach takes off and just sort of swoops away from the Coliseum and up above it to like 200 or 300 feet above, where you can get a nice view down onto the Coliseum itself and all of the attendees.
Bye, Corvair.
Okay.
And this is what the battlefield looks like. And to represent, about here is where your guys' box is, looking down onto the fight. Each of these is these are like stone pillars that stand probably 20, 30 feet tall. This is like a raised boulder, probably about 8 feet tall. And then these are like fallen stone walls, crumbled stone piles right here. And then this is just a large stone wall in place. But you can look down and you can see the arena itself. And for a moment, there's almost the jitters, right? The pre-fight anxiety where you thrive in the moment and you're used to combat appearing suddenly. But when it comes to fights like this, even though you're experienced and you've been in many different scuffles and many fights a lot worse than this, because you know it's coming, there's that littlest pit in your stomach, like, what if this one's the last? So you stand there and you watch as,
to go see this again tonight.
from your perspective, you can see a small silver disc, very similar to what you guys saw in Rote that the revolutionaries were on. You see it emerge from one of the central boxes of the Colosseum, and it sort of floats out into the middle of the arena. And from you all's perspective, you can see a short goblin man sitting on top of it. Except he is it's a circular platform floating like the revolutionaries were standing on. He is sitting in a large, ornate, high-backed chair, legs propped up as high as a goblin can get them, sort of just reclining. He's in deep purple evening coat with like long tails that sort of drape over the side of the chair. He's got a black cane with like gold tips and a glass sphere on top of it. He's got a big top hat on. The top hat itself is probably about the same height as him. And he's sort of reclining in this chair as the circle of metal that he's on sort of like floats around the Colosseum, and he does the very eccentric, egotistical, like basking in the adoration. And as he passes by, people are yelling and cheering and throwing things up at him that are sort of bouncing off of a small force field that he seems to have around him. And he's just sort of, floating around the arena, waving at people and basking in the adoration, before eventually he comes to a stop right in the center of the arena, and his voice booms out across the entire Colosseum. And he goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, today, the towers have a most spectacular event planned for you. We dare say it will make the progenitors themselves fix their gaze upon it. So I hope you all are looking your best. We come here today to continue our search for the next Golden Skull, a title bestowed upon the best gladiators of our time. A title not given lightly or cheaply. One must earn the title by defeating any who stand in the way. In shows of expert skill and tactical thinking, our combatants must best their opponents to move on. One loss, though, and your chances are gone. Unless you buy back in.
I will fucking throw something.
But enough jabbering. Let's get to what we all came here for. Gambling and violence."
Perfect place for children.
And about this time, you feel the sky coach beneath you sort of shift and begin moving down towards the battlefield. And coming in on the sky coach, hailing from the lost lands of Sire and tested in the fires of war, give a hearty roar of welcome to a returning favorite, Gunther, and his trusted hammer Persuasion. And at that moment, you sort of swoop onto the battlefield, and it parks right next to the central field, and you step out, and it is a deafening roar.
Bees just collapse. Except it's the sound of metal and wood.
Hey, Ryn, want to change your song?
Oh, right. Actually, I'm going to try to do a thaumaturgy. Just for, like, compounding voices all chanting Gunther.
Roll a performance check.
Gunther. Except when
Okay.
Yes.
I'll throw a bardic inspiration on that if I can. I haven't used it.
Go ahead.
Is that a D8 now?
Yes.
19.
Very nice. You cast it, and you get that chant of Gunther.
But it's like reverberates in your chest.
And as that happens, you can hear it start to pick up, and then eventually it roars all the way around the arena, and you hear everyone chant Gunther, Gunther, and it's to the point where you're standing in the middle of the arena, and you're just just basking in it, and it's very much that pit that was in your stomach, gone. Just outright.
I'm inspired now.
And you're standing there and you're looking around.
As he's looking around, I'm just gonna put an arrow of like Rynny and the Jets with an arrow pointing toward our.
So you start looking around and you're
R
sort
plus
of,
J.
you see R plus J and you're like, what? And you sort of like walk over towards that edge and then you can just barely see like this much of Rin and a hand just doing this. You just see the little silver hair just bobbing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Jet, to pick you up.
But then you can see the rest of your group. But then situated about 3 boxes down, you can see just faintly peeking over the edge of just under the shade, you can make out the shiny bald head of Kelbrist. And just looking down on you, and you can feel that gaze of expectation
Show me
and
what you got.
general displeasure. But then, after a few moments of letting you sort of soak in the cheers and applause, the goblin starts up again. He goes, and now, for the competitor. And coming in on the hippogriff, a new face. Claiming to hail from the western mountains of the Eldine Reaches, who traveled all the way here by foot, trained in the ways of mindfulness and contemplation. Esme of the Wilting Fist. And you see this silver and blue hippogriff land, and at first you didn't even think there was anyone on it, but emerging from behind the broad shoulders of the hippogriff and stepping down onto the field, you see a tabaxi monk.
No.
Simple clothing,
Who's a good kitty?
silver and
Who's a badass kid?
Gooter. Just.
silver and black short cropped
You
fur.
need Seraph's thing.
Oh, no, yeah.
Light cloth robes, doesn't appear to be wearing any armor, does not appear to be brandishing any weapons, and just sort of looks rather young, honestly. Steps off the hippogriff,
He jumps into everyone else's
pads a little bit out into the field, and then just sort of stops and is just like, and there's scattered cheers and applause, but not nearly the reception you received. And so they sit there in the middle of the field, and they just sort of post up just on their tail. They just sort of put the tail down and just sort of like sit back on the tail, cross-legged, and they're just sitting there just sort of studying and just sort of looking around.
You know, Tabaxi tails are that strong.
And so there's, scattered cheers and applause, but not really anything near the level that you received. And so there's a moment of like awkward silence, and the goblin goes, well, this fight looks awfully uneven. Maybe there was a mix-up? And you see like the goblin sort of like turns back towards the chair, and it's almost like they're speaking out of the microphone, and you can just faintly make out, was there a mix-up? Did we fuck up? Oh well, it will definitely be entertaining, and plenty sure to make me plenty of money. Fighters, are you ready? And you see is the circle of metal that this goblin is floating on just sort of like gently tilts so that they can look down, and they're looking down on you at this point and just sort of looking at you.
Well, I just hold my hammer up.
That's one. And just sort of like turns a little bit and looks at the tabaxi, and the tabaxi just sort of, I'm like, all right, well,
Just a little.
on your marks, get set. And at this point, the chair on the disc starts to recede towards the edge of the arena, and right as it passes through the wall of force, he just shouts, "Let the trials commence!" And I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Rin, can you see all right?
I need to pull up.
That's.
That was cocked.
Reroll it.
That's cat.
It was a
Yeah,
19,
well,
unfortunately, and then I touched it and it
19
moved to
to 3.
three.
Beyond.
There you go. There you Dex mod. Plus 2.
Yep.
Yeah, 17.
Where's the tabaxi?
58.
Oh. Gunther, if you would like to place yourself wherever you think you would be,
Joe, did you
The
the
get
tabaxi would be right about here.
Actually, I don't.
Oh, do you have as many?
Oh yeah, I do have his name. Right? Nice catch.
Yeah, it was like perfect.
Initiative.
Yeah, we need it.
What did you roll? I'm sorry.
17.
Wait, that can't be good. There's mini. He's unarmed.
Let me show you
Is
this
he
one.
missing
No,
an
no,
arm?
arms.
He's missing both of his arms right now.
It's got breastplate and a big ass hammer.
Big ass hammer.
That
Can't
is
color
what is
me.
I can see
important.
that hammer from here.
So
a
definitely
huge
is a big ass
bitch,
hammer.
big
Yeah,
ass
hammer.
right. Big ass hammer. If you remember that.
Okay.
Yes.
Key and Peele.
Persuasion,
So-
bitch.
Killed it with a big ass gun. What would you call that?
At the start of the round,
A big ass variety.
the fight begins. And you're standing there and you're just sort of sizing up this little tabaxi that probably barely comes up to like your breastplate. Like not very tall, really wiry frame, and you're sitting here like, I mean, Kelbris was worried about this? Was worried about this? And you're thinking to yourself, man, fucking old man's losing it.
And he pulls out some pin particles because 100 feet tall.
And so, almost in the blink of an eye, faster than you thought really possible, this tabaxi runs
Tell me more. Tell me
Runs
more, dear.
towards the central pillars, jumps up on one, vaults off of it, and closes the
Oh
distance
shit,
right
don't monk shit.
up, like literally right up to you. And there's that moment of like you think that they're just going to run right through you, right? And as they get close, they come almost to like a skidding stop, and it looks like they're going to go up and high for just a straight punch across the face. And right as they do, they're actually going to duck low and go for a like hit you in the side of the ribs. So they're going to attack you, and that is a 17 to hit.
Depends on what their con and their dex are.
17 to hit. Hit.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and roll for the second attack. That is a 19 to hit.
Okay, so then
It's going to hit you. They're going to hit you with 2 like low strikes.
okay, so now I can decide to throw up shield whenever, right?
Affirmative. It will burn your reaction. It takes your reaction for this turn. But you can throw it up whenever, and it adds like plus 5 to your AC.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is a block with him. Okay, I will throw up shield because I was caught off guard that he got to me, but I'm not unaware enough to not block myself.
Fair enough.
So,
So you do that, and like
PS4.
there's that moment where you're like, oh shit, they're moving really quick, and they come in with this uppercut, and then they sort of catch you unbeknownst with these 2 low strikes, and you were prepared to block that top one, but you see those 2 low strikes come in, and very quickly you throw your shield up, and you just barely manage to deflect both of these blows. And so you deflect both of these first blows, and there's a moment where you see the tabaxi's almost caught off guard. It's like, oh.
Magic.
And just while they're this close to you, with the roar of the crowd around,
Gunther just goes, David Blaine.
with the roar of the crowd behind you, you can just hear a very small whisper from them, and goes, "Oh, tricks. I have some too." And with that, they're going to basically reach up, and they're going to put like one foot on your chest, and they're just going to backflip off of you, back like 10 feet.
Good feeling going.
Against the pillar?
More like this direction, about 10 feet. They're going to burn the rest of their 10 feet of movement and put the pillar between you and them. And then they are...
Dude, don't rock shit.
They're going to go ahead and spend one of the key points, and they're going to do Step of the Wind.
Goodbye.
Good luck catching this kitty.
And they're gonna go ahead and
This
burn.
kitty's got
Step of the Wind just adds an extra movement set,
God.
right? Step of the
Yeah.
Wind just adds the extra 45 feet of movement.
Indeed. It
Yeah.
also doubles their jump speed.
Yeah. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. They're just gonna sit.
I was gonna say Tabaxi is also feline movement.
Yep, they're just gonna sit
But
way,
I would
way,
recommend
way,
doing
way
that, yeah.
over there, way out of your reach. Let's burn that one
Can I
key
hit
point.
you if you won't stand still?
Now it is your turn.
This isn't working. I'm not killing anybody. What is this?
He's out.
Oh, is he?
I guess we don't play entertaining game.
What is that? Is that an actual type of stream? So we should rename the stream too.
I texted it already. What has 2 pounds and snows a little bit.
Very nice.
Okay, so
And once this fight is over, we'll go ahead and take intermission,
Yeah.
just so you guys know.
Yes, I require
It's
shots.
9 o'clock already. Yeah.
I cannot drink it.
And those are solid pillars. You cannot pass through those.
I can't go in between these.
You can you can pass between them, but you can't go through the pillar themselves.
He's a fast bitch.
Let's see.
Let's see here, move there. Where can I see my spells again? I forget when we use them.
Oops, sorry, go up and down again. That should be.
Are we gonna swipe?
Yeah, swipe to your spells, and then of course you've used
I
one.
have Horizon Complete on PC also. I forgot.
Oh, well, there you go.
One first level, of course.
He was asking if I had Horizon Zero Dawn because it's $10 right now with all
Yeah, it's
DLC.
on sale for $10 right now on PlayStation, but I forgot he owns it on Steam.
I don't want to get it on Steam.
Steam it's 25 right now
It's a
with all
game that I
DLC.
forgot it's on Steam.
Potentially,
in
I'm
my
gonna
head,
say I
I'm
don't
like,
know the
PlayStation
exact stats
exclusive,
because
so
No,
this
I
is
have
a,
PC.
yeah.
But on Steam it's 25
Alright.
with all DLC.
And then I can use my action to move farther, can't I?
Yeah, so you can, instead of attacking, you could use your action to add another 30 feet of movement. But then when you can't attack after that.
Not without burning a second wind.
Or,
Burning, sorry,
action
sorry,
surge.
action
Action surge.
surge.
Yeah.
Second one.
So you could technically burn your action to close the distance, and then use action surge to get another attack.
Yes.
Is that what you're gonna do?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
2 attacks from action surge,
Yes.
It's a whole other attack action. So if he has 2 attacks per action, then he gets that.
which he will.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And
Close
get
the distance.
right up in his face. And I will be using persuasion to persuade the kitty be smashed.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Why not?
And I will be
you don't
using
have-
Great Weapon Fighter.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Are we allowed to help at all? Not like our characters, but like his fight.
I'm
Do you have
confused.
Booming Blade?
I do.
He's
Oh,
asking if a
like,
player can give
as
advice
player,
to
yeah,
another player.
as player, yeah.
Booming Blade is a bonus section?
You can keep doing your thing.
Booming Blade, if they move,
They take extra
they
damage.
take damage the second they move.
I think though it depends on how they move.
No, as far as I know, it's just if they move.
If it's if
Because
it-
even if you knock someone prone after
Right.
using Booming Blade, even them getting up causes the
Yeah,
damage. to
causes the
That's only. Wait, we are level 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So wait,
So that was
what is this?
I got out of
you
it
can
by
use your bonus action.
just-
No,
Misty
no.
step.
I'm sorry. That's if you can use your action to cast the cantrip. You can use your bonus action to make 1 weapon attack. But because you used your action to dash, you're using your action surge.
Yep. So
Well,
I think
yeah,
I
so
think
you can't
action
use
surge
Booming
only
Blade now.
allows the attack
It
action.
does, yeah.
So you can only swing with persuasion.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
thought
But
Booming
you
Blade
can't
was,
do that. You can do that next time.
Yeah, you
I
can do
thought-
that next turn.
I thought
Okay.
Booming Blade was a bonus action. That's fine.
So you get 2 attacks. Go ahead and roll both of them.
Well, he's got 1 action. If you get back
I
an
think
action,
you're correct. He's just saying like using action surge was his bonus action.
I'm so confused. That will be
He's
a
gonna-
23.
He's gonna look up an action surge, see what it says.
to that.
Starting at second level, you can put yourself on your own turn. You can take one additional action on top of your regular action.
Right.
Possible
So it's a
bonus
full
action.
action.
So action, so you could use
you
Booming Blade.
could
Yeah,
use
you
Booming
could. Yeah,
Blade
you
if
could use
want,
Wind Blade. Yeah.
And then your bonus action will be a swing.
Already
attack.
rolled.
Okay.
Already rolled.
What did you roll?
I rolled 23,
Okay.
and then I rolled 19.
Okay. So. Okay. Go ahead and both of those hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
With both of those were great weapon master.
Yes.
Both of those were great
Yes,
weapons.
they were.
Yep.
Then yeah, go ahead and
Rolled a 19 and a 15.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, and then that's 2d6 plus 10.
wait, 19 and 15. What's your additions to your
Plus 10. Minus
so
5.
plus 10 minus 5?
Or wait, no,
Plus 9 minus 5, so I have a
adding
plus
4.
4.
Adding 4 to each of those hits.
And you rolled a 15 and a 19.
19. Yeah, I got
Okay,
23
cool.
and 19.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Master.
Yeah.
Math didn't add up there for a
Yeah,
second.
sorry. It's 2d6 plus 10, so 20 plus 2,
46
46.
plus 16. Plus 10 from Great Weapon Master, plus 5 from Strength, plus 1 from Persuasion.
So what's the base?
16. 2d6 plus 16. 46 plus 13.
Yeah, so
46.
46.
Plus 32.
6.
5.
11.
32, 38.
6.
17.
No, I don't want to
6.
23
Okay, so-
plus 36.
32.
32 plus 23 is what, 55?
Cool. So as you sort of close the distance real quick and put yourself between this, put the tabaxi between yourself and the wall of force, there's just that moment of, oh, well, this fight's over with. And you go to swing up and over, and as you come down with this large overhanded blow, you see them sort of put one hand up to block it, and right as the blow is about to land, they pull a long sword from within their cloak and partially deflect it, but they don't deflect it all the way, and the blow, instead of crushing right into their shoulder blade, more so glances off the side of the shoulder. So you rolled a total of
55.
55. Subtract 12 from each hit. So subtract 24,
From 55.
puts you down to 31 damage.
Okay.
Like that's still, light.
Okay. Same thing with the other one. Like, you weren't really prepared for that longsword to appear and deflect, and so you are like, and you try to recorrect and land another blow, but they're pretty quick, and they manage to partially deflect that one, but they still take some of the damage from it.
Okay.
Kitty has swords.
Kitty got new tricks.
You can tell I'm. Well, I don't know. I know I'm not going to tell. Hello. I don't know if there's anybody that can have a perception of what's going on or anything at this point because we're so far away. But I'm visibly angered. If that maybe not by this person, but almost by the situation. If that makes any
In
sense.
fact, your hammer didn't really connect.
Persuasion was not quite as persuasive.
When it really should have been.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So, they are.
Laughing at Jake.
Oh.
Wait, crap, he has his shoes off. Never mind.
What?
I was gonna say if you fall asleep with your shoes on, you're very
That's true.
They're just going to.
Learned that in
I
college.
think Wayne wants
Craig's
to
okay.
sleep
With
They're
the
going to take
Sharpie, yes.
two. Sorry, they're going to take one unarmed. They're going to take one unarmed strike and one strike with the longsword.
Okay.
It's a scratch and sniff brown
The
Sharpie.
unarmed strike is a
What the
23 to
fuck
hit,
is wrong with you?
and the longsword strike is a 21 to hit.
Let it happen.
Okay. What is it? 1d6.
Because if he hits my DC, he hits me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Then that one shield wouldn't help.
No.
He would
If he
hit
tries to move, though, at least you get a opportunity attack.
Unless he's mobile.
Oh, yeah. Which if he probably does.
Oh, wait, nope. Sorry.
I will say monk.
First one was
Dope monk shit.
first one was 10 damage,
Okay.
and then it's a
Or actually, step of the wind
Sure.
if you use
I want,
dash
there's-
action.
I want to
believe
play
it.
Psychonauts.
Or dash. As well.
Rhombus of
I think
Ruin.
actually you can avoid it.
It's like an hour-long game, but it's the
Or
only
sorry,
Psychonauts thing I
disengage
haven't
bonus
played, and it's
action.
on sale for like $3. I'm gonna pick that up and then part VR something.
second one is 15 damage.
At 75%.
Great.
They are going to also. They are going to. If you hit with a melee weapon, they are going to burn a key point, and on that, so basically, the first hit, they swung at you up and over, almost like a very quick return with the longsword, trying to catch you unaware, and you partially block that one. But when you do that, you sort of expose your ribs, and they come up with a very quick, like open palm strike right underneath your rib cage. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. You should be totally fine.
He said, like, I am out of here. Like, get me the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
19.
You're fine. I knew he would be fine. It's worth a try, though.
Yeah.
Aren't you proficient? Well, I mean, you're fine anyway, but
Yeah.
make sure you add the modifier.
He's like,
I feel like that's
add more
gonna be fun.
numbers.
Yeah, add more numbers,
Oh, saving
please.
throw?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd have been 22 actually.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Then
I thought it was
yeah,
supposed
you're
to be.
still
I
fine.
thought it was I thought it was this.
Oh yeah, just in case.
Save.
They with that. Oh,
Dude, it was like, holy shit, I got
they're gonna burn another key point to use Death Strike, and basically they hit you with the longsword, caught you with the uppercut, and then while you're sort of like reeling from that hit in your ribs, they take the longsword and like draw it between a gap in your armor, and they deal an additional 5 points of damage.
Okay.
So that would have been a total of 30 all day.
Okay.
With that,
I don't know.
with that, they're gonna dip, and they're gonna take the risk because they don't think you can hit them.
You want him?
And they're gonna 5, 10, 15,
Okay.
and they're gonna leave you. You can take an opportunity attack.
Okay.
Roll to hit.
Is it 1 or 2 since
It's
I think it's just one.
one attack.
Actually,
That's what
they're gonna
I'll
take
do,
40.
be like,
They're gonna take
"Second
45
strike."
to go this way, right?
I was confused.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
dude, he's been
Some
been
watchers
snoring
in the
since before the
stands are
fight
not
started.
entertained.
I'm just gonna take this as an opportunity just to smack him real quick. It's not a great weapon fighter because he's so fast.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my +9. 16.
Miss. So you see them there, and you're pissed off at these 3 hits that they landed on you, and so with like one quick flourish and like rotation of the wrist, you try to bring persuasion sort of like up and catch him in the hip, but you start the movement, and by the time you've even got the warhammer like halfway around, they're already 15 feet in the other direction away from you, and you're like, what the? And there's that moment of like, ugh, like almost discombobulated, and then you turn and you can see them disappearing. And they're going to go ahead and use feline agility to double their movement speed. And they're going to go 5, 10. They're going to burn 10 feet to jump on top of the rocks, and they're going to burn another 10 feet to jump on top of the wall. So now they're sitting about 10 feet above the battlefield, perched on this wall about 50 feet away from you, and just sort of sitting there watching. And as their turn ends and your turn begins, you sort of like turn and pivot to face them, and you can see them sitting up there, longsword sort of tucked back against the edge of them, sitting in like a ready stance, and you watch as they just casually and lick one of their wounds and like sort of shrug it off, and just sits there ready and waiting.
Alright, I'm gonna get as close as I can.
Okay.
I'm gonna use second wind. Oh, second wind. Yes, and recover 1d10 plus 6 health.
Copy.
Plus 7 now.
What?
Plus 7 now. I mean, level 7.
Yeah, it should be 1d10 plus your level.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it'll go up every time you load.
Oh yeah.
Because
I
you
just-
haven't printed a new sheet, have you?
Yeah. No, I just manually rewrote it.
Yeah,
We
that's
had
fine.
to print a
That's fine.
sheet.
So just know that it's 1d10 plus your load.
Okay.
D10 plus 7. D10 plus 7.
Ooh, that's not good. I'll take 8 health.
Copy that.
All right.
That's the end of your turn.
Yeah. Well.
That's your
Wait.
bonus action to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm going to use. How far technically is he? Because he's at an angle. 30 feet.
You
maybe?
are 10 feet away and 10 feet up. So a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
It's normally just the 10 feet.
We're gonna say it's 20 feet away.
Okay, so
Is it gonna go?
Yes, it will go. Boom, boom.
So this is how.
It's got some weird
It's
pathing.
the Omega beams.
Yeah, it's got some weird
This is
pathing.
how
It's the
geometry and physics.
Patriot arrow from Robin Hood. and everything.
Yes. Wait a minute. Should get another
so
shot.
he's 20 feet away,
Affirmative.
Is that gamers?
but
No,
he's
it's
10
the
feet
arrow when he rolls
in
that.
front of me, though, right?
No, yeah,
10 feet away,
I
10
didn't
feet
think
up.
That was in gamers when
Whoa,
Okay.
careful there,
Is that what
Jim.
you were saying?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
Whoa!
So then, technically,
Technically.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm
Oh shit!
I'm 60,
God takes psychic damage.
I'm 60% triggered.
What is
I missed what just happened.
He
Yeah.
was
I
saying, so
accidentally
you're
did-
like 10 feet over and then like 10 feet up.
And I was like, ooh. Are you trying to throw your weapon? What
no.
are you trying to do?
Thunderwave's a cube,
Affirmative.
so he's within 10 feet.
And 10 feet up.
Oh, technically the cube
Yeah.
is, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna use Thunderwave.
Yeah, you are.
What's the
He's
what's the
paralyzed,
spell?
right? That's
What do I have to make? I have to save against
Wrong
it, right?
game. Wrong game.
Nick was like, no.
we used it at
and everyone
second
was like,
level.
oh, and he was like, oh,
Okay.
okay, get it.
Con save.
Con save?
Yeah.
What's my DC?
13, I believe. Is that right?
21.
I think so.
17, it turns out.
Intelligence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
15.
We thought
Natural 18.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
So he's not pushed.
Takes
He
half
takes
as
half
much
damage.
damage and isn't pushed.
Okay.
So it was 3d8.
Yep. Roll 38.
It's a pretty strong spell.
It is.
Half
Even
damage.
half though
Yeah.
is.
Still, though.
So
like,
how I'm gonna cast it
No, but I'm saying if
is
it's a spell in general,
I'm gonna take the hammer.
And just a big overhead.
I'm gonna slam it, but it's almost like the hammer dissipates into the ground as it hits, and you see the shockwave come out. Yeah, so essentially, I'm making it appear the hammer.
Right,
It's
but
for
I'm just saying,
show.
like,
Yeah.
Obviously.
in
Yeah.
comparison, yeah.
And
He's
you-
doing that right in
to
front of
me,
us. I'm just gonna be
or
like,
You
yeah.
hit that, and it's literally you're, 10 feet to the opponent, and then 15 feet beyond that is the first row of observers, and there is you land that, and it does the whole. There's almost a moment of silence, and then there's that boom as it expels out, and
Well, that's
the
not
crowd
the
behind
level
you
higher, though.
sort of jump
And
back
66.
while like yeah,
So 15 damage.
halved.
So
So 7.5,
8.
but it rounds
Not
up,
eight.
so 8
Yeah,
damage.
that's the point. Is like, who could use
But
So I didn't
you
roll
only
very
get-
well, but that's okay.
8 damage off.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Second
Okay.
level spell. Which is very sad.
They are going
All
to.
I know is you
Is that the end of your turn?
You and Wayne both hate spells that do 3d8 damage.
That's the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Cool. So from
I'm the
their
only person
perch,
in the world that likes
they're
baseball.
they're sort of like rock
I was
back a
gonna
little bit,
say-
but they hold on. And they're like,
This one's good.
I love that spell.
you're
Well, like Thunderwave's good for
is it pretty quick?
when people are all on top of you, because then you can.
Gonna reach into their robes,
That's
and you
the
see them pull
challenge.
out a
That's the
small
one
little
thing.
vial, pop the cork,
And
and they
once they
chug
go
down
outside
like
the
a red
range,
liquid,
Done.
and you see them taking a health
game over.
potion.
And it's concentration.
Correct.
Oh, health potions are allowed in the pit, huh?
Batch. No, I'm just kidding.
There's brand name Batch.
You just see Rynny's greater restoration.
Is this just me using high?
It is one of them.
I can tell it was just me.
How does Ren have greater restoration?
Got a lot of alcohol for me.
How does she not?
Okay, that was their bonus action, but for their
Second level spell removed from Fizban's.
ba-da-ba-ba-dum-bum.
Yeah, that's from
Call.
I
Fizban's.
hate damage for like 3 minutes. Can we open the door for like
Yeah.
just a little bit?
Joe's over here baking.
Yeah, I really am. Like I said, I don't know if it's the alcohol or if it's just hot. But like,
Joe's over here getting baked.
It's a little warm.
yeah, and I'm not even getting into your stuff, Tyler.
Cat,
Hey, no,
cat.
cupcake.
He ain't getting anywhere.
Anyone?
He's gonna try.
He immediately was like outside.
He's gonna try. That's for damn sure.
Third level or higher.
You good on drink?
It's a dope ass.
Yes, at the moment. Actually, do you want to give me some ice water?
Use bonus action.
Good, thank you. God, would you like to drink?
Negative, Captain. Thank you though.
Nick,
Like I've waited so long for this
Thank
paper
you so
to
much.
fade.
Sam,
Huh?
good on drinks?
Oh, yeah.
Don't make me look like I will force you to love me. Get over here.
Which smells that
Henry
desperation.
Crabgrass asked for consent.
Huh?
Henry Crabgrass wants you to ask for consent.
I don't get it.
Critical Role Campaign 2. Henry Crabgrass.
Episode 47.
No, it's
3 hour mark, 27 seconds.
no, it's like episode 100.
They are going to.
Oh, there's that version. That's so good.
They're going to run sort of down the. They're actually going to take like one step back.
This guy is a fucking pussy, man.
5.
Hey.
They're gonna get a running
yeah.
start down the wall. 5 to 10.
I was not aware.
15.
Apparently, we were raided by a whole bunch of people. And people were hanging out watching.
Oh, hi,
Rated?
people.
Or
Like where they were all watching another.
They're gonna
stream.
spend 10
They were
feet
just
of
like
cubes
like
easier.
16 people.
Oh,
were just
raided.
dropped
They're gonna
into
spend
our-
the
you
movement
said
and
raided.
they're gonna do a
Hello,
15
people.
15-foot jump, and they're gonna
Oh.
basically jump from here up and over you. And they're gonna like, as they're in air, they're gonna do like a sick flip, and do like one downward strike with the sword. And then as they finish the flip, they're gonna almost try to like reach around and like claw across the neck with the empty hand.
They do a sick flip and give you a reach around.
Yeah. First attack with the long sword is a 26 to hit. Okay. Second sword with the claw. Or sorry, second attack with the claws
It's the claw.
is
God,
a
it's so bad
26 to
Jerry
hit.
always does it.
God.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Gunther just died.
That's 16 points of damage. That's max damage on the longsword attack.
Okay.
16 points, and then where's my 1d6? 10 points of damage on the claws. And so they're basically going to, as they come across, they're going to slash down while they're flipping, and then using the sword that's now stuck like lightly in your shoulder as leverage, they're going to spin themselves around. And as they land behind you, you're just going to like, they're still mid-fall. The claws come across and reach and just sort of like rake from the shoulder up across the neck and under the edge of your helmet before they land behind you. And you, where you're used to people landing and there's that solid as they land, there's almost no sound. There's no perceptive vibration through the earth. There's just, you feel the claws rake across your throat and then silence. And as you sort of start to turn to look, they're already backpedaling away. So you do get a reaction if you would like to make an opportunity attack.
Yeah, I'll just use a regular attack.
Oh, also, would you make a, before you do that, would you make a Constitution saving throw? Because they are going to do a stunning strike again.
God damn.
18.
You're fine.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, so now you make the opportunity attack.
Good job,
So
Gunther.
5, 10, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45.
Yeah.
19.
So 19 is their AC, but they're going to use Agile Parry because they made an unarmed strike as part of their attack action while holding the Kinsei weapon. So they get a +2 to their AC until the end of the next turn. So that takes their AC to 21. So that reaction attack would miss.
Okay.
They are going to burn
What do you have right
back.
What are you at right now?
Is that a key
Health-wise?
point too?
Huh?
Is that a key point usage or is that just
Agile Parry, that is
That's
a
a
that is a
reaction.
feature of the monk subclass.
Yep.
I need to, let me mark the stunning strike real quick.
This guy looking hurt at all?
Some damage.
5 before that.
I mean, you see, like the shoulder where they took the first hit is like the fur is a little matted and red, and like some of the cloth is starting to stick to the fur, and you can see there's some blood pooling underneath the shirt. but they're not like hanging on by a thread. Let's go ahead and start the wind.
Oh my god.
45. Hiding behind the wall. That'll be the end of their turn.
Do you have any health potions?
I don't think so.
Really? We all got one. Did you get one?
He wasn't with you guys, remember? He separated from the party to go talk to his patron.
But he had other health potions on him. It's not like we all held our own.
I think he gave his away. He gave his to other people.
Oh,
Yeah.
did he?
I can't remember who you gave it to, but I do remember he was like, I don't need this. I think he gave it to Bale.
You can also hold your action for the next time they get near you.
40. I know.
That's assuming they'll come towards you. That they don't have any ranged weapons.
Sure.
I will say, if you're going to make a ranged attack, because of the wall that is in the way, they're going to get about half covered. So it's going to increase their AC a little bit.
Even if he's moved over here, though?
Because basically they went around the corner and they went around and sort of like hugged up against the wall, occupying that space. So they're still visible, but it's not their entire body.
I guess I'll.
Half cover.
I'm going to go ahead and hit that Konami code right now.
I guess I'll just hold my action then, because I can't really do too much to him.
What is the trigger for your action?
I definitely feel like I cheated through Psychonauts too.
What do you mean?
So if you're going to hold your action, you have to define a trigger. That trigger is they move within melee range. They make an attack. You have to define what the trigger is for your held action.
Oh yeah, if they move within range, I'll hit.
And what is your action? Just a standard attack with your weapon?
Actually, if they move within non-cover, like if they get uncovered at all,
Okay.
I'm gonna hit them with Ray of Sickness.
Okay. Okay. And that's the end of your
Yeah.
turn? Okay. They're going to play it safe because they want to tire you out. So 5, 10, 15, 20. And they're going to park it behind the far end of the wall. And it's literally one of those where they hug up against the wall, and then they sort of look the direction they came, and they see you starting to round the corner, catching eyes on them, and with that, they're just going to like slide down the wall and pivot around the other side of it, and they're just going to do that like very sneaky, just like one eye pokes out, and they see you, and they duck back behind cover.
Oh, he's not doing the whole cat thing where it's like.
That's a lot cuter. You're definitely right. You just see two little furred paws, and then a little cat head just poke out, and as soon as you make eye contact, they're like. Doop.
Yep.
Okay.
Just saying, if there's any
I
cats
will
that want to
say,
sit, this
since
is
you
a
had
good
charged spell of Ray of Sickness, you do lose that spell slot because it's basically you charge the spell waiting for the trigger.
Oh, I thought I just wasn't using it unless he would actually come with.
For,
what I thought.
for
Yeah,
holding
no,
a
it does
spell.
kill it.
Sorry, I will say if you would like to retract that, I'll let you retract
I
it.
actually did. I thought that was just like
Yeah, I thought this.
if
Like a trigger.
if he comes in, like if then it happens. If not,
It is,
no
but it's
use.
basically because you're holding it on your turn. You're
Okay.
charging the spell, getting ready to release it
Okay.
on the trigger.
Okay, then I would have just been melee range then. Had I known. Okay, I didn't want to
Okay.
waste that. Sorry, okay, I didn't. I totally misunderstood that.
Totally fine.
Yeah, then
So
I will
you just-
move and then actually use it.
And you're actually gonna burn it. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. What is the
Con save.
Constitution save? DC 13 again.
So
Yes.
really good fight.
It's like really intense.
That is a 13. So what's
Beats it.
what's the
Pass or
effect?
fail.
Meets it, so wins.
Yeah, but what's the effect? I'm not confident. Ray of
Um,
Sickness off the top of my head.
I
So
think it's a save or suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, save or not.
So-
Save or not.
he's going to hold on.
Does it have anything on a successful save? Target takes half damage. Target
Oh,
so-
I'm stupid. Okay, so he needs to do a con save, so he's not going to get poisoned, but I still have to actually hit him with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you do full
it's still
damage.
gotcha. It's still a ranged attack.
Yes, sorry.
Gotcha.
2d8 poison damage on a on
3d8. It'll be 3d8.
or
3d8
3d8
on a successful save, half damage and not poisoned.
20.
No.
20 total?
Yes.
On a successful save, you still take full damage. It's just whether or not they're poisoned or not.
Yes.
Make a ranged attack against it. On a hit, the
And
target
sorry, you
takes
said-
2d8.
20.
20?
And then they must make a Constitution saving throw. If they fail to save, they're also poisoned. So it's full damage on the save.
Let's see, I wonder, can...
Is he breathing?
Oh, well, no. 'cause
I
didn't
don't
make
know.
an
That's what I was
attack.
worried about.
Then, yeah, that lands.
Okay.
I was trying to rationalize whether that was half cover or not, but I'm gonna rule that it's not.
I think I finally caught on to his little wall tricks. I tried to cut him off, like going farther
Yeah.
away, and just got. He got me twice with it.
He pre-fired.
Definitely pre-fired.
2.
I
And
guess a kid asked Alexa, "Hey Alexa, give me a
14.
challenge." And it said, "Plug your
They
phone
make
into
a
a charge.
con save.
Your phone charger
Well,
into
he already
the
did.
I already succeeded.
pass
Oh,
away,
okay.
then touch
No, I
a
did it
pin into the
backwards.
exposed
Oh,
prongs." Like Amazon
Okay.
just announced that they fully patched that, and it's no longer.
End of your
a
turn?
thing.
yes.
But it was like, why was that ever a thing?
They are gonna go ahead
So
and
they said, luckily the child was old enough to know, like, that's dumb.
seeing that you've taken some hits and you're a little bloodied, they're just gonna bum rush straight up. They're gonna make one attack with the longsword and one attack with the claws again. Longsword first is
Assholes, I hate them. I hate them so much.
19 to hit.
Okay, I'm gonna throw shield.
Copy.
No matter what, I'm throwing shield.
So, and then the unarmed strike. 19 to hit again.
Okay. So then block both.
2 hits. Nice.
So in that case, since you burned your reaction, you shield. They're going to safely disengage. That would have been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Step of the wind.
How many of these should be
5,
in
10,
half?
15,
A lot.
25.
Too goddamn many.
Depending on the level, he has a lot of key points.
Step of the Wind doesn't cost key points, I don't think.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yep.
Never mind.
So they're burning key points every time they use it.
Okay, that's a little better.
It's a fight of attrition, though, at this point.
Yeah.
Go there instead. I'm gonna go there and then hold my action.
Oh,
Hold
sure.
on 1 second.
God, stabs like
this.
Maybe somebody.
Not pretty brutal. What did he take for his level 6 feet?
I don't know.
Gunther?
Yeah.
I want to say he just did an ASI.
I think it did ASI.
I think he did ASI because it boosted his strength 20, I think.
Yeah, I think it
Okay.
was ASI to do 20.
Can you imagine this fight though?
Partially
if he had
because I think we created this before Tasha
If he
came out.
True.
if he had Sentinel, although he keeps burning his reaction for shield.
True.
Well,
So-
that and then the other piece is also Step of the Wind. You can disengage.
So even with Sentinel,
No, I think doesn't Sentinel cancel out
It
disengage?
makes
Yeah.
the movement 0.
No.
No.
I'm saying
disengage removes the ability to have an opportunity attack place.
But, Sentinel overrides.
disengage.
Yes.
Does it?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the whole point of it.
And then the other thing about it is, if he were to hit on reaction,
That's
it
true.
changes their speed to 0.
It's a
But yeah, dude,
it's a monk killer.
Sentinel overrides
Monk
any form of
and rogue.
disengage.
Yeah.
Nick, it's a chart that says what gives people feelings of power.
Creatures provoke opportunity
smallest
attacks
one is
from
money.
you
Even if they take the disengage
That's
action.
fair.
Yeah,
Well, it
dude, my
says
paladin.
disengage.
ooh.
Action.
Right, but it's disengaged.
It's supposed to
is-
be, yeah.
What gives people the feeling of power? The smallest one is money. A little bit bigger is status. The biggest bar is having disadvantage and rolling 2 nat 20s.
It's true. I've done it.
Have you really?
It saved my character's life. I was about to get pressed by
So
an
it
ogre.
appears though the counter to
20.
Sentinel is the mobile feat.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
mobile.
Because
I thought
mobile
it
doesn't.
mobile.
Mobile says when you make a melee attack
That's
against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks.
I'm
It
thinking
says
mobile.
nothing about disengage.
It's the rock paper scissors of.
It is definitely.
Shit.
I'm thinking
Definitely.
mobile.
Christ.
Which I mean, if you took mobile, then that would.
And what were you holding for your action save?
Just with the melee range.
Okay.
Also, swashbuckler class feature.
That's true, because if you make a attack, right?
Yes. If you make an attack, you. If you
Actually,
And me.
Jets
I'm your new Uncle Ben.
has a shifter.
That's
Part
true.
of my feline, or part of
What
my
are you doing?
character
Great
class.
power
is
comes a great hard on.
With the end of your turn, they are going to spend 10 feet of their movement to hop up on top of the wall, 5 feet to get to the corner of the wall, and basically they're going to one arm, jump up, grab to the top, throw themselves up, take 2 steps, and they're just going to hawk their longsword at you.
Okay.
Use
That's
the reaction to
interesting.
catch it.
No, he's disarmed, isn't he?
Deflect missiles.
He's a monk.
Yeah. I was
Wait a second, that's me.
Catch missiles.
Hold on. Actions.
It's an improvised attack, though, isn't it?
Because it's Path of the Kinsei.
Yep. I was gonna-
Using a ranged attack with their Kinsei weapon, they don't gain the disadvantage from
What a
improvised
bitch.
attack. 19 to hit.
19 to hit me.
19 to hit you.
You already used shield, right?
No,
Yeah.
Is that
got
still up?
Well, he got his turn.
Oh, that's
so
right.
he gained-
Because he held his action, so he technically
that's
has shield again. But how many spell slots do you have left? I'll say because you've cast shield twice and you've cast Thunder Wave
Actually-
once. So I think how many spell slots?
So
do you
I have that many, right?
Shield
Okay.
twice, Ray of
Right.
Sickness, Thunder Wave.
Well, I was gonna
Oh
say.
yeah, you've used 4 slots.
But he has 6.
Yeah, I have 6.
You have 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was
So, yeah.
gonna say technically though that will burn his ability to use his use his action if he
True.
comes in range.
Yeah, because you're holding your action, and then
That
if you have
is
to
your
react,
reaction.
it drops your action.
Yep.
God, I cannot stop eating fucking things.
Mm-hmm.
So he just threw his thing at me.
Basically, yeah,
Yeah, he
like
threw
took
his
2
finger
steps
at you.
and then just hawk the sword at you.
Catch it with your mouth.
Does that mean he doesn't have it when it
Yeah.
hits or...
If it hits or
Shield.
misses, that means that to get the sword back, they have to go pick the sword up.
Okay, I'm gonna shield, and then I'm gonna take the sword. I'm gonna make sure when he hits me with it, I grab it or something.
So
If I can.
to do that, it's going to take your action for the next turn.
Okay,
Basically,
never mind,
the
never
sword's
mind,
coming
never
at you,
mind,
and you're
never
going to
mind.
deflect. It's going to fall to the ground in front of you, and then you could use your action on the next turn to pick it up, or just leave it.
Just leave it.
Okay.
Or would you allow that to be part of his movement?
What?
Drawing a weapon usually is like you can draw one weapon.
I'm gonna
You've
say
already got
that's
a
I'm gonna say
two-handed.
that's a ready weapon on your body.
Okay,
If it's a
perfect.
weapon that someone threw at you and is on the ground, that's more of a dedicated time to reach down, pick it up, and get it ready, as opposed to just drawing a weapon.
Oh, he can't do the cool kick it up to himself.
It would burn his action, and I would allow him to get allow him to roll for it.
Okay,
I'd be
I'm
badass.
fine.
it would be badass.
Is the force field still around?
There's still that faint flicker of a wall of force
Oh, never mind.
around. Basically, just presenting
Kick it
anything.
off the edge is what I was going to say.
Basically, preventing any combatants from falling off or wayward spells from damaging the audience. It's the net at the
No
end
prote-
zone that keeps the field goal kicks from hitting the audience. You know. With that, they're going
Their
to,
lawyers are great, just making sure everyone's safe. No
All
sense
right.
of risk.
and they just sort of step back onto the corner where those 2 walls are. Nick, if you would move them back right to the corner, and basically, as they take the steps back, they're just going to recline, sort of leaning back with the tail as like a tripod. Just sort of extends onto the wall, and they just sort of chill. And they're just
More like a front tail.
and then that's going to be the end of their turn, and they're just going to do a little.
I can't even really hit them where they're at, though, right?
You can certainly try. Hi, buddy. You're going to have to get down soon.
What do you have? What other spells do you have?
Or do you have any other ranged weapons? Do you have javelins? Do you have
Thanks, buddy.
small hammers?
How do
Love
I
you.
see that?
Little tiny rock.
Little tiny racks. Catnip. Jet's always looking
I
for
have
it.
a hand axe.
You
That
can
would work.
Throw that.
You can throw it.
Alright, I'm gonna throw a hand axe out.
Okay.
Oh, how do I do that?
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a hand axe.
How do I do that?
It's a range attack. It says on the axe. Should be one of the options. Should
It's
Yeah.
going to be his dex to throw it, though, right?
No, strength.
Still strength?
Yeah, it depends on the
1d6 plus 5.
What's the to hit on it?
It should be a +9, right? Because your strength is 5.
plus
8 plus
proficiency.
8.
Sorry, +8. Excuse me.
27.
That hits. That hits.
He's just like, I'm tired of this.
1d6
Damn.
plus
Damn you, kitty!
9.
9 points of damage.
Yeah, beat that pussy up.
Cool.
That's an axe now.
You have a second one, right?
Yes.
You can throw the second one.
Oh, I can. Can I throw it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Yes.
throwing
Yeah,
another
it's
axe
a
at
second
him.
attack.
then.
Yeah.
I'm definitely throwing another axe at him. then.
Okay. Throw it.
That's not good. That's 14.
So the first one is dead on, and you basically do like 2 quick throws back to back.
That
The
left
first
hand.
one, like it's dead on, but at the very last second, they take the hand and just block it out of the way. And they use deflect missiles, and they technically negated 12 points of damage.
That's
But so it negates that damage, and you're sort of caught off guard by the lightning reflex to block the hand axe. That when you throw the second one, you're just a little bit left, and it just sort of sails 15 feet behind them, and then you watch as it sticks into the wall of force, and you see your hand axe is probably 10 feet off the ground, just stuck in the wall.
Is that a key point usage? Deflect?
It would be a key point usage to deflect and return the attack,
Gotcha.
but
I
they're
was
just
gonna say, I
they're
couldn't
just
remember.
deflecting it.
Yeah,
So
It's
it
just
did burn their
class
reaction
feature.
though.
That's what I thought.
It takes a reaction to burn. You can use your reaction to deflect or catch the missile when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus 12. If you reduce the damage to 0 and have a free hand, I can spend a key point to make a ranged attack. But I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
End of your turn?
Yeah.
Cool. With that, they're going to...
Just because it has a menorah on it doesn't make it a dreidel.
Otherwise, it's very low if you spin it fast enough.
10, 15. I'm going to go ahead and turn you around because I don't think you'd be facing away.
No.
They're just going to rush up at you and very much in like the anime style, like low crouched run. And as they're going, they just sort of like, you can almost see like the claws deploy as they start sprinting towards you, very like Naruto style. And they're going to make two unarmed like claw attacks on you.
Okay.
Where'd my d20 go? Right here. That's a 26 to hit on the first,
Yep.
and another natural 18. 26 to hit on that one.
Yep.
Okay. That's 18 points of damage
In total,
in total.
I'm still alive.
Okay.
Barely.
You look hurt.
Oh, yeah. Like single digits hurt.
Okay. They're going to burn their last key point to do Flurry of Blows. They get 2 more unarmed strikes. 17 to hit.
Shield. Yes, no.
How would that...
The other ones would have still hit through the shield.
because
Yeah.
he didn't deploy it earlier.
Well, he didn't
Oh.
deploy it earlier, so the first 2 attacks
But,
land.
but
Yeah,
even
yeah, yeah.
regardless,
Well, and they're
even if
27.
it raised it for his whole turn, it would have still went through the shield.
Yeah, they're
because it would have
27.
broken the AC.
Yeah. He held his action the last round.
No, he threw 2.
That was the action.
That was the action.
Yeah.
He didn't hold it.
That was not the
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah.
Copy. He used his reaction the turn before to block the sword that he threw.
Correct.
Copy. So yeah, that was 1 unarmed strike, and now they're going to burn the other one. That's 24.
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Hits.
Bonus is
Base
all on.
base damage is 1d6 plus 5. How low are you?
I'm gone.
Okay. So you all. That was a good fight. You had him down to 12 points.
Get that other axe.
So when does he actually like go down? Like
So you all watch
That's
as Gunther
afterwards in
throws
the
these
green
2 axes. The monk deflects one, dodges the other, and almost in the same movement takes two steps off the edge of this wall, vaults off the wall, and is like mid lunge, claws out, hits the ground, takes 2 steps towards Gunther, catches one claw along the side of the ribs on the breastplate, the other one across the stomach, and you see as they sort of pivot around, going for another strike. And as they come around to the side of the face, Gunther is quick and sees it and puts the hand out and like catches the hand as part of the shield and like stops the blow. But he was so focused on that other one, he doesn't see the open fisted attack come across and just catch right in the side of the throat. And with that one hit, you watch as Gunther just crumples to the
Yes,
ground.
I still win my bet.
And there's a moment of shocked silence that fills the entire arena, and everyone's like, almost waiting for Gunther to get back up. And the Tabaxi monk takes like 2 steps back, still weary of the person on the floor in front of them, and doesn't really go, just sort of like looks around concerned, and then the entire Coliseum just erupts.
Sounds like we found a
And
new party
applause.
member, guys.
This
And-
is why you need a cleric.
You hear the
Death ward.
the goblin again, almost like they're just a little bit away from the microphone, be like, no fucking way, I'm fucking rich. And then all of a sudden you see the circular piece of metal with the chair on it start to fly out towards the crowd, or towards the arena, and the goblin is like standing on the seat. Big tall top hat, almost taller than the seat itself. You can see that the top hat is actually sort of like compressed a little bit at the top, where it's pressing against the force field around this chair, and the chair just sort of swoops around the battlefield a couple times and is like, we have the new gladiator, and the Colosseum goes nuts. At that point, you would see 2 House Jurassico healers come out and sort of grab Gunther and roll him over, and you can see both of them cast like a quick spell, and you see Gunther immediately sort of like, back to life, and then the 2 Juraskos sort of pick you up and start to walk you away as the Tabaxi sort of like jogs up and around and like comes up basically offering a handshake. And definitely is very much like, hey, good fight, like, sorry.
Yeah. Just worn out handshake, give, and I nod.
And sort of does
I
like,
respect
even though
it.
you have like one arm around one of these Jurassico healers, the Tabaxi sort of like shakes your hand and sort of like does the MMA, like steps back and holds both of your hands up and gets a big cheer from the audience and sort of like beckons to you, lets you go. The Jurassico healers take you off to the side, you board a sky coach and fly off, and the Tabaxi is just sort of like standing in the arena just like, and that's where we'll go ahead and cut the break. It's close.
That
Put the stream on
was
BRB.
intense.
Damn.
I thought
That's-
when you hit me for fucking 35 damage in the first round, I was like, and this fight's fucking over with. Great, cool.
I couldn't
Rolls,
catch up.
man.
I couldn't catch up to the guy.
Yeah, the action surge was
Boy,
amazing.
That was still a hell
That's
of a
how you
fight.
designed
Dude,
those
yeah,
to
that
stay
was-
outside your range.
Yeah,
Well,
they were.
I
Definitely,
wasn't
they were
involved
definitely-
in the fight, and I'm still just sitting here like,
They were designed. They were designed to be hit and run.
Yep. Well, and to be honest, I think actually you missed where you used to be an feline agility at one point.
Mhm.
It comes
a try.
There we go.
So you watch as Gunther crumples to the ground with the tabaxi standing over them, and a stunned silence falls on the Colosseum. A moment passes before the Colosseum itself erupts in cheers. You watch as people are jumping out of their seats. You see a couple that probably bet more than they should on Gunther that are just sort of
Wow.
stunned at the
It just keeps changing.
sudden loss of their money.
Layers. There's layers.
And what do you do?
Again, V will just say, "What now?"
What color was the tabaxi?
Like a gray black
Like
striped.
cupcake. Oh no, I thought it was like.
Oh, I just
orange.
realized something also. I do need to clarify a question.
Yeah.
So, Gunther got carried off or something, right?
Yeah, so
I mean, he
like,
was healed
The
and
fight
then-
ended.
I get that.
Two House Jurasco healers came out. You saw them administer quick first aid, brought him back to consciousness, and then like sort of, one arm over each shoulder and sort of like helping him off the battlefield. And at that point, the Tabaxi came up and sort of like shook his hand, did the whole hey, for both combatants.
Yeah.
And then the
Aristocrats.
Jurasco healers took Gunther over to a sky coach waiting on the side, and then the sky coach sort of flew up and over the crest of the Coliseum and disappeared.
Did
So
we-
here's my point. Like, one of our party members just got put on a ship and just flew off. Like,
Well,
But it's the same
he was
same type of
yeah.
ship that he
That
arrived on.
happened in the beginning. That's what he wrote.
He rode a sky coach in.
Because he didn't stay with us that night.
okay.
Yeah, he rode a sky coach in and left it to go on the battlefield.
So, which does bring me to my question, though, kind of related. Because we did see just the bald head, or was it just Gunther that just saw the bald head?
Just Gunther was aware of his patron.
Okay.
Yeah,
you
we've
guys
never
don't know
seen
who
his-
you've never seen his patron. You have no idea who it is.
Oh, okay. I was
He
gonna
has.
say-
I don't even think he's mentioned to you all who
No,
his patron
he's never even
is.
said a word. I was gonna say, do we see an angry
Like we
bald, large
know
individual?
what house just because he specifically like has
Yes,
shown
the
us
house.
the
Even
emblem.
honestly, even with Vale's high passive perception, you guys are sort of on the back foot just from Gunther losing, and being the fact that he's like a couple suites down, it's not like a direct line of sight. So I would say honestly, you guys are just sort of like
Shocked.
he lost.
He's not supposed to lose.
He got
He's
hit
not
in the neck.
supposed to lose.
He
Check
got
the
hit in the
script.
neck of the anime like white eyes of like just blankness just hit. And he just fell down. I imagine.
Has Jed ever heard of the Withered Fist, being that he's from that area?
The wilting
Wilted
fist.
sorry.
You can make a history check.
Do I have advantage because that's the area I'm from?
No, it's just a normal history check.
Not great. I think it's only slightly above a 10, maybe like 12, but let me double check. Oh, that's the wrong phone. That's the work phone. That won't help me.
That doesn't have D&D Beyond on it.
Nope.
Just bylaws.
It
I
should
don't
have
want that
been
shit.
I don't know though.
I can't put that shit on my phone. Yeah, flat 10.
Sorry, Joe.
That's what I thought.
It's one of those that,
Yeah, fucker.
like, the name is said and you're like,
Maybe, but not really.
maybe I heard it in passing somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Like, there's nothing solid to latch onto.
Fair enough.
Anybody else?
You know V's not gonna know Jack.
So
Well,
you all
unless-
are just
unless-
sort of standing there in stunned silence.
Would
And
my docent had to have known anything?
I'll say I'm not very shocked because I've never met this guy.
Depends
I
on
mean,
guess,
I'm-
how old the
no,
what's the fish
honestly, because the docent you have is just like a general purpose.
is. Right, and that's what I
It's
figured.
not. No, it really doesn't have
Specialized
access
to
to
local
specialized
areas.
information like that.
Gotcha.
We'll
Jet
say with,
is wandering back over to the bar, actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna get.
would you allow me to roll for him?
With disadvantage because you're not from the area.
What are you rolling for?
Okay.
History check.
2 nat 20s.
But what are you history?
I mean, at best, it's a yeah.
Wilting Fist, the monastery
Yeah.
that the monk was from.
Yeah.
When the monk entered the battlefield, the goblin announced them as Esme of the Wilting Fist.
Okay.
Which also.
So
I mean, is it
even with
local?
disadvantage, it's a natural 5.
Hold on though. Is
Yeah.
it?
Well, it's from the Eldian Reaches. Jet's from the Eldian Reaches.
That's why he just had a straight roll.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
It's not
I
from
thought
the
it was
area.
from Shark.
Too bad we
No.
didn't have Doctrine.
That's what I was like.
Doctrine's also
fucking
from the
hell,
Elven
you
races.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So you all are still sort of milling about in stunned silence, like, what
Yeah.
now? And you start to navigate your way back towards the bar, and as you do, you see the small goblin girl sort of push her way into the room and be like, sorry about your luck. But walks over to you and is like, here's your winnings from earlier fights.
Thanks.
Sorry your friend sort of sucks.
I just realized that's the
It
second
doesn't
time-
suck,
that's the
but
second
the other
time
one
Peter
happened to be
fought
better.
Someone with martial arts,
Yeah.
because he fought.
Y'all are welcome to hang out. You did buy the box for the day.
Just stay home.
But, that is the last fight. So we have like 7 stops to offload the passengers and the attendees. And, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here past 7 stops.
How fast is it per stop? That's Corey asking DM.
I mean, in character, you say, how long is that? And she's like, it'll take us about 2 hours. Take us about 2 hours to hit all the stops.
Ren speaks up. Do you know where they were taking Gunther? We might need to see some friendly faces after that fight.
He'll go back to the fighters' quarters. He'll be tended to. We have a partnership with House Jurasco. He'll be well taken care of. It's no worries. He'll be next time you see him, he'll be right as rain. As if the fight never happened. His ego might be a little injured, but there's only so much that healing magic can fix.
When can we see him?
I mean, whenever you get off the boat. We keep the fighters and the attendees separate. It maintains a sense of theater, a sense of performance.
Right, so we can't go see him now, is what you're saying.
No, we don't allow attendees into the behind the scenes, behind the curtain, so to say. It'll be up to you to rendezvous with your friend off the island.
Will you pass the message on to him?
What's new?
Or is there a way to pass the message on to him to let him know where we'll be at?
I can certainly try.
Just so that he knows where to find us.
Of course.
In the box.
Well, I can't make any promises,
gift
but
from
Right.
I can try.
We'll be at the Thelana Spirits later
He's super
tonight.
cute. He just showed
The
me.
line of spirits.
Yes.
I'll do what I can.
If not, I'll get a courier. But I appreciate it.
Might be a good idea, but like I said, I'll try.
This goblin reminds me of
Jack-
the weasels
He's
from
like,
Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Jet will hold out 5 gold too.
Jimmy and Muffin.
I might try a little bit harder.
There's so many
Yep.
chickens.
You're so cute and fluffy. Look at you.
The goblin is basically like if there's anything else until we get to the 7th stop, just ring the bell.
There's a muffin.
And sort of looks at you and goes,
Not
looks at Vale and is like, sorry about your luck.
no, win some, lose some. Could be worse.
And just sort of just wanders out of the room.
Oh, never mind.
What, do you try to stop her?
I was gonna say, just inside Jet's head, you just hear tip, as that is something he would formally recognize as like a normal thing.
Are his nose ever not that big?
Just
Every time
gave
I
one.
see him, he's just
Huh?
like, oh
I
shit.
just gave her one.
He's a terrified
Did you?
look on his face all the time.
Jet just hand off 5 gold to her.
You just passed off 5 gold.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Sometimes we'll take you something.
but
We'll chase each other through the house. and
Jet will
flies get super
enjoy
big.
his next drink.
Basically, as she walks out the room, she just sort of yells over her shoulder,
Shit.
better luck next time.
Oh, that's the fun of gambling, isn't it?
That's why we're all here.
Could I infinitely use my mouth as a flask?
What?
Oh my god, he's FCG.
I was literally just saying, life imitates art. Life imitates art.
I haven't seen that far ahead, I guess.
There's an actual conversation had about whether they can turn fresh cut grass into a flask because he is an automaton that does not have to eat or drink. So if they pour liquid into him, it just sort of stores it.
Right, and that's exactly what I was thinking too.
I would say, honestly, with you, because you're not an automaton, because you are heartwood surrounded by metal plates, I would say that it's one of those that you could drink it, and then it just sort of like
absorbs into the wood
it
eventually.
absorbs into the wood, and it really
So I smell
bad for your skin.
disgusting.
His skin?
Back for his wood.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Hey,
Phrasing.
not too bad for a win.
Space phrasing.
So how do you all proceed?
I feel bad for Gunther.
Yeah, it wasn't quite what I was expecting.
I mean, he put up a hell of a fight.
Didn't expect a tabaxi though. From my neck
She
of the
was
woods.
fast. Or was it he? It was she, wasn't it?
I don't think
They were fast.
Good use of pronouns.
incredibly-
From your perspective, it is hard to tell.
Incredibly, and again, from my neck of the woods, not heard of that style though. At least it's not ringing a bell.
I mean,
Curious to meet up with them later.
yeah.
Find out a little bit more where they come from, you know.
Maybe if we're meeting up with Gunther later, be pretty easy to meet them up.
Potentially, I think sounds like Gunther is going to meet us at, the Lawn of Spirits. Since we can't go see it now.
Well, we want to disembark and, I don't know, see a bit more of the city.
I'm definitely down for that after. Well, kind of nod to the drink.
No offense, but this place is, well, the mood's rather soured.
That's fair. This is good though, but you probably wouldn't like it. It's not sweet. So.
What you're drinking?
Oh no, what Jet has, yeah.
Anyway, I think after, what was that, 2 minutes ago?
Yeah.
I think I should just stick with juice.
I
Kevin,
mean, technically,
we try this?
juice.
Sure.
It's pretty damn good. Jet will hand off the,
What am I drinking?
it was
Fermented
the,
grape juice.
High-end shit?
Or your-
yeah, the high
Yeah.
shit.
It
What is it though? Like wine? Is it
it's
whiskey?
Oh, no, it's
liquor.
Yeah.
Liquor?
It is like you've had some swill in your day, but this is like it's good, but hot damn,
It burns.
It like you feel like you're breathing fire. There's that moment of like, wow, that's smooth and
One of those where the flavor's great, and then as soon as it hits your stomach, you're just like, oh,
Oh, no.
god.
there is a
Yep.
Bad
intense
decisions were made.
warming sensation from your stomach.
Diarrhea. Yeah, I like that.
Put that on your chest.
Hand it back.
Right
Blood
there.
in your stool.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, after that drink, Jet's ready to.
I'll say an
Yes.
hour passes. Multiple stops are made where you watch as the Coliseum itself begins to slowly filter out and away.
Jet is going to try to watch for time his drink to when they got on, so that they're getting off at the same spot.
Okay, that would be the fourth stop.
Quick question. Did, was it Shandi de Marquise?
Shandi de Marquise?
Yeah. Was she offering us a aid job?
I think it depends on what we brought her.
Undisclosed. That was not really compensation was not a subject that was discussed during your encounter.
Not directly, because Jet had mentioned information for information, or are you paying? And then from
She
his,
was a little coy with that information.
Yep. And his perspective was depends on what you bring me. Which obviously, depending on what we find out, Jet's just not gonna spill the beans without something.
So, a couple stops pass, and you get to the point where you specifically realize, like, oh, okay, this is getting to our stop.
And he will down it. I'll stop. Thank you again, friend. Which Jet will again look at the empty bar and be like, wait a minute.
And it's again the entire time it's just been that goblet with the eternally polishing rag, and you see the flourish of them both going sideways, and even though there's nothing you can see, there's just that sense of my pleasure.
Unseen servant?
Unseen
Yep.
servant.
Jet wants to learn that, huh? He's gonna have his own invisible bartender following him around.
So
Shall
if that same goblet is always what's being polished, is where it's being polished just been rubbed thin compared to the rest of it?
Such a heavy kitty.
As you make your way from your box towards the central walkways where you would navigate towards the exit and off of this island, you're in a decent crowd. I mean, it's like leaving a football stadium after the game, right? You know, everyone's trying to leave at the same time. Everyone's choking the exits and the stairwells and the escalators and the elevators. And then once you even get to your car, it's a bitch to get on the interstate because traffic fucking sucks and some of the roads are shut down. And the cops, even though it's a two-way street, are making it only one way. And it's a fucking hassle, man.
Pain in the ass.
And so you're all sitting there, and it takes you, 15 or 20 minutes of being basically, elbow to elbow with the rabble trying to get off this island. And Jet, in this mix, you're used to being jostled around and keeping your senses about you, but you distinctly, at one point, make out something being slid into your pocket.
Ooh, sounds hot.
And there's that sense of, at first, immediate danger, and literally the hair on the back of your neck stands up, and you feel that just instinct to start to shift. And
shift and grab.
You feel yourself do it, but then you remember, back in Sharn, haven't been here for a while, and Leo Lynn told me that they're going to want to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that moment of, before you do anything rash, you just sort of let it happen. You wait a few minutes, and you just sort of reach into your pocket, and there's a small folded piece of paper.
He actually will just feel that there's the paper there, but not pull it out in the middle of the crowd for one thing, not wanting to draw attention. The other thing being concerned about dropping it in the middle of a crowd.
For sure. For sure.
He will try to side-eye to see if he recognizes who...
Roll a perception check.
Random question, is that disadvantage due to the fact that there are a shit ton of people right now?
I'll say it's a flat roll because you recognize the delivery method as being something the Veil would do.
Okay.
So you have an idea of what you're looking for, but because there are so many people, it's not an advantage roll.
Right.
Because we're all kind of grouped together, and my passive perception being stupid, over the top, ridiculous, would I have noticed any of that? Okay, just
because this is literally someone that is designed to be stealthy.
I assume so.
Is just sort of walking by and very, very subtly just dropping this into specifically Jet's pocket.
22.
You sort of you feel it, and there's that moment of almost offensive action, and then you sort of relax a second and you wait and you sort of side eye. And almost like you're just sort of looking over the crowd. And as you do, there's maybe, I don't know, I'd say 8 to 10 feet off to your 4 o'clock. You can see there's this just the press of people trying to get off the island. And you can see there is a hooded figure with they're facing the opposite direction as the crowd. And there's that moment of, okay.
Yep.
You can be a little bit more stealthy. You, based on the delivery method, you immediately recognize it as a translucent veil member.
Yep.
And so you're not trying to chase somebody.
Oh no.
But you make them, and you're like, they used to be better than this.
That, and also, it's for him. He just wanted to see if he knew who it was.
Yeah, but they're sort of turned away from you, and they have the hood up, so you can't really make. They're average height, average build, humanoid. That's it.
It is that moment too where he's just going, I'm gonna chastise them later.
Yeah. Yeah.
How obvious can you make it?
Yeah. How sloppy can you be?
Yep. Okay. Just because he wants to be a little bit of a dick.
You all make your way off of the island. You find yourself on the bridge between Central Plateau and Memphis Plateau. how would you like to proceed?
So, you said you wanted to explore the city. Any particular place you want to go? Like shops, or are you thinking more
No, we kind of already
The
did
sea?
that. I was more thinking
sites?
that area that, had the illness. Perhaps we could, walk around and kind of figure out what all that's about.
Back in
Player
the Underworld
question.
then.
How hard / rare / expensive would it be to find some kind of goggles that would give me night vision?
Or would he already have them with the veil?
That's another good question.
Would the Veil have
Dark
access to
vision,
them?
right?
Possibly. Would he already have them, being a young child and not really proven himself with the Veil yet? No.
Fair.
Is that something that... Honestly, in a device like that, goggles that give dark vision, that would probably be something that House Cannith would create.
Okay.
That's probably a magic item that's probably mass produced by the house. So it wouldn't be unheard of.
Okay.
Probably pretty easy to find. You probably just have to go to a magic item shop that sells House Cannith goods. And even if they don't have it in stock, it's probably one of those things that they can call House Cannith and order.
Okay.
Because that's a pretty simple magic item.
Yeah.
So
Do you have any idea, I don't want to waste the party, to go all the way to a shop if it's something that's just, super expensive.
any magic item shop that has the House Cannith symbol. They're all over the city.
Okay.
It wouldn't be difficult to go find one.
Okay. Don't tell it to Jet. Something I'm looking for. If we have time.
And there's shops that would identify with that in the Underlook, right?
It's been a while since you've been around Underlook. It's been 6 or 8 months, and there's just something off about the district. There might be one place. You remember, there's one shop that sells some Cannith goods, some Jarasco goods. They're sort of like a distributor.
Hodgepodge. Okay.
They're like a distributor from all the goods that the houses create. So you're could go there, but at a minimum, if they're not in Underlook, they're in the bazaar.
Oh, that's right.
I gotta remember what the bazaar is called. The Bazaar of Dura.
That's right.
Source for all manner of unusual goods, including a wide range of magical merchandise.
Any objection to going to the bazaar first, Ryn, to take a look for his goggles?
Oh, yeah, no, I think we were there yesterday.
Right, right.
Yep.
But work for you, and Veil, anything you're looking to do?
Not really.
Would appreciate
I'm
the
down
pit
for
stop.
Along for the ride?
Along for the ride as always.
Works for me.
I like this one. He's very agreeable.
He is. He's also very tall. You should ride on his shoulders sometime.
I'm just gonna jump up on hold on.
I'm not okay with this.
I was not expecting him to actually do it. I apologize.
Then I'm immediately getting down.
I was gonna say. No, actually,
I'm just gonna kind of pout.
As you jump off, you're just gonna hear out loud, "I'm not very okay with this," and in your head, you're gonna hear, "Please get off."
Okay. I'm gonna get down and I'm just gonna pout and have this
Come on, do you want to sit on my shoulders?
It's also the first time you've heard V in your head. You said that.
Good point. But also, would I be used to having people in my head in general?
Or you could do the same thing to him and be like,
I would say honestly that's a power that you haven't
Exposed.
been exposed to a
Okay.
lot. You yourself are you are aware of your latent psychic abilities. Ooh, I almost spilled my beer.
But having other people do it back.
But having other people do it back, there's that moment of I don't want to call it vertigo, but there's that moment of almost disassociation from your body.
Okay.
There's that weird something's fucking weird.
I'm just gonna kind of sit there for a second and just be like.
There's a noticeable you say that, and there's a noticeable almost skip in Kevin's step, and you watch as they do the whole
And you're gonna be like, you're an interesting one.
And
I'm
it's
gonna think that back to you.
V doesn't smile, but you almost get a gift of
smugness.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like,
Jet's just staring at you like, hey,
Mm.
do you want to ride on my shoulders?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Ship up.
Jet will actually just pick you up, put you on his shoulders.
Perfect. Now I'm
'Cause
just gonna have
Jet
a
is
smile on my
6'3",
face.
and how tall are you again?
I'm tiny. I
You're
don't
like-
know if I actually wrote it down.
You're like 3.5 feet, is it?
I mean, I thought like 3 to 3.5 feet is like full size halfling.
Right.
So I would be smaller than that, I would assume. At 14, am I full grown? Because they're technically not
20.
adults until
Yeah, I think
20, so
20
that's why I'm
is
like,
adult.
I'd probably be
you're,
like 2
you're,
to
you're
2.5.
like
Getting
you're
there?
3 feet.
Okay.
You're getting there. You've hit puberty. Like you're starting to
Hop up,
sprout.
yep.
Okay.
You're starting to gain those extra like 3 inches.
Amazing. I'm actually put that down this time,
He
just so
is
I actually know that.
Sitting on Jet's shoulders, though, since
So how do you all proceed towards the bazaar? Do you walk? Do you hire a sky coach?
Well, we just lost a lot of gold.
Y'all did. I just made a lot of gold.
V's not paying shit.
How
how
long
much
would it
was
take to hoof it?
Because you're going from an upper district to a middle district and across the ravine, hoofing it, half hour.
Oh, that's not
oh yeah, we'd walk then.
Yeah, we can have it.
Okay. About 3/4 of the way through your walk, you're walking across the bridge from Central Plateau to Middle Dura, and as you're doing it, this small young gnome with like shaved side of the head, shaved back, with this like vibrant, like bright neon pink mohawk that runs down the back of their head in like greenish blue, like sport leathers. I would want to say like different than traveling leathers. Like they look light. They look fitted to the body.
It's like a jumpsuit.
Almost like a jumpsuit. Yeah.
Nice.
And you can see
Attractive
stamped on the chest is the insignia of House Civis. And this gnome sort of like, you can see them off in the distance, sort of like weaving between people, and then sort of like jogs past. And Vale, you specifically, like you see this odd, bright pink mohawked gnome sort of jog by, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, damn, I didn't know hair could be that color. And about the time you just sort of, you look to get a second glance, you see that the gnome is like coming to a stop on like one leg and like turning around and like looking at a piece of paper and giving like a squint look at you and you, and is like, and like trots over to you and goes,
Hello, can I help you?
Jeff?
Oh, Jet. Jet, actually.
It's from Seraph.
Jet. My. You're a tall one.
Thank you, I think that's a compliment.
Hold on. And like pulls their satchel over to the side and flips it open and goes, Jeff. Ah, Jeff.
Jet with a T.
Jeff. Delivery.
Jet takes it. It's Jet with a T, right? This is for me.
Invoice says Jeff.
Is it from Zerf? A guy named Zerf?
No, this is from, Gunther.
This thing isn't going to.
You are Jeff, and you know a Gunther?
I do know a Gunter. I'm just gonna make
Please
sure.
sign here.
Okay, tell me beforehand if I open this, it's actually going to read something, right?
You are Jeff. It is addressed
Fuck,
to
okay,
you.
fine.
When you open it,
I'm
the
signing it.
enchantment will pass, and
I'm
you will view the
signing it.
message.
Jet.
So happy.
I don't care how you sign it, as long as you're the intended recipient.
I'm going to write a fucking dick on it then. Fine.
I don't.
He signed. He signed to
Just-
Jet.
Is
I'm just a
is
messenger.
I'm
The
sorry,
HDMI cable unplugged?
You have
Slightly annoyed, but thank you.
you have a nice day. House Civis Services.
HDMI is the silver one.
I apologize, and he'll hand him a gold.
Already like 15 steps away.
Never mind.
Chuck it at him.
Hold the
Perfect.
gold
It's fine
out and then
Pelt it.
You just throw it in the back of his head. No, Jet's like, fine, I'll keep my fucking gold. Jet will open it and see if it actually reads to him.
You pop it open, and just like the message you received earlier, same thing. You watch as it in Gunther's handwriting, a little bit stunted, almost. Like there's where the first message you received was fluid and consistent. There's a little bit of like
a little terseness,
a little bit of hesitation in the message.
Does he refer to himself as third person? Gunther?
Of course.
Just making sure.
And basically the message says, Gunther is sorry. Fight did not go as planned. Boss isn't happy. Need to handle business. Don't worry, I'm okay. I'll rejoin you in 2 to 3 weeks.
That's like
Give me
47
time to
sessions.
give me time to make things right. I will find you.
Jet will just kind of sigh
And
as he's
sign
reading
and just
it.
sign with a very fluid G at the bottom.
His face just kind of dropping as he's reading it.
Ryn's pointing and all that. What did it say?
Says, I need another drink. Jet will kind of put it in his vest.
Yeah, sounds
Gunther
right
is,
for from Gunther.
Gunther's not going to be joining us for a little while.
So you mean like not till tonight?
A little bit longer than that.
Rynny's gonna have major abandonment issues by the end of this goddamn
2
campaign.
weeks.
I need you to roll a d20 for mental illness.
Oh, you got depression.
Oh no!
Daddy one,
you rolled daddy issues.
You make a joke, but I had a character that actually broke because of that.
Abandonment issues. Yeah.
Well, not abandonment specifically. Well, I guess it was abandonment from his god, so yes.
Oh shit.
He literally gave up his religion and said, fuck
Enjoy
this.
your new background as a stripper.
Oh my god, a Minotaur stripper!
Hey, sex work is real work.
Sorry, still thinking Minotaur stripper. That's an interesting one.
Hey, different strokes, different folks.
Exactly.
Literally.
Well, he's very well hung, but anyway.
So, he's not going to be joining us till what, tomorrow?
No, more like 2 to 3 weeks.
How will he know where to find us? We might not even be, in Shan by then.
V just kind of raises his hand.
Yep, immediately just looks to be. You can check in
I'll tell him.
in 2 3 weeks. So
So,
we can't
in this
get-
exact moment, you just see V start to glow again, and he's going to cast Sending again to Gunther, and it's just going to say, we are currently in Sharn. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. We are currently in Sharn. Thank you.
It's not even. It is not a. It is not a coherent word response. You just get a. Just a grunt of affirmation and a slight grunt of. Really?
Hasn't even been an hour.
I'm going to mark that I cast that. Just don't mind me. That's it.
yeah.
What's it?
And then, oh, yeah, so he stops going and she goes, he knows we are in Sharn.
Well, we'll need to do that in about 2 weeks or so. So not right now, but
Okay.
we'll check in. These not some.
You can communicate with Gunther.
Seems
I
like it.
communicate with everyone.
Oh, so you can do what the stone does, but with anyone.
Yes, I've always been able to do that. And then in your head, see?
Yeah, I mean you can always do it, close range, but I can communicate with Vartan over vast distances.
Never really been any indication that I couldn't do it at farther ranges.
What? Sending or message?
Well, the internal communication to one individual.
Right, but in Ryn's experience, she's always assumed it's this form of message.
I was going to say, and in
'Cause
V's
Ryn-
experience, it's one and the same, even
Right.
though it's technically
Yes.
not.
Yes.
V bases or not V. Ring bases. Was like a short range message of what you could do, telepathic things. It's like, oh wow! So you could relay messages to anyone we've encountered.
V just kind of nods.
Oh, that could be very useful. And handy if we ever need to get in touch with the magistrate from Fairhaven or.
V just became the new 5e cell phone.
Oh my god.
You don't lose signal, do you?
They just walk up, they open a panel on the back on your back, and they're like beep 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 beep
And
beep.
the 25
Professor
V,
Oak, what are
V
you doing in
pulls
my
a
mom's
hand
house?
out like this, and then opens their mouth, and you speak into the mouth, and you listen through the hand.
I was gonna say the over 20. If you go over 25 words, you're roaming.
Roaming charges, accruing charges.
Wait, so
It
we
is-
can
it
just
is
pay.
technically,
So we can just
To
pay
continue
extend
your
it?
call, please insert one more gold.
is that 6G?
It's yes, exactly 6G or 6V if you just want to go with that.
Well,
6G, yep.
VI.
CVV 6, yeah.
Well played. Well played. 6V.
6V.
Well played.
Yeah. Well, I guess it kind of sounds like we came here for Gunta, but I guess the rest of the trip is left to our own. So, what do we want to make of it? Until he decides to wants to join us again.
But you do notice when you mention the magistrate of Fairhaven, you see Jack kind of. Oh, that was unexpected. Again, I think the note said I need a drink, and he just kind of pats it.
So since I'm just writing on your shoulders and be like, there, Jet.
Ren will
I
start
just pat
looking
your
for
head.
like the nearest bar, pub.
Thank you.
Nearest bar and pub,
No,
maybe.
stone's throw.
Yeah, you're 3/4 of the way through your walk to the bazaar in Middle Dura, and like basically you're crossing that bridge when that gnome runs up to you. That interaction is had, and honestly, like the moment you step foot off the bridge, there's 3 taverns within eyesight.
Oh, we could go there, or we could go there, or we could go there.
I mean, there's even like street carts of like people that have a cart that has like 6 kegs on it, and they're just like selling.
Is this like the tavern
Yeah.
town?
I also remember seeing Vale filling up his flask with some of
Yeah, I
that
was gonna
good
say, while we're walking there, it's like, I mean, in the meantime.
None?
That's why I grabbed it.
Drink it all, stop at a vendor, fill it back up, drink it all, stop at the
Oh
next
no, he'll
bar.
just.
I'll need
Go.
both of you to make Constitution saving throws if you're going to continue to drink.
He's just doing a quick
What?
swig just to kind of kill that.
Copy. You're not killing the flask.
No, just
Copy.
quick, just kind of.
I interpreted that as you
No,
were
no.
taking the flask and like chug.
No.
I was like, you better fucking roll for that.
No, let it burn real quick, and then.
'Kay.
All right.
Copy that.
Had my quick, nice little shot and ready to go.
Yeah.
All right. So, I had my drink. Back to you finding goggles. Well, you finding goggles because you're sitting on my shoulders.
Sounds good.
Yes, John.
Lead the way.
I think it's that way for the magic shop where we went to last time.
Yep, I believe so. Ready? And Jet will start leading the group again, trying to just kind of brush it off.
Do you remember the magic shop that you went to?
I don't.
The name of the magic shop?
Was there a name, or did we just hand wave that?
I thought we hand wave a magic thing
I think we just hand waved.
because we went to the bazaar where there was just a shit ton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was an actual name from what I recall. There wasn't Fairhaven.
There was in Fairhaven, but here it was. I think we were rushing through to get to like the end of the night, and
Yep.
we just sort of hand waved that.
So we can find it though.
Yeah. So you stumble across. You sort of follow Ryn's lead a little bit, and she navigates to Nevin's Knickknacks.
I was gonna say, magic shop name enter here, but the shop owner was named Tobias.
Oh,
Okay, never mind. That was a different magic shop then. The one you were expecting to go to is closed, but right next door is Nevin's Knickknacks.
how
How
convenient!
could, yeah.
How convenient!
Until further notice.
You walk in, and
The whole
it
store's
is
got the flu.
it is
Vice just getting shit faced at the,
dwarven gentleman behind the counter,
The whole store's got the flu, huh?
middle-aged,
COVID.
bright, like
COVID.
copper red hair, copper orange, I should say, copper orange hair and beard,
Right on.
to the point, like bushy to the point where you can't even see the mouth or the nose. It's just like this
how does he breathe?
exposed to you, and you walk in, and there's an assortment of all kinds of items. You can see hanging from the walls around it. You can see the symbol of House Jurasco, the symbol of House Civis, the symbol of House Golanda, the symbol of House Cannith, the symbol of House Madani. This, like, all these different house insignias are sort of up on the walls around the shop, and you can see underneath each of the insignias are just an assortment of the various items that those houses create and sell, ranging from what you would know is like the message service that House Civis just had, where the letter arrived and you broke the seal. They basically offer those, but in take home kits. It's the enchantment is already bound into the letter. It comes with a pre-made wax seal. All you have to do is write your message, fold the paper, heat the bottom of the seal, and apply it to the letter, and the enchantment is passed along. So you can basically, like, instead of always having to find a House Civis storefront,
You can actually do it.
instead of having to find a
forever.
post office, you can write the letter yourself and just drop it in a box, and it's going to get delivered.
That's cool.
Or House Golanda has, like, it's really weird because you really don't see these outside of Sharn, but House Golanda has actually recently, in the past, like, 8 months, especially, this is almost the first time you've seen this too. It appears that there's, like, pre-packaged food, and it's odd. It's like it's what would be like the shape of, you see like a banana and an apple and what looks like a sandwich and what looks like a beverage, but they're wrapped in like this semi-transparent, like slightly brown, like the closest resemblance would be like rice paper.
Mhm.
So it's like almost you can see through it, but you can see that where the paper itself is like bound at the top, where, like, imagine if this was wrapped in the paper and up at the top it's sort of like cinched,
Right.
spun and tied off with like a twisty tie.
Yep.
You can see that there's a like a wax sigil press with the golden dragon of House Golanda, and you can see an assortment. You see beverages, you see different kinds of food, all prepackaged and just like sort of available for sale. It's the first time you've seen it, which
Yeah.
you're sort of like,
Well, Jet will tap and be like, "Fuck is that?"
and you would recognize this.
Lunchable.
It basically is. It's a recent development of House Golanda in partnership with House Cannith, and the ability to utilize the mark of hospitality to basically they have imbued within this paper, in the shape of a food item, they have imbued the enchantment of create food or create water.
Oh, that's big.
And so based on the object that is purchased, so whether they buy the paper in the shape of an apple, when they break the seal on it and they unwrap it, the incantation activates and it creates whatever the food item
That's pretty cool.
is. So you have, I mean, they literally have like a row of apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, kiwis, like an assortment of fruit, but then they have, I mean, like Italians, turkey clubs, like roast beef sandwich. They even have like a hot Philly cheesesteak. Like just an assortment of stuff, and you're taken aback by this, but for you walk up and you're like, the turkey club's good. I mean, I wouldn't do the roast beef. Questionable where they source that. They sometimes get it from like House Vidalis' weird experiments. It might not even be beef. You're used to it. The rest of the party, I would say honestly, you have never been exposed to this.
Yeah.
The house has been busy.
I see that.
Where's this land of Philadelphia? Where did they get cheesesteak?
You said it wasn't steak though, right?
In a far off land, there were only two, Tony's and Geno's.
I was waiting for you to say, in the land of West Philadelphia.
Oh, that would
Born
have
and
so, that
raised.
would've been so much better.
On the playground he spent most of his days. They called him Prince
Um,
William.
But no, you see an assortment of different items from each of the houses, and as you walk in, the dwarf is sort of like rummaging through a box, and sort of like you can see he's like pulling out what looks like fresh deliveries from the houses, and sort of like sorting things over. Like here's House Civis, here's House Cannith, and he's just sort of sorting things on a table to distribute in place within the storefront, and just sort of like sees you all go in and like, what? How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Not another day.
Fair enough.
What can I interest you in?
Looking actually for some goggles that I hope my friends see in the dark.
I'm not gonna lie, we walked into this place and I was just like, fuck, Kev doesn't want to talk to this guy. He's just really nervous. And then like Jeff just took over and I was like, oh cool, we're good.
You
This is how it works.
You got a job in the cogs, in the mines?
Can I like sleight of hand it? Or no, I can actually just use. Hold on, sorry. I'm not trying to do
You're
real
fine.
stuff,
No,
but
a new character. Shaking the cobwebs off.
so we're gonna say I can actually use. So here's my other question because it doesn't specifically state this. If I were to use Psychic Whispers, is there an It doesn't say whether or not there's like
It doesn't.
semantic components or like
Somatic.
components or like. Is it gonna be obvious that I'm just like casting magic in front of the dwarf, or can I just be like?
I wouldn't think so if it's.
Because I basically just want
ability.
to talk to him and be like, hey, we probably shouldn't tell him what we actually do.
Well, just be careful you're not using Semitic components. Well,
Somatic components are like.
no. There's semantic, and then there's Semitic.
I'm gonna say that because it's
And you
because it
definitely
is
don't
not
wanna
a.
use anti-Semitic components.
It's
Jesus Christ! I was like, what does that word mean? And then you said that, and I was like, oh fuck.
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
no,
No.
That was funny though.
no.
He's allowed to
They
say.
got upset.
because it's a class feature. I would say that it's not. It's more of like an activated ability
Okay.
than it is a incantation or a spell.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say that no, it's not something that is noticeable.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that it basically operates similar to how V uses message.
Well, I mean, he lights up and shit and starts like.
Well, that's because he's actively casting a spell.
Okay.
You're using it. You don't have a way to light up your organic.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I was just wanting
I mean,
to make sure that
we
that
could do
wasn't
some
like,
weird bioluminescence shit.
Yeah, if you want to light up your organic.
Oh, please
Sounds
no,
like
he
a-
is sitting on my
so
shoulders
David
right
took
now.
one time his head.
Like anglerfish style. Yeah.
Okay, so
Every time he
Lightsaber
activates it, he
duel.
God fucking damn it.
So is that a 2 or an 8?
Do you?
No, it's a 2. So for 2 hours, you and I can now telepathically communicate.
Oh, okay.
Does not seem to be any limit to how much we can talk.
You're like
It doesn't say like
in the
25
midst
words
of
or
you
anything.
explaining to this shopkeeper what you're looking
You
for.
haven't experienced this yet.
Nope.
You
This is
feel
really
this.
weird.
You feel this scratch at the back of your skull, and there's that reminiscent moment of the first time you encountered V. But then all of a
And
sudden,
immediately his thought is V.
but then all of a sudden, there is this force of consciousness pressed upon you, and it is ADHD central. It is. You hear the
What's
voice.
that?
You hear the
Hi.
you hear the voice of a child, like a child, and it is instant of whatever information you're trying to pass along with the ooh shiny, ooh look at that, ooh I want that, ooh that, I'm hungry, I'm tired, over there what's that? Jet's hair is weird. This little girl next to me is
Also,
weird.
he found the one gray hair too.
And it's
I didn't.
but it is that it is the 8-year-old just stream of consciousness, just vomiting information into your
Wait, you're
mind.
8?
No, but it's that
Still ADHD. but-
there is it's
okay.
there is Cavan and what Cavan has exposed to you, but then there is the interior of Cavan that is now being because you're not
Oh,
not
yeah, no.
super comfortable using these talents yet,
No,
so you don't
100%.
really know how to control it. So his way of communicating and establishing that link is, here's my consciousness.
Woo!
Yeah, it is all at once.
You
Where-
think what I think.
Where V, on the other hand, is rather pointed and sharp.
Yep.
This is just
So where
like,
I go.
this is a
Follow
2-ton
who I
boulder
follow.
being dropped on
Who
you.
I eat.
And there is that moment of, you explain what you're looking for, and you don't even hear the words that the dwarf says. You're just immediately like,
Oh, I'm just.
oh, splitting headache. Son of a bitch.
Yep. What his first thought was, fucking V, and then, what the... And Jet does just kind of noticeably.
So what information are you trying to pass on?
What?
I was just telling him because he specifically had asked if we're working in the coal mines or anything. So I told him I was like, we probably shouldn't tell him what we actually do.
Will I?
Does
will
he
I
hear
hear
that?
you say?
Yeah.
Or is it still...
You
It's
get
not-
that through the.
That is like a shout amongst the loud discussion. So you vividly make that out, and then there's that almost like the personality, the consciousness sort of retracts a little bit, but there's still that faint, just like that dull roar in the background of what's that bird? Squirrel.
So here's the thing too: is I opened that link for 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
Are you gonna have to deal with that for 2 hours?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Well, I just made Jet
Until
unusable
you
for like 2
until
hours.
you use this ability more.
Oh,
and
yeah,
gain
yeah,
more,
no, it's
gain
brilliant.
more skill in it. You're still. You're wild with it.
Oh, this is
Jet
brilliant.
just got a 2-hour-long migraine.
Just
Nice.
very much. And at first you're like, okay, it's a message, just like V. Eventually
just
it's
doesn't
going to
stop.
retract. 5 minutes pass,
Oh my god, it doesn't stop.
10 minutes pass, and you're like, there's no way it's going to keep going. And it goes for like another 10 minutes, and you're like,
I'm going to kill this
Jesus,
child.
Jesus fuck.
I'm going to kill this child.
No wonder they wanted to pass him off.
I'm going to kill this child. That's literally, I'm just going through his mind like...
But here's the other thing: is that coming?
There's a
back to me?
faint bleed of, I'm going to fucking kill this child. And you're just like,
Uh-oh.
he
Okay.
doesn't mean me, he means Ren.
Yeah.
And I'm immediately just like, that's fucked up. He's gonna kill her. Holy shit, that's funny. He's carrying
And
her around just
you
to
start
kill
picking
her.
up on that too, and you're like,
No, I'm not going to fucking kill
oh
Ren.
Jesus.
This is gonna be the
fuck
greatest thing ever.
Yep.
I'm in love with this character.
Yep.
So
Yeah, he didn't hear then what the dwarf asked about the mines, right?
no, he didn't. And so a
You
few
heard that
minutes,
first.
like there's that awkward silence where you all are standing around and you're like waiting for Jet to respond, and the dwarf's like,
I
uh,
apologize. It's
what?
migraine. Sorry, looking for goggles for my friend.
If your friend got a job in the mines, we have a contract. We're supposed to give uniforms. I just need to see an employment certificate.
No.
If that's what you're here for.
No, not related to that.
Okay, you're just looking to purchase.
Yes.
Can't say I've had many like that. Is that all you're looking for?
I think at the moment, and Jet's looking around and still
And then you
hearing
just-
this. Ooh, shiny! Ooh, shiny!
You're just hearing me talk about the food. I'm just like, oh, they got,
Wait, how
they got
old
the
are
Philly
you?
cheesesteaks here. Huh?
How old are you?
14.
14.
But I'm still very.
How comparative is that to human? 'Cause you're half.
That's a
right?
question to him. Correct. But again, like he said, there's also the whole like, oh, okay, here's 14-year-old me being composed around like adults and like, you know.
No, the reason I
Right.
ask is because 14's the beginning of puberty, so it's gonna be more along like, wow, she's pretty. Oh, I want to. You're gonna get bleeds of a lot more that you probably don't
Well,
want.
right now you're within a shop and it's just a group.
Yep.
So those
But
thoughts aren't really
Not
intrusive
not to make this really awkward, but Ryn is also close age group.
True.
So here's the other thing.
I just saw Tyler say. I'm like, I'm sorry.
I will. Yep, Jet will fucking kill you.
Where the story goes, the story goes.
It's suddenly a teenager. Who
I
likes
cannot
a girl.
wait to play out the teenage romance between Wayne and Joe.
I was gonna say it's a
I was
teenager.
gonna say this just quickly turned into Big Mouth.
If you
Like-
wanna get into further-
14-year-old Kevin has the moves of 65-year-old Homer.
If you want to get further,
What's up,
it's
baby?
a teenager who has a crush on a girl and is mentally connected to her dad.
For 2 hours.
fucking men.
So this
I'm
is the
going
part
to-
that's really sad about that though, because as funny as that all is, like something that like that maybe this comes through now at this point, but like when I was writing Kevin, like I imagined him as gay, so like maybe that goes through too.
Okay, that's
Oh.
fair.
That's fair.
That's the
That
thing
would
is
That's
like
totally fair.
Yeah.
Kevin would not have told you that yet,
So
Huh.
there is,
but like
as
you
of
may
right
hear
now,
a comment or two,
right
like-
now that's
But
not,
yeah.
right now that's not really bleeding out.
correct.
Right.
Right now it is very much the overstimulated 10-year-old inside of like a toy store that is just like, oh my god.
Look at that title on the ceiling!
Literally, just like complete overstimulation, and is just like,
Go now.
I want to touch it all.
Strive.
I want to.
Don't touch anything.
Oh my god!
Literally, it's
You're
directly
the
back to
opposite of his
Go.
character from the one shot.
orderly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
I want to get me and Orderly together.
Oh no! Orderly would die.
So the dwarf is like,
Constantly
I
on Twitch.
can- I mean, yeah, we can sell those. It's not every time that people come in and want to buy them. Just one pair. Is there anything else you're interested in?
Anyone? Anything? Lee?
What all does
I
the
want a Philly
shopkeep have?
cheesesteak. Jet, I want a Philly cheesesteak.
A wild
Yeah, we
assortment of
haven't eaten
things.
yet.
Okay,
Let's
so
go
let
back
me
to the
rephrase.
Jet.
Anything that
But
would
like that's
pique
for my
Lee's
house. Hey,
curiosity.
if I show him my dragon mark, you think he'll give me a discount on the Philly cheesesteak?
I don't know,
It's.
but I can.
I don't know if I can answer that because this is literally. It's called Nevin's Knickknacks. It's an assortment of all the different things that the house sell. The different houses create and sell as forms of income and
That's
revenue.
from my
Yeah,
house.
they're
It's like my people made that.
You can ask.
So V will look over and he kind of opens his robe. Another one of these, and he points at the docent in the chest cavity.
It's been a couple years since I've seen one of those.
I'm waiting for the day you find a docent like
Wait,
you're like
In terms of
150 years old, intelligent, no more than like.
me personally, I'm not. We're not allowed to sell them.
Not allowed. That's
Those are.
He closes the robe back up. Worried that it's like illegal or something.
No. It's more of those are issued by the house to Warforged. They're not in my time selling the creations of the houses. I have not sold a docent. I know what like I've seen them, but they're not distributed for sale. They are hard to come by and crafted specifically.
So if we wanted to upgrade, we need to go to House Takana directly. Is what you're saying?
More than likely, yes.
Jet, you doing okay? You act like you're not feeling good. You got a weird look on your
Are
face.
you,
So got a
are
migraine.
you okay, friend?
You
You
good?
looked fine
Good?
when you came in, but now you're a little
Your face is all scrunched.
you're a little pale.
Yeah,
Your
that
left, your
headache's
You're
left,
gonna get
horrendous.
a toxin
your left
tonight.
eye is starting to twitch a bit.
Yeah, that headache's horrendous. I apologize. Took the
Do-
life right out of me.
Your
I
one-
could use this to just distract enemies.
Do you have maybe a set of tinkerer's tools?
Just like
Just walk
a
up to
set of
Lady
tools?
Roll and just like start like bombarding
Yeah,
her with thoughts,
yes,
and
we
it's just
have
like I
those.
can't even do anything.
How much?
You guys just beat the shit out of me.
weird. You look weird. Where'd your finger
I
come
have
off?
proficiency, but I never got
Why
it.
did it break up? Oh my god, I'm Jar Jar Binks on the inside. Oh, Andy, why you wear this mask? Let's take the mask off. Oh my god, you were burned. Holy shit, okay, we'll put this back on.
oh, Annie, what happened to your face?
That's what it was. Yeah.
Hey, I'm all sparkly glowing.
This is all Jet's hearing.
The commitment.
It is.
saw this
It
on
is
a-
literally the prequel memes subreddit.
Yeah.
Nothing but Star Wars prequel memes.
I saw this on a-
Send some course.
I saw this in a play. It was called Warforged Chicken.
Oh no!
That actually fits really
If
well.
if you're looking for just a simple set of Tinkerer's tools,
Love this
it'll
game.
run you about 50
Jet's
gold
gonna hate
pieces. But I do actually have 2 more in stock
What's
of
really funny
the
is I can catch
House
up to 3 of you
Kenneth
at the same time.
997 limited
So I could
edition
link, like,
copper plated
multiple
Tinker's
of
tools.
God, that would get fucking wild.
May I
Hold on.
see one?
You can see both.
I'm assuming the tool, like, if it's a set of tools, I imagine in my head they would have like leather that you roll
It's
out.
it's if you've ever seen like my
Okay,
leather
so
knife
roll-
knife
Knife
kit.
set, that's
It's
exactly what I was
very
thinking.
much a
You
bound
need
piece
a
of
really
leather,
need a-
polished on the
Right,
outside,
all-
oiled.
I
Looks
was
really
like, yeah,
nice.
fucking
It's got
catch
that
Just
delightful leather scent.
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't. You want
I
that
know. I can
conscious?
smell it. I
And-
know exactly what you're talking
there,
about.
there is very much you see the he pulls out like one. It's like this gray leather that he sort of sets up top and sets it down and sort of like rolls it off to the side, and then you see this like dark brown leather with like this light beige threading and filigree around the edges of it, and pulls it out and definitely is handling this one a little bit more ginger. And you know, you can't see the nose, but you can see like the wiggle of the mustache as he like pulls it out from beneath the counter and sort of gives it the whole and like sets it on the countertop a little bit more gingerly than the other
Yeah.
one. He takes it, he unbuckles the silver latches that hold it together, and he very gently unrolls it. He grabs the gray leather one, unbuttons the simple copper clasps, and just sort of like almost like a blanket, just sort of like shakes it, and it unrolls, sets it off to the side, and he's like, the gray leather is the standard Tinkerer's tools. This one right here is the collector's edition from House Cat.
And so he like looks over.
These are copper plated. They're designed within a micron accuracy. They are the best you can do.
Dude,
I'm gonna do an insight check on that.
Go ahead.
I cannot wait for that to happen.
These
thought it was.
these
Let me stop
tools
here a second.
these tools will get
God,
you
this
the
is gonna be
most
great.
precise assemblies. You could honestly with these tools, you could outpace any
Are they dead on board?
Any.
Accurate?
of the artisan chronographers here in the shop. Basically telling you that you could be more precise than the greatest watchmakers
So
just by
29?
having these tools.
he rolled a 29 on inside. So V's kind of enamored. I'm just gonna say now, V is kind of enamored, and you guys, whoever's watching V, you do get the idea that he knows what these are. He may not know how he knows, but he knows what every single piece does and how it's connected. And
That sucks.
You definitely get the sense that this guy has read V as naive
Yeah.
and is definitely embellishing, and he's upselling.
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah. No,
100% upselling.
100%.
Nothing he has said is inaccurate, but then again, he also hasn't mentioned a price yet.
Yeah.
So you can tell that he's obviously upselling these because they're gonna be higher value, but he hasn't listed a value yet, and so you're like, I mean, he's putting the works into it. He's definitely trying to sell him that higher shelf whiskey.
But it was more of is that literally what this is, or is this just a normal Tinkerer's tools that he just dipped in some coloring to try to pass it off
he
as
is
like
100%
a collector's
being,
edition?
He is 100%
Okay.
being honest that these are a limited collector's edition
Okay.
manufactured by House
That's what I
Canada.
was trying to specifically to insight.
But you also you definitely pick up that he's on his sales pitch.
Yeah. No,
He's
100%.
trying to make some extra coin.
Yeah.
And so he just sort of like spreads it out and definitely like, whips out the gray one and sort of like pushes it over to the side and definitely like takes the other one and is sort of like
and just
positioning
looking
it
at it though,
towards
you
you.
can see that V is already favoring the shinier,
Yeah, of course he is.
more colored and everything. And so no idea what's happening with you two. In your head, very loudly, you just hear "Jacked!" And what I imagine would happen is it would echo into him too.
he literally just jumps for a minute, and
And
then
I would say
that
honestly,
work
if
that
you're
way?
shouting it, you catch a little bit of the voice of like,
Out loud, it's quiet in the shop. You just hear me go, "What the fuck?"
And so I'm hoping in this it just focuses your attention. And
Dude,
just,
what the fuck was that?
V just
Fuck,
looks
he
up and
was
goes,
screaming. What was that?
"How much?"
Why did
the
you yell?
standard set, 50 gold. for the limited edition, 90.
And so, in this, you just kind of see V, and he's like almost mimicking what he's seen in his docent.
He sees you doing that, like, contemplative, and so he, like, reaches in and he pulls out, like, this long, extended pair of tweezers, but instead of direct tweezers, they're like, they've got the little curve on the end, and he sort of pulls them out and very delicately is, like, holding them up, and there's, like, a beam of sunlight coming in from one of the windows, and he just angles it perfectly within it, and he's like...
This guy's milking it.
He's like, if you look, and along the rear end, right where the tweezers meet, you can see where the copper is starting to patina. And it's turning this gorgeous, like, teal blue.
Literally, like,
and
if his
he's
eyes
like,
could
"Look
sparkle.
at the-" He's like, look at the aging. He's like, these are... They will only get better.
And so
They will only gain value.
V will look at his, like, kind of look down at his own body, because his body, remember, is polished and nice, much, very little, few scuffing, and your head you just hear, I want it.
And Jet's still just trying to handle. I hear him. Oh my god, what is going on?
You all look at Jet, and Jet's got the, like...
Yeah, he's...
Slowly start to
And
change
if
a
Jet's
little
not reacting, then just immediately straight to Vale. I want it.
bit. Just go to everyone in the party.
Okay.
And then straight to Rin.
What?
Please ask Jet. I want it.
He really wants it.
We're all having these conversations.
I'm sorry,
like
what?
Inner conversations.
What?
Well, he.
I would very much like to
that?
purchase the collectors.
Oh, he wants...
Is there... And he kind of looks over at Jet and goes, any bargain?
Yeah, if we get the goggles and the collector's edition thing, what will that run us?
Well, just for the goggles and the collector's edition, you're looking at 175 gold.
In your head again, I want it.
But, if you're going to buy the goggles, see, those are just standard Cannith dark vision goggles. The same thing we issue to all the miners that go into the cogs and, help operate the city. But the thing is House Cannith and their rather proactive wisdom, they have a series of very useful attachments. For an additional 50 gold, you can add on an assembly on the side that actually allows you to telescope your vision and see far into the distance. Many of the miners use them as almost like jeweler's tools to inspect the ore that they're harvesting and make sure that none of it is valuable. We also they also offer substitute lenses that you can place in the goggles in place of dark vision. You could see into different planes. Exceedingly useful in places where the planes sometimes meld. I had a client once that used one to harvest a special kind of ore from a location that was a close resemblance to Fernia, the plane of fire. They harvested a specific ore that was actually quite valuable in use of creating magic items. But they also, and you say these are for the child? If they're for the child, then I'm not going.
He's not mining ore, so
We're not going to discuss the third attachment that isn't actually manufactured by House Camp.
You immediately just hear you just hear in your head. You just hear.
just kidding. Sorry, no.
You just hear Jet.
What?
I want it.
God.
Can you, the children, can they? Earmuffs?
It's fine. I don't need.
Do they know earmuffs?
We don't need the
Earmuffs.
We don't
Earmuffs?
I don't need earmuffs.
No,
I
we
need
don't.
goggles.
Yeah,
And you see the dwarf is just back there like,
Oh.
yeah,
looking
we
at you
don't-
two.
We don't need the third attachment. that is not licensed by Health Scaneth. Anything that's not licensed by Health Scaneth, of course, is subject to the guard, yes? Really don't want to deal with all that bullshit.
No. We're allowed to sell whatever we want. I distribute the house's
Oh,
goods.
yeah, that's just weaponry, isn't it? Anyway, continue. Not the third
Well, the
attachment.
third attack...
No, I don't. Not
I
right
was
now.
gonna say,
Not while the children are standing right here.
at this point, I'm like, I'm kind of curious.
Jet will just kind of
You-
slap
how
her
about-
shoulder. Later.
And he just, he sort of takes from underneath the counter and lifts a pair of simple, almost like welder's goggles, right? Very tight to the face. And they look like they have, a black glass in place of the lenses. And he just sort of slides over and he's like, take a look.
If I got,
X-ray vision.
I'll take a look.
if I got,
Like,
the Tinker's tools
as in,
would
put them
allow
on,
me
take
to
them, take a
create
look?
small things like that, right?
Huh?
The Tinker's tools would allow me to either create or augment small things like that. Technically.
Within reason.
Well, right, within reason of what the DM says. I just wanted to make sure. So, he's upselling all these things and, all these ideas, and just in your head, again, you're kind of going back and forth what you're hearing. You just hear V, I could create or make something with these goggles if we get tools. And you almost like a child, he wants the new toy. He wants it.
You pick them up, and as he's sliding over, he's like, remember, not for the children.
Okay.
And so you take it, and you sort of
Does Kevin hear all this? Because now Kevin just wants
you
to
put
know.
them on, and as you put them on, looking at the counter, you see a buck-ass naked dwarf man, and it is hairy as fuck up here, but it is
But it's specifically him, right?
but it is pristinely shaven below. And you watch as you put the goggles on, he just sort of looks at you and winks, and just sort of strikes a pose and waits. And you look and you sort of pull the glasses down, and he's fully clothed. You put the glasses back up, and he's buck ass
Should I
naked,
call it?
and you're like,
Yep.
and almost without recognizing what you do, you start to look away with the goggles still on, and you just barely start to catch a jet without closing. You're like, nope,
Yeah.
nope.
And again, you just hear, I want.
If you buy the goggles,
He's not buying the
I'll
goggles.
give you
I'm
those
buying
for
the
20
goggles.
gold.
I'm buying the goggles.
You get what?
He's basically offering Vale, if you buy the goggles, I'll give you the lenses for 20 gold. You're like, those are a creation of my own.
You're right. It is coming out right.
No.
Tuesday.
What is?
Just the goggles and the Tinkerer's tools,
175.
175.
Split it out.
If you're interested in
How much is
any of
which?
the additions, they're 30 gold apiece.
How much are the if we were to split the payment, how much are just the goggles?
His are 95.
Okay.
Yours are 80.
Mine are 80, so
You said
there's 2
90
different
originally.
attachments offered.
Sorry, yours are 90. Yours are 90.
So it's 90 each.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how much are how many attachments
sorry,
are there? There's
85.
2 attachments that I am allowed to purchase.
Seemingly, yes.
Okay, so that's 60 plus 90, so that's 150 for me.
Affirmative.
125.
You're bartering?
And I just put it on the table.
Where did you get 125 gold?
That's almost everything I have.
Your
I've been saving up for a long time.
your stack's a little short there, short stack.
I put a copper.
Well, that's.
Your friend's a little light in the pockets.
Okay, I put up the rest. I'll put out the full 150.
He takes it. Then he slides the goggles and 2 small, they look like contact lens cases. Basically little rectangular cases that when you flip them open. So the goggles themselves have a faded gray glass, almost
Okay.
like a foggy glass in them, and that's the standard dark vision.
Okay.
The other 2 lenses, one is blue, one is red.
Okay. Also, double checking because I don't know how hard it is. How hard would it be for you to create those in custom items and add them to my inventory?
I can write a note and I can do it after the session.
Awesome. I didn't know if that was like super hard to do or not.
Oh no, it's not.
I did go ahead and remove the gold from my inventory though. Oh, other thing is again, I want
So
60
basically,
gold
if I
as well.
just
So,
randomly,
like,
if I were to
half
buy
of that I
these,
just
it would be
got.
dark vision goggles, and then it would be an additional 20 gold to get the X-ray specs.
Affirmative.
oh my god, but I can steal them from you with sleight of hand and find out what they do.
Well,
I mean,
you're gonna be beating a passive perception of insanity.
let me also, like, out of character, I already have dark vision, so by having dark vision goggles, that makes me dark vision up to 120 feet. And
I
then,
would say the dark vision does not have an effect on you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It just
I don't
imparts.
allow it to
It
stat
just imparts.
as a DM.
well, no, because that's the whole thing is
That's
like
the other thing,
like
is, like,
dark vision
that's the
goggles
big, like,
give it to
Flaw
you
of my character.
You've already
60
got
feet.
dark vision, so
60
it's,
feet on
it's,
top of your.
it's
sword.
like putting
Well,
reading
I have
glasses
dark
on.
vision now.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you?
Okay.
I have what's called Devil Sight.
Oh, okay.
I can even see into magical darkness.
Yes.
Nice.
Sorry.
So,
So
when its thing ever comes out again, I'll have full view. Oh,
Why is Rin's
yeah.
thing coming out?
The
Depends on what
thing
kind of
that's
goggles you got
slotted-
on.
Yeah, the thing is. Oh shit.
I'll be right back.
Me
I'm
also
gonna go to the
has
bathroom
X-ray.
before we proceed.
V also has X-ray vision.
No, I have Devil Sight. I see the lust, not the nude.
One could argue.
well, I can help you with that. Just saying, you know, lust, love.
I would make a
I thought you
terrible
were
joke
saying
right now,
you
but I
could
have
help
to
me
behave
with the
because
nude.
Oh no,
I know
no.
things
Tell
that
me.
nobody else knows.
Are you telling me this in your head?
No, this is Joe.
Oh, okay.
Joe almost made a joke and then realized that, like, I gotta watch what I say.
How much does he get though?
Huh?
Does he know plenty about
If
your
you guys
history?
wanna-
Yeah, we've known each other long enough
shopping
that
experience,
I
dip out.
You out?
I'm very tired. Yeah.
Tough fucking shit. Do what I did. Fall asleep on the couch.
I would say we're almost done anyway. I mean, it's 12:30 already.
It is.
Do you have fun
I'm
already?
so tired.
I did. We were off about 2 hours ago.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we've been playing for 6.5 hours.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah, 5.5 hours.
whatever bug I'm getting over is just bringing me down.
It's called COVID.
I was gonna say it better not be COVID.
Tested negative twice. That's actually what I spent about 2.5 hours in waiting on a med check, just to make sure. Just
That sounds terrible.
I could spend my time a little better, but you know.
Have you had COVID?
I had it actually.
Yeah,
just a
months, months ago. Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah, he had to remote in. You wrote it in for 1 or 2.
I think it was just we all remoted in for a rhyme session.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah,
It was,
I remember that one.
The only time I remoted in.
Yeah.
Joe's been coughing more than you have.
Yeah, my voice is just shot at this point.
That's true.
You got the second COVID?
I had COVID 3.
I was gonna say no. He's got 3.
COVID season.
I have COVID 22.
Oh fuck! Don't even get started.
Omicron.
It's coming, guys.
Omicron Percy I8.
No, this one's
It's
just
all-
called.
You mean the COVID Omarion strain?
Oh my god.
Kenny McCormicron.
That's
Uh,
fucking great.
All right, so are you purchasing the goggles as well?
Part of me thinking just doing it just for the lulz.
Can you just buy the lenses for the X-ray?
I mean, he can, but Gavin's not sharing.
He's also a rogue.
Yeah, again, so am I.
Just because you're a rogue, that means your stealth is high, doesn't mean your perception's high.
I get that. I'm just saying, between the two of us, I think we can steal a lot of shit out of each other's pockets. He would have to roll pretty high.
Either way,
How about since the other stuff's getting bought, what about 85 for my set? Just
I've got a...
With the lenses?
Mhm.
It's 90 just for the set.
It's 90 just for the goggles.
oh,
It's
I
120 for everything.
okay, 120 for everything.
If
I
you want
apologize.
those-
so
No, I had the other two attached.
so like
If you want the whole set,
Correct. I said
The
I
whole
was saying
set is-
X-ray and goggles.
is dark vision goggles, X-ray, and telescopic for 150.
Yeah.
The X-ray lenses are 20G on top. 170 for the whole set. or 90 plus 20 just for the dark vision goggles and the X-ray.
I like that this actually converts everything.
What is going on on your phone? Is that a chat?
Oh yeah, I have Twitch going. There's Twitch drops for New World right now.
Oh, I thought that was our chat, and I was
No,
like,
no,
God,
no,
our
no.
chat is
No, no, no.
busy. It was like,
Our
what the
chat
fuck's
hasn't
going
had
on?
anything since we got the raid.
That's what I was
Sorry, I mean just the goggles with the X-ray portion for
110.
115.
Sold.
You
Wait,
just
what?
said higher.
Yeah,
How much did you say?
110.
Oh, it sounded like you said 130.
No,
I
said
100%.
said 110. You offered 115. He's like, sold.
No. In my defense, with my perception, I would have actually heard what you said.
Yeah.
So,
He's
so
like,
one-
you argued right.
110,
You
110,
argued right.
flat 100. Here's my thing.
105, and I throw in a set of commemorative nickels.
Commemorative nickels.
And he pulls out like a little stack of like
God damn
almost
it.
in like a little pill,
I just
like a
realized
pill
I should've
bottle
tried to persuade
of like
you.
wooden nickels, and each one
I have
has like
expertise in persuasion.
a different like
nothing.
like
Try.
wood
Apparently
carving
not.
like skyline of
It's
you have
been a
one
year,
of
you forgot.
Memphis Plateau, and you have one of Central Plateau. You have one of you have like one of Cliffside.
You know what?
And he's
Just
like-
for the
he's
lulz,
like,
fuck it. 105.
my wife made these.
Sure. 105.
Order
105.
now before 3 easy payments.
Wait, where's your wife at?
Right.
Before I put the goggles on.
She has just as big a beard. It's just not on her face.
It's also braided.
It's also
105 deducted from my coins. Gone.
Yeah, no, I'm really sad I didn't try. I'm sad I didn't try to sell a cheaper price.
What the fuck?
you got more of a discount than he did.
What?
You got more of a discount than he
Yeah,
I didn't
technically.
get any discount.
did. You did.
No, I paid $150.
Yep.
For both of it, it was $175.
He did.
No,
It was
175, 170 with everything included, including X-ray. He's not
Which
allowed
is
to buy
20.
the X-ray.
Yep.
So I paid $150. I
Yep.
paid full price, but
Yep.
I have expertise in persuasion. So I was like, I could have used that, but I didn't know I had that. I
So
just looked at it and was like, oh, fuck.
with everything else,
Does that mean you bought my
75?
Tinker Stools?
I did not. We are
For the
buying them,
Tinker
but I
Stools?
did not pay for them. We split it off.
You all seem good enough. 75.
I want a refund. Everyone else here got a discount.
Gotta learn your lesson somehow, kid.
Inside your head, you hear, I'm fucking robbing this place tonight.
son of you are not robbing this fucking place.
I'm
But
sorry,
that's
you
in-
what?
No, that's
No, that
in
was
the
in his
head
head.
because they're going back and forth. You're not robbing this goddamn place.
I could kill this guy super fast and just take this shit.
What the fuck is wrong with you, child?
You left me with the veil.
Joke's on you. He's a level 20 zealot barbarian.
and
He just retired after a life of adventuring all of the.
he's like, I've been bored, and then he puts the
I got this.
X-ray specs on.
Turns out he did take an arrow to the knee, but that didn't stop him enough.
That's funny.
Not
So-
all of your shopkeepers can be level 20 barbarians.
Anything else in the
Just most
bazaar?
of them.
Not at this point, but Jet hands off the tools to you. Hands up the 75
He
gold.
takes
first.
them and just
By the way, if you
Holds
ever
them
know
up
when you
against
get
the
into
book.
New World, apparently it's on sale right now. $35 for the deluxe edition.
I paid $80 for that game. I played it once.
What game?
New World.
It was $50 for the deluxe.
I paid $50
I'm
for
wait.
that game. I
I'm
played
wait.
it once.
I'm waiting for them to post a patch that doesn't break the game.
hasn't happened yet.
All of their major patches have introduced major bugs. And, like until they
They had
patch
to
the
stop
game to where
trading because people were
yeah,
duplicating.
they've literally like halted player trading because they can't figure out the duping bug. And it's like until they fix that, I'm not gonna play the game.
Do
Once they
Bethesda,
fix it,
they
yeah, I'll
just
go back and I'll
embrace it.
play.
It's a feature.
Yeah.
It is at this point.
I mean, if it makes you money.
There's nothing else you guys do in the bazaar.
I want a Philly cheesesteak.
He's been trying to bother Jet about getting one, and Jet's been ignoring him as much as he
A
can.
cheesesteak.
Listed
no,
is
it's not
5
exist.
silver. If you wanted to tack it onto the deal that happened earlier, we can just add 5.
I got a deal.
So take an additional 5 silver.
Here's the thing, though. It was the shopkeeper's lunch, and he just. It's like
It's been sitting out because he's been dealing with.
No, it's one of the House Galanda ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of the House Galanda
Well,
sandwiches.
he was wanting to show off his,
Flash a little skin and be like, okay.
yeah, flash a little skin and be like, hey, my house made
My
that.
uncle made that?
A bunch of fucking
Bluffing.
fucking Philly cheesesteak.
I will work on creating those items, and then hopefully by the next session, I'll just have them in your inventories.
Perfect.
They will be, for you at least, they will be an attuned item.
Yeah, I figured.
Since you already have dark vision, and you're not going to be using them for the dark vision purpose, I'll probably create just a separate item and just roll it into one, and it'll be the, X-ray goggles.
Here's the only question
X-ray specs.
I have.
X-ray specs.
I do not remember how to attune shit. How do I do that?
I feel like
It'll be in.
that
You
is
have to
gonna
take an hour and focus on it.
Oh, okay, that's all.
Wait, so it's X-ray straight to the individual, right? You can't see what's in somebody's pockets.
Nope.
I was gonna say that could break a lot, but never mind.
Nope.
Well,
It's not going to.
my other thought randomly is I wonder if that would work with like people hiding in different like
You
different
think there's
ways
fucking
of,
3 people hiding in a trench coat?
Changelings.
Vincent and Dalton.
I know!
Changelings would be interesting,
Exactly what I
yeah.
thought of.
See if you
Would
can
it
see
work
through
through
it.
disguise?
We'll figure it out. I'm seeing dong, or it's going through a disguise. There's or it's
Or
probably
he's
going
going
through
through
the
a disguise
disguise
and
and,
you're
seeing
seeing
the
dong.
dong.
You said you were
Do,
uncircumcised.
You walk by a guy who's talking to a really pretty girl, and you're just like, know what you're getting into. Just walk away.
I see dog. Since
I'm
this
just
was a
fine. Since no one else is saying it, I'll say it. Genital warts.
since this was a kind of a
Still
Gunter
good.
fight special
He does that at a
session,
Yeah.
do
some
we
dude just
want
like,
to try
"Hey, what is
for
it? It's
Rhyme
Scorpio."
next week and then continue on the 2-week rotation, or do we want to kind of offshoot this in 2 weeks?
I say skip rhyme and go back to this because I love this character.
We can do that.
I'm down.
Next,
Well,
here's
next
the
week
only-
I was gonna say
I just want
May
to
not
fight.
So
something
are you
in
guys
this
down
game.
for tonight?
Yeah,
what it sounds
I
like.
gotta call it here soon.
I gotta take my cat to the bed at 8 a.m. So
dang it, I was gonna say I wanted to read my fucking note.
So I would say, do you guys have 15 minutes?
Yeah, okay. I got 15 minutes.
Okay. So if you're done shopping, is there anything else you want to attend to, or is that
That's
sort of
my
the
own
end
thing.
of your day?
Definitely as
I would
we're-
say it's about dinner time when you guys are at the shop. Like you're probably going to be You're probably going to be Nevin's last customers of the day.
as we're walking to the Galana Spirit, so we're going back.
Yeah.
There's one thing that Jet wants to catch Vale on.
Okay.
Knowing what those goggles do, he will kind of pull you close and go, "Use those on Leolin. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I promise."
Use them on what?
Leolin.
Oh, yeah, no.
Pat your chest.
I want a deception check on that. I'm just kidding.
You mean insight?
That's the word.
There's nothing inside.
Yes.
That is a very poorly veiled threat.
Yeah. At Vale.
No, I think
no.
he was trying to say he was going to incite Vale, saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
that's fine,"
Oh yeah, no, I'd never do that.
because it's
Hey,
Vale
Yeah, no,
bluffing.
no. I mean,
How long's Jet been asleep?
you can roll insight. I'll roll.
I'm kidding.
Would that be persuasion at that point?
Oh, he-
did not mean to derail. This is supposed to be a joke.
Oh yeah, no,
No.
this would be a very offhanded, like, quiet conversation too.
Oh yeah, no.
But just to be like,
To be fair,
Yeah,
you
no.
can
Yeah,
still
I'm
hear it.
still in your
To be
head.
fair,
true.
yeah.
I'm in your head for the next about hour and a half.
Do you read the note like as you're walking, or do you wait until you're alone?
Definitely alone, because
Okay.
No, you're never alone.
2 hours, that's it.
yeah, he actually does not know when that's going to end.
Yeah,
so.
you have no idea.
So once we're back at the end, that's when he would read it, thinking, I don't know when I'm going to be alone, but also you're part of the Veil, so he doesn't care.
Touche.
Okay. You make your way through the city, navigating to a couple different elevators to make your way down, because the bazaar is still part of Middle Dura, but it resides a little bit higher up than Underlook, which is still Middle Dura, but it's like lower Middle Dura. So you have to take a couple elevators to sort of make get down there.
much?
And as you emerge off of one of the elevators, you see the bridge that you had initially taken that descends down into the neighborhood of Underlook, as it sort of passes underneath the new construction of one of these towers that has shrouded Underlook in darkness. And as you begin to cross this bridge, you can see that about 2/3 of the way down the bridge, there is what appears to be a barricade.
Dash new.
The barricade spans the entire the entire width of the bridge that you are on, and you can see the bridge itself from where you came off of the elevator and started to cross over to where the Underlook district is. The bridge itself is probably in the neighborhood of 150 to 200 feet long, probably about 50 to 75 feet wide. I mean, it's a sizable bridge, and so it's a substantial barricade, about 2/3 of the way down, and it catches you off guard, and you sort of like look around, and as you look off to the side at the in between the towers, and you see some of the other bridges that would enter into different sides of this neighborhood, of the neighborhood of Underlook, you can see that on those main bridges as well, there are other barricades that are set up. And even some of the smaller footbridges that span between the smaller protruding towers of the city, you can see that there are guards posted. And as you sort of take in this whole situation, it dawns on Jet, Kevin, actually not Kevin, Jet and Vale, being adults. All of the guards, they're all wearing City Watch colors. Every single one of them on every bridge is Warforged.
And that's
Well,
not
I
normal
noticed that as
for
well.
here.
Not off the top, because of your passive perception.
Okay.
You're still sort of like reading the party's reactions, trying to gauge what they're doing and what they're
playing with the Tinkerer's tools.
Yeah, you're sort of gauging whether they're like, okay, is everyone like, are we preparing for combat? Like, what's going on? Are we nervous? Are we angry? What's the deal? And then it sort of clicks that you look up and there's like 7 of these City Watch Warforged, or Sharn Watch Warforged. All of them, not all of them, half of them sort of facing down into the district and half of them facing outward. And there is a general sense of, you shall not pass.
Into Underlook?
Into Underlook.
Dash a prob.
That's weird. That's suspicious.
Wait, is that where we came from?
Yep.
Okay.
Are we in Underlook?
No.
Or that's where we can't go?
That's where we're trying to go. Fuck, this was just open earlier. And he'll look over at Vale.
We definitely didn't see it leaving.
Jet's gonna just walk forward and.
I was
like,
gonna
one of the
say,
war
can I
forges.
kind of like look at the situation, see if there's any like grouping of people specifically looking at like maybe there's like a dead
there's
body in the road or
there's
something like that.
people that
It's
are probably 75 to 80 feet away from the barricade itself. That are people are obviously like they're rubbernecking. They're groups of 3 or 4 sort of huddled together like, what's going on? Why
I mean, but like there's no like grouping of city guard like looking over a corpse or something like that in the middle of the road or
no, there is a definitely increased City Watch presence, but not like a group huddled around a body or anything like that. You approach.
Yeah, which he will do it alone. He'll kind of, motion for Vale to watch.
As you approach,
Yes.
you get about 50 feet away from the barricade, and you see a couple of the Warforged sort of share glances and start to step forward. And they take about 5 feet forward, and then they just sort of like put their hands out and say, just a very obvious sign of halt.
Which Jet will hold up his hands and pause. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. I've got friends in there.
Neighborhood's under quarantine.
The whole place.
The whole neighborhood.
So no one going in, no one going out.
Trying to contain the spread.
Yeah, I don't like this.
And about that time,
I don't
you see from,
Which
like,
send that back.
hidden from where you were, you could see from behind the barricade, you see the first non-Warforged city guard. And you see a human male, late 30s, early 40s, sort of like darker complected, very, like probably of Brelish ancestry, wearing the finer clothing of the Sharn City Watch, definitely of rank, probably whoever's in control of this bridge or this unit, steps behind, and you're immediately caught off guard by the apparatus that they seem to be wearing around their nose and mouth, and like lower head, and it's sort of this like contraption that rests on almost like a collar that rests around their shoulders and neck, and it completely obscures the nose and the mouth, hidden behind like this like blue, like almost like a blue purple metal that has these silver gold tubes sort of running around it, and you can see faintly as they approach, you can see faintly stamped on one side, you can see the Gorgon of House Cannith, and they approach him with their voice obviously muzzled by whatever this contraption is. They approach and go, "No entrance, no exit. What's do you live here?"
I've got friends here. We just headed back to our inn.
Many of us do. We're just blocking the district off where there's an illness. Something is sick within this district, and we're trying to contain it before it spreads to the rest of the city. We think it came from the lower districts. There's a couple other districts below that are also quarantined.
How long?
Till it's safe.
Ooh, Rona 22.
Which, when he said till it's safe, Jet's kind of...
If you have any problems, you have to file your complaints directly with the Sharn City Council. Appointments can be made at any district hall. Appointments are scheduled anywhere between 4 to 6 business weeks away. They will answer at your earliest convenience.
Bunch of red tape, bureaucracy bullshit.
I'm just doing a job, man.
V
No, I
walks forward.
understand.
Can I go in?
We're not allowed to permit any civilian access to the district. Warforged and all.
So how do we make sure the people that we care about are okay?
I'm sure there's other ways. You can employ House Civis. They have sending stones. I'm sure there's ways. Unfortunately, that's not my job.
This dude's the fucking.
My
dick of the
job
year.
is to
Right,
keep people from entering or exiting the district.
right. I understand.
Apologize for the inconvenience.
Not that it necessarily
We're just
matters.
doing what we can to protect the city.
And this is by order of the mayor or of the city council?
The city council, above the mayors. And you would know that. So each district has, so you have Memphis Plateau, Central Plateau, Dura, North
Right,
Edge,
right.
Cliffside, all that. They have lower, middle, and upper.
Right.
Each of those major districts elects a city council member.
Right.
Above the mayors, right? The mayors basically answer to the city council member, but there's 12 Sharn council members, and they make up the ruling body of the city, not the nation of Breland. That's
Right.
completely separate from the king of Breland, who you witnessed and wrote. The Sharn City Council is the ultimate governing body of the city.
Right. That's what Jet wanted to make sure that this was
This
From
order is
higher up.
this order seems to be coming down from the higher ups.
right. Which he assumed based on, of course, them saying go to the city council, but he just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Jet will step back, turn around, go back to the group. He's not going to go try to wander through a group of warforged at a barricade.
So what, the whole neighborhood's locked off?
Apparently, the sickness, quarantining, trying to make sure it doesn't spread.
That's what I've been wanting to look into.
Right, which makes it kind of hard when we can't go in there.
Oh, no. Between you and Gavin and your mysterious history with the city, I'm sure you can find some way in that the guards haven't figured out yet.
Soon. Which Jet's looking at towards the sky to see how dark is it getting.
It's 6:30,
Yep.
7 o'clock. Like you're starting to see like where you can peek because you're pretty far down. Where you can peek the upper tips of the towers, you're starting to see the beginning like golden shades of sunset.
Soon. Probably. But you will say that very quiet.
Mhm.
Not trying to draw anyone else's attention at this point.
Well, sooner we can get in there and perhaps conduct our own investigation.
I'm confused. Why are we worried about going in there?
I'm not worried. We're trying to go in.
Yeah, but why?
Trying to figure out what's going on with that sickness.
As
If
soon
there's
as-
some way
But
to
also,
help cure
like
it.
that's also where our inn is
Yeah.
that we've been staying at.
So I
Right.
So I mean, we
Yeah,
can find a new
I
inn to
was
stay
gonna say,
at.
we're
But
in
like,
Sharn.
Right.
yeah.
I also want to check in on the inn, make sure everyone there is okay. But I've always been, ever since I heard word of this plague, it's been bothering me.
Right. I just didn't think that would happen. And he motions to the barricade.
Does this have anything to do with like the what was it? The feeling of sickness and unwellness that's in the air that is oppressive in the way that it's been weighing on us?
Potentially, seems like a easy connection.
Yeah.
Especially, that definitely begins to turn your detective gears.
Yeah.
You hear that little bit of information, and
It's like that kind
You've
of reminds
already-
me of a weird feeling we had this morning.
you're already starting to do that like Charlie Day on the whiteboard, and you're starting to be like, well, this and fuck, well, how about this? And, oh shit, that thing I saw, and the rat with 2 legs, and you're already starting to like
Yeah,
get
connect some
wild
dots.
theories going, but it's already turning those gears.
Yeah.
Can't do much detective work for now. Here, we're gonna have to get inside.
I've
Yes.
heard there's someone with L level access. It was a Q joke.
Oh.
Hey, you said that went over my head.
But maybe a little bit later.
It's because you're not a shaman.
And
I assume you
probably
just.
use some spells.
I guess we'll just figure out a new.
Are you going to find lodging for the evening,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
separate from Thelana Spirits?
I guess head to another place for now. Yeah.
Is there somewhere
Because
close?
someone has
There
the
is-
door
there
and
is.
also
I mean,
Polymorph.
if you're looking to
great
go,
ways to
if you're looking to go somewhere
pop
licensed by House
places.
Galanda, like a Golden Dragon Inn, you're probably looking at a 15 to 20 minute
Golden
walk.
shower in.
If you're looking for just a simple like mom and pop bed and breakfast, like around the corner, somewhere that you can buy rooms for the night, yeah. Are they gonna have food and drink and tavern space? Probably not. But if you want to go to a Golden Dragon Inn, you can. It's just a bit longer of a hike.
Does Jet know of a place that's loosely connected with the Vale around here?
Oh wait, Gold Dragon Inn.
Thelana Spirits is the one.
Okay,
You would have to transit districts at this point.
gotcha.
If we go to Golden, because that's my people, isn't it? Gold Dragon Inns, aren't they ran by House Galanda?
Yep.
If we go to one of those, I might be able to get some information.
Be helpful.
It's not a bad idea.
More information about him. Which at this point, Jet would have set you down. He would not have carried you on his shoulders to
Oh, I
the,
did not.
to the like towards the quarantine.
Hey, what's this? He wants to see.
So we'll go ahead and sort of
Yeah.
hand wave. You guys find a Golden Dragon Inn
Golden Dragon.
within Middle Dura. You establish however many rooms you would like for the evening. We'll just go ahead and say it was a nominal amount of gold. We can pick up there with the next session with you starting to look for information using your House Galanda ties.
How long actually has this been?
I mean, it's been since this morning.
Right. Well, I mean, like all of our travel from when that connection was established.
Stand by. One more time. Run that by me.
When the connection was established, how far did it take us to get to where the quarantine zone was, to then go to a Golden Dragon Inn?
You're coming up on like the last 20 minutes of connection.
Okay.
We're in the middle wards, right?
Affirmative. You're lower Middle Dura. It's like this district would be right underneath this district. You start to enter Lower Dura.
Because what Jet would do once they find a inn to sit down at, he's gonna pull the note out from Gunther and read it, act like he's reading it again, but actually pull out the slip of paper in his pocket and flip that open.
That note reads, "The Shadow's eyes fall upon you. They request a meeting at the landing."
Okay. Did I get any of that? Can't remember.
It's just the note that was passed off to him that none of you know anything about.
Well, no, I didn't know if our connection's still up. Because if you
Even
would've
if it
thought
is-
about that, it would have come.
Yeah, even if it is it a two-way or is it a one-way?
It was bleeding.
Knowing that there is an active connection that you have with Kevin,
Yeah, you
I
would've
will
waited
allow
until-
you to roll a deception check. If you would like, because deception is charisma based, yeah?
Yeah.
I would allow you, because it is technically an active psionic link, I will allow you to use your intelligence modifier. Because it is
forgot
using.
to do that.
So instead of using your charisma modifier for the deception, use your intelligence modifier, because it is an active force of your mind to like focus and say,
Okay.
I don't want to pass this information along. You are putting up that wall, and it's
Correct.
active focused mind power. So that's why I'm saying intelligence.
Okay, so I have to
Bullets.
switch those out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say, because if I had a choice, obviously charisma
Yeah.
is the one I'm gonna use. But
Charisma is more about your force of personality.
right.
And this is you using your active mind, like brain power, basically. You know, brain blast.
Well, there is an argument to use charisma, like when you use charm person to try to break and assert your will.
But that's still you. Like you're still using vocal. You're
Words
still
and things like that.
you're still expanding your personality onto this person. And that like that force of personality is what is charming them, as opposed to this where there is an active brain link here, and he's putting up that wall.
It'd be a 14. With
I would-
as busy
I would-
as Cabin's mind
I would
is,
say with
though,
as busy as his mind is, he probably doesn't pick up on it.
I'm still getting those little ooh shiny in the back. Sometimes.
There's Kevin, you don't pick up on any information,
Okay.
but there is just a sense of you can feel Jet thinking about things.
There's something I would imagine urgency, like fuck, okay.
I was gonna say more along the lines of there's a sense of recognition.
Okay.
He's thinking about somewhere that's familiar to you,
Okay.
but you don't know what it is. There's just that sense of he's thinking about something, and you just get a sense of recognition from it. Like, I understand. And that's it, guys. We'll call it there.
Oh,
session.
So here's the only thing I have to say about 2 weeks from now. Let me look at the calendar real quick.
It's a prime time, busy time.
For us, yeah, it's gonna be real busy.
Prime time, busy time. I can't guarantee it. I assume so. The 5th through the 12th are blackout days for us at the Westin.
So the 5th through the 10th are for us.
CFP through the CFP National Championship is on the 10th. Theoretically, most people are going to check out on the 11th, and we're going to have stragglers checking out on the 12th.
Yeah.
Ideally, I should be able to have the 12th off. My only concern is I think we start to see arrivals for Jam Fest that weekend. So I don't know what Glenn is going to get me off.
Yeah.
Do we want to say potentially
Worst case
12th
19th?
and then worst case 19th?
Let's shoot for that. And then as soon as I know my schedule, I will relay my findings.
Does that work for everyone else's schedule? 12.
What?
I was saying I'm off every Wednesday.
Potentially
specifically
12,
for this, so
for sure
I can do.
Yeah.
I ain't fine, whatever.
The 12th, if possible. It just depends on business for me. The 19th, if not.
As a backup.
19th, I'm off that whole week.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'll be available on 12th too, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't anticipate that will be an issue. I will say I may have a jury trial on the 11th.
Okay.
So if it goes long,
Yeah.
then it'll bleed into the 12th. Unlikely it'll go that long, considering these are misdemeanor fucking cases. So
Yeah. Not something that's going to be argued back and forth for a while.
nah, should be about
So
a day.
we're currently saying the 12th, though, right?
Do we want to do a continuation of Eberron?
Yeah, I'm down.
None? Yeah.
Oh, so if we're going to do that, what is the direction you guys are going?
Investigate the plague.
Investigate the plague?
Sneak into the district and then investigate.
Say, V is a little confused why we were so interested in a plague that would affect all of you guys and not him. So
I'm just kind of down to.
Down to clown.
I'm just kind of following the group for now, trying to learn everybody.
Okay.
Kind of get a feeling for everybody.
Okay.
Might not be a bad idea to.
Yeah,
try and
Judd's
check in on
focus
Calvin,
is, of course, figure out what the veil wants
not
from him,
necessary.
and he's got some information that he's looking to offload
Okay.
as well. And the other piece is, of course, if they've got information on the plague, of course, looking at that. I assume he probably knows some backways into the
Reasonable to
the
assume.
Underlook, considering
Yep.
that's his stomping ground.
Yep.
And if he doesn't, then Cabin does,
For sure.
or Vale does, because both of them are also from here.
You're from Chicago?
No.
No, I've
Well,
been
not
here.
from, but
No.
I mean,
Oh, okay. I was
been
like,
there enough.
He's been
yeah.
around for a
Yeah,
while.
that makes more
Yeah.
sense. I was just like, wait a minute. I was like, I thought you were from Rogue.
Right,
No,
right.
I'm from
From
Rote, but I've been
the
kind
area.
of
Correct.
all over, especially in Braylon.
And of course, the other piece that we discussed too.
Ren just sort of along for the ride.
Oh, well, yes. She's had her eye out on that plague since, I think, maybe given into the district and hearing first word about it. She's been wanting to, the healer part of her. So she's been kind of gung-ho, but Gunter's quite overshadowed it. So, yeah, she's all about that plague.
Can I just say how fantastic it was trying to imagine a 12-year-old drow girl with your deep, sickly man voice?
yeah,
It's hilarious the entire night. Especially as the night went on and you got a little bit tired.
Yeah.
And I could feel like you dropped another 3 octaves, and I was like, this
you're
is...
basically Batman in the middle suit at the moment.
name is Ron.
But I'm wholeheartedly
Shut up,
imagining 4'6" Ren, young perky little drow
Tell
girl,
me,
and it's just
do you
like,
bleed?
yeah.
Yeah, we get it, Ron.
So,
We get it, Ron, you're a man.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I felt it go to about halfway through, and I was like, lost it.
Yeah. No, it was entertaining.
No, thanks. I'm glad my scratchy throat was entertaining.
Well,
2 weeks, I'll be.
we'll call it there. I will let you know as soon as I know my schedule, gentlemen.
Sounds like a plan.
2 weeks, I'll be back to my posh British accent.
And we shall proceed with the 5-man continuation of Eberron.
Yeah, let's do it.
Weird.
Although this voice would be pitch perfect for Hofgrim, so we really missed the opportunity here.
Damn it, Wayne! Why couldn't you be sick last week?
Oh my god, are these all empty?
Alright, well guys, good luck.
Shit.
That's why she was. That's why she was like, "You guys ate a lot of
I'll
candy."
message you about next week.
Alright, spoilers.
Everyone else is down for the 12th, is that right?
I mean,
Yeah.
slightly in
But
everyone's
next week is the
defense,
day.
Werther's
But they told the
serving
caterer
size
that
is
everyone
3
wanted.
pieces.
Yeah.
So.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I had a lot more than a serving.
Alright, take care, guys.
Oh well, right, but I mean,
Bye,
like,
buddy. Drive safe.
Bye.
it's not like one piece is 70 calories. It's like every 3 pieces
Alright.
is 70 calories.
Yeah, I just moved weird, and that was my knee.
That's not good.
Ah. I'm old.
I mean, yes, you are.
Good game,
Damn,
guys.
dude.
Good
Hey,
game.
yeah, that was just the
Fun
one.
to be
Get
back
out
in
my
the
head.
seat.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so funny.